I am writing a diary in American comics, and the Avengers are broken. Chapter 1 The identity of the time traveler is exposed at the beginning. In 2008, in New York, the headquarters of Stark Group in the Lighthouse Country. Tony Stark was looking at the quarterly financial report of Stark Group sorted out by his assistant Pepper. He just glanced at it and lost interest. He was not interested in such mundane affairs. It has always been handled by his uncle Obadiah and assistant Pepper. He only needs to be responsible for the main direction and the leadership of the scientific research department. Now, the most profitable weapons and projects in the entire Stark Group are basically developed by him. This is why he doesn't care much about things, eats, drinks and has fun everywhere, and enjoys life, and the shareholders can still tolerate him. Suddenly, there was a diary in front of him. Yes, just like that, it appeared in front of him out of thin air. He rubbed his eyes. It really appeared out of thin air. It suddenly appeared in front of him. Jarvis, scan the entire office immediately to see if there is anything unusual. Tony Stark said immediately. Scan completed, sir, no abnormality found. Jarvis' voice came. How is it possible? Tony Stark looked at the notebook that appeared without any signs in front of him in shock. Could it be some magic? This sudden diary made him feel that his three views were directly shattered. How could there be such a thing? The materialistic worldview was blown up. Thinking of this, Tony Stark hurriedly said, Jarvis, scan this notebook. Scan completed, it's just an ordinary notebook, sir. Jarvis' voice came again. Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief, then picked up the notebook in front of him, only to see that it was a diary of a person named Luo Chen. Luo Chen? Chinese? Looking at the style of this name, it is obviously an East Asian style, and looks like a Chinese. But then he saw the contents of the diary, and his face darkened immediately. June 6th, today is sunny, the first day of waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. June 7th, today is cloudy, the second day of waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. June 7th, light rain, the third day of waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. Luo Chen, you can't continue to degenerate, you have to work hard. Work hard, wait until Tony Stark is kidnapped, buy a wave of stocks at a low price, and sell them after he turns to new energy, a lifetime of spending money. If I sell it, I will make money. Who would work hard? June 8th, I suddenly remembered that an alien traverser like me would not attract the attention of the Ancient One. Even if there is any unusual movement, the first person to come to me should be Kong. June 9th, I am speechless. Why did I come to such a dangerous world? If that purple potato spirit snaps his fingers in the future, how can I survive? Should I rely on the Avengers? The diary recorded here, and Tony Stark's face was extremely bad. The beginning of this diary is cursing him to be kidnapped, and waiting for him to be kidnapped. It seems to be foreshadowing something to him again. Sir, I think you really need to increase your security. At this time, Jarvis' voice appeared at the right time. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes. He thought about it. Usually in his mansion or in the company, the security force of the Stark Group is still relatively sufficient, and there is no problem with normal entry and exit. But Tony Stark is not a law-abiding person. He eats, drinks, gambles and prostitutes everywhere. He is a complete poison. At this time, he often only brings one bodyguard, Happy. This is the most unsafe time for him. How unsafe this country is, just from the tens of thousands of people who die from gunfire every year. At this time, even Tony Stark, who is always fearless, finally began to be a little scared. I know. Tony Stark was a little unwilling, but as a top rich man and one of the masters behind this world, he would not easily joke about his own safety. However, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. If this world is so dangerous, why not make a battle armor to protect himself? Tony Stark suppressed his thoughts first and began to analyze the contents of this diary. If it was just a diary picked up on the roadside, he would not care at all, but this diary suddenly appeared in front of him, showing a supernatural side. This made him care about the contents of the diary. Especially this is related to his safety. Jarvis, create a new file, the name of the file is Luo Chen. Tony Stark said. Okay sir, the new file has been created. Jarvis was still very fast. Let's make an assumption. If the person represented by this notebook is not an ordinary person, but has some kind of supernatural power, such as magic, witchcraft, or thulhu, whatever, this mysterious existence makes this notebook appearing in front of me. Why? What could it be for? Tony Stark touched the mustache on his chin and muttered to himself. Is it to warn? Or to achieve some goal? Tony Stark thought about it. If the person behind the scenes really existed, then suddenly putting this notebook in front of him was either friendly to him, warning him that someone was going to attack him recently, or it was unfriendly to him, wanting to use the notebook to scare him, such as asking him to cancel a certain trip, so that some projects failed, and some business could not be won. All of these are possible. Apart from the fact that the other party could do such an outrageous thing, Tony Stark thought about it and didn't know where the problem was. And is this person behind the scenes someone else, or is it Luo Chen? This is also what Tony Stark doubted in his heart. Jarvis, do you know what this time traveler means? Tony Stark asked. According to the information searched on the internet now, the general sense of the time traveler is the name of the protagonist in some novels or comics who travels to another world, sir. Jarvis replied. In other words, if we set up an assumption that what this diary says is true, then this Luo Chen is also the so-called time traveler. At this point, Tony Stark's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp look. Please vote for the new book, please reward, please support in any way. Chapter 2. Who writes a diary? I'll write it. So that means the world we are in now may be the world of a certain story. After Tony Stark came to this conclusion, he suddenly felt extremely absurd. What kind of conclusion is this? Just thinking that his world might be fake and a story, he felt that his three views were about to explode. If this happened to anyone, they would feel that their three views were completely exploded. Sir, regarding this matter, I am more inclined to another statement. It may be that some stories in our world were projected into the mind of the author of another parallel universe because of some unknown manipulation. Jarvis said. So, you also tend to think it is true? Tony Stark asked. I don't have any judgment, just based on the analysis of the current situation. Jarvis continued calmly. It's not that Tony Stark can't accept his own world. It may be a story written by others. Although this subverts his worldview, anything can happen in this huge world under science. Well, there are things that just happened that go beyond science. He just can't accept that his character and knowledge, which were obviously obtained through his own efforts, may be given by others. This is something that he can't accept at all for his pride, even arrogance. Well, let's not talk about whether our world is a story written by others. Let's make an assumption first. Assuming that this thing exists, then my kidnapping may be something that happens in the future. Tony Stark immediately made a judgment. And once I am kidnapped, the stock price of Stark Group will definitely plummet, and he will take the opportunity to absorb it. After that, when I don't know why it turns to the development of new energy, the stock will be pulled up again. He can make a fortune by selling it. Yes, sir, judging from the contents of the notebook, it seems to be true. Jarvis replied. Since he is so sure that I will be kidnapped, and he has made plans to make a fortune by taking advantage of my kidnapping, it doesn't look like it's fake. Tony Stark was silent for a moment and said. But the only good news is that this kidnapping should be safe for me, and I even turned to new energy because of it. It seems that I should have made considerable progress in the development of new energy. Tony Stark has never doubted his intelligence. He mainly studied arms before, but new energy is not completely involved. If he turns to new energy, there should be a big breakthrough soon. And what he said, this is a dangerous world, obviously it should not be a trivial matter like my kidnapping. Tony Stark said. Jarvis, create a new file, the file name, World Crisis, since he specifically mentioned that this world is dangerous, then in the future, we are likely to encounter some dangers, for example, the purple potato spirit, and the purple potato spirit snapping his fingers. I think it should not be a real snap, but some kind of dangerous thing. Okay sir, the file has been created. Jarvis said. Also, search for Luo Chen in the world's network and eliminate all possibilities. Tony Stark said. Please wait. Jarvis' voice came. After a while, Jarvis' reply appeared. According to all the information that can be retrieved, a person named Luo Chen in the world who meets the relevant possibilities has been selected. He grew up in an orphanage in New York and just graduated from college this year. His identity and procedures are very complete, but there is only one problem. There are relatively few traces of his related life, so the probability that he is the so-called time traveler is very high. Go find him now. Tony Stark just finished speaking this, and suddenly felt a severe headache, and it took a long time to recover. Tony Stark immediately realized that something was wrong, and then said, as long as I have the idea of looking for this Luo Chen, I will feel severe pain. I am afraid that it is some kind of mechanism, the mechanism that protects Luo Chen, so that I can't go to him. Tony Stark quickly accepted this mysterious setting, and realized that his headache must be directly related to his idea of looking for Luo Chen. Sir, it seems that this mysterious existence is more powerful than we imagined. Jarvis replied. Since there is no way to find him for the time being, then do everything possible to monitor him. Tony Stark held a diary in his hand, thinking in his eyes. If you can't find this Luo Chen to ask clearly for the time being, then there is only one way left, slowly through this diary, know what will happen in the future. If your world is really a so-called story world. At the same time, in an apartment in New York, Luo Chen was counting his family's assets. Although he was an orphan, his parents in his previous life also left him millions of assets, which he could withdraw when he came of age. Now he had taken out all of them, even the apartment, and the rest would be bought after Tony Stark was kidnapped and the stock price of Stark Industries plummeted. By then, he could at least make tens of millions of dollars. $10 million is still quite valuable in the lighthouse country. At least he can initially achieve financial freedom. If not, he can just take the money and run back to his motherland. After all, this is the world of Marvel, so the main battlefield has always been in the lighthouse country, and the most dangerous place is also in the lighthouse country. As long as you leave the lighthouse country, you can generally avoid the most dangerous places. But just at this time, he also awakened this god-level diary system, which asked him to write a diary. But he refused at first. After all, who would write a diary if they were serious? How many people in history who are famous for writing diaries have a good reputation? But he soon obeyed, because as long as he kept writing a diary and signing in, he could draw a lottery, and he glanced at the lottery items, and there were too many good things. From high-tech weapons, to some superpowers, to some magic practice notes, to the design drawings of some equipment, etc. In short, with these, even in this extremely dangerous world, he can at least gain a certain degree of self-protection ability. This made him change his mind. Originally, he planned to keep a low profile and not attract the attention of the Ancient One and the Time Mutation Administration, but now he has to fight. Chapter 3 Meeting Spider-Woman Gwen. New York is so small? In this world, no one can understand the dangers and horrors of this world better than Luo Chen. It can be said that the whole world is full of crises. When a superhero may be killed, for example, Tony Stark will die with a snap of his fingers. Some superheroes die due to the rotation of superheroes in the new era, and some superheroes die because of the death of the actors outside the fourth wall, or the outbreak of scandals. But being an ordinary citizen is more dangerous than being a superhero in the Marvel world, especially in a huge and bright target like New York, which is even more dangerous. There are so many gangs rampant and super criminals lurking among them. Fortunately, this is Marvel. If it were DC, the darkness of Gotham City would almost make everyone despair. Although Batman seems to be punishing evil, he never takes ruthless action against criminals, which leads to criminals escaping from prison again and again, causing huge incidents again and again, and countless people died tragically, but it is not as important as the principle of not killing in Batman's heart. Who writes a diary if they are serious? But for the sake of self-protection, it's better not to be serious. Luo Chen sighed. He didn't know that he had been cheated by this unscrupulous system, and now a copy of the diary has appeared in Tony Stark's hands. He didn't have time to think so much, now he has to go to work. Today he received a tutoring job. After all, he also graduated from Harvard University and just graduated this year. He should have been busy with various interviews. However, who told him that he knew a way to get rich? He immediately lost interest in various interviews and only took some tutoring jobs sporadically. In the lighthouse country, anyone who is middle class or even above the middle class generally attaches more importance to the education of their children. It is no worse than in the country in the previous life. Only people at the bottom will let their children eat, drink and have fun every day. And which superhero with superpowers would have to work hard as a worker? No one would use their photos to exchange for money, right? No way. Today he was going to tutor a little girl. He went to the door according to the phone number and address given to him by the previous contact number. It is a middle-class community with a relatively good security environment. In the lighthouse country, the places where the poor, ordinary people, middle class, elites, and rich people live are clearly divided, as if they are completely different worlds. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged white woman. She was not surprised to see Luo Chen and showed a warm smile on her face. An Asian, or an East Asian, with a high degree and good knowledge, is also a common belief among people about East Asians, especially one of the stereotypes of Chinese people. And Luo Chen's performance fits this impression very well. Gentle and elegant, even looks very young, as if he is a teenager. Mrs. Stacy? Luo Chen asked politely. Yes, you are Luo Chen. The white lady said with a smile. Come in, I didn't expect you to look younger than I thought. She was not afraid that Luo Chen was fake, after all, he was hired on a regular tutoring website, and all kinds of certificates were complete. My daughter is 16 this year and is in high school, but she doesn't do well in mathematics. I hope you can give her more tutoring in mathematics. Aren't you Asians very good at this? Mrs. Stacy said. No problem. Luo Chen said with a smile. He can graduate from Harvard University. Even in the lighthouse country, this is the king of the kings. Tutoring a high school student in mathematics is nothing. Luo Chen followed Mrs. Stacy into a girl's boudoir, where a white girl who looked about 15 or 16 was scratching her head and looking at the math problems in front of her, looking worried. Gwen, this is Mr. Luo, the teacher I invited for you, who is responsible for tutoring you in math problems. Mrs. Stacy said. The girl raised her head and immediately saw a handsome face like a knife, which looked gentle and handsome. Her heart immediately started beating. She almost couldn't help but blush slightly, and couldn't help thinking in her heart. So handsome. At this time, Luo Chen was also a little dumbfounded. Gwen Stacy? The famous girlfriend of Spider-Man? The unlucky guy who fell to death in The Amazing Spider-Man? He didn't expect that New York was so small, and his tutor was actually the future girlfriend of Spider-Man. Hello, Mr. Luo. Gwen said quickly. Sit down. Luo Chen said quickly. Teacher Luo, if possible, Can the tutoring course start now? Mrs. Stacy said. Of course. Luo Chen said directly. Then you guys chat first, I'll go downstairs and prepare some snacks for you. Mrs. Stacy said. Luo Chen nodded, then took a look at the math problems that Stacy was struggling with. To be honest, the math level of ordinary people in the lighthouse country is really poor, and the depth of teaching in school is also a lot worse than that of the motherland in the previous life, but this does not represent the level of the elites. Generally, what the middle-class elites learn is often beyond the level taught in school, but for Luo Chen, it is still just a piece of cake. He found the ideas and methods of disintegration in a few seconds, and immediately explained it to Gwen. While listening, Gwen looked at this handsome face close at hand, and couldn't help but show a bit of admiration on her face. At the same time, in the chairman's office of Stark Tower in New York, Tony Stark heard Jarvis' voice. Sir, the diary seems to have been updated. Tony Stark immediately put down his work upon hearing this, and quickly picked it up to read. Sure enough, behind the original diary content, a new text appeared. June 10th, sunny day, gosh, New York is so small, I was just helping someone with their lessons, and I actually met Gwen Stacy, the famous unlucky heroine. Unlucky heroine? Gwen Stacy. Tony Stark remembered this name at this time, because he believed that if the assumption that this universe is a story universe is true, then he must be the male protagonist. From the few words in Luo Chen's diary before, it can be seen that after all, after being kidnapped and then escaping from danger, his career did not plummet, but took off and developed a new field. If this is not the treatment of the protagonist, what is the treatment of the protagonist? He just wanted to ask, who else? In other words, if he is the male protagonist and this Gwen Stacy is the female protagonist, she is likely to be his future lover? Chapter 4 Shattering Iron Man's 3 Views. But it would be fine if she was his heroine, but why was she an unlucky heroine? Will there be a bad ending if she follows him? This made Tony Stark think of some bloody Hollywood movies. In these Hollywood movies, being the relatives and friends of the protagonists is not a good job, and they often get into trouble. Could this be what he meant? Then he saw new words appear on the blank paper. This time he saw words appearing out of thin air on the notebook with his own eyes, which made him more certain that this was not the result of a prank. This notebook is indeed the embodiment of some kind of extraordinary power, not an ordinary person. Gwen is so beautiful. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless people in the past life. If there is a chance, maybe we can prevent her tragedy. But her age is totally wrong. If I remember correctly, Peter Parker was only a few years old at that time. He was still a little kid whose hair had not grown out. How could Gwen be so old? How could she be paired with Peter Parker? Isn't this universe 1999? No, I clearly saw that arrogant guy Tony Stark on TV. He is at least 80% similar to Robert Downey Jr. This is definitely the 1999 universe. It is definitely not Tony Stark from other universes. After reading this paragraph, Tony Stark felt his scalp tingling. The amount of information was huge. He finally understood that the things recorded in this diary were probably it was written casually, whatever came to mind, but the amount of information revealed in these few random sentences was ridiculous. First, it proved that his previous guess was wrong. He might be the protagonist, but he might not be the only protagonist, because the heroine Gwen Stacy was not a match for him, but for that little brat named Peter Parker. Although he had not seen it yet and did not know who this little brat named Peter Parker was, it was enough to confirm some of his guesses. This also made him feel relieved. When he thought that his official match might be this little girl named Gwen Stacy, the first person he thought of in his mind was not someone else, but his assistant, Pepper Potts. Until now, he really realized that he seemed to have a different idea about Pepper Potts, at least not the kind of boss's view of subordinates in the general sense. In short, when he just knew his official match, he almost instinctively rejected the one named Gwen Stacy, because the official match was completely different from those who had only had a fleeting relationship before. Those women who only had a fleeting romance, at most they gave him some money, at worst they just took advantage of his traffic. For him, there was no loss at all. But the official match was different, that was the woman who would follow him for life. But fortunately it wasn't. And the next words made his hair stand on end. He had only guessed that the world he was in might be a story world, but now he got the exact answer from the diary. It was indeed a story world, and even the number of the universe was there, 1999 universe. Also, this Luo Chen actually dared to call him a fart. If it was usual, he might have to find the other party to argue, but now there was only a burst of surprise in his mind. The universe he was in might not be the only universe, numbered 1999. Does that mean there were 1998 universes before? There are countless universes after that? And it seems that there are other Tony Starks. To use the fashionable words now, it is the isotope of the parallel universe. In other words, there really are parallel universes in this world, and there are also so-called universes outside the fourth wall? This Luo Chen really knows something. And this Robert Downey Jr., from Luo Chen's tone, it is not difficult to guess that this is probably the actor who plays himself in the universe outside the fourth wall. When he thought that he was just a story written by others, and even his appearance depended on the appearance of the actor, he suddenly became irritable. "Jarvis, what do you think?" Tony Stark asked. "Sir, it seems that this matter is very complicated. From the words, it seems that several conclusions can be drawn. The first is that there is a protagonist in this world, but you may not be the only protagonist. There is another protagonist who may be the one named Peter Parker, and Gwen Stacy should be another heroine matched by the story." Jarvis analyzed. Tony Stark nodded. Which was consistent with his analysis. Although he was a little unhappy that he was not the only male protagonist, and there were other protagonists, he was at least part of the protagonist. Second, the universe we are in may be a comprehensive universe connected by multiple stories. It seems that there was a similar concept in previous movies, called the film and television universe. In these universes, there may be different protagonists, but they live in the same sky at the same time. Third, this comprehensive universe seems to be beyond Luo Chen's expectations. It is not exactly the same as the 1999 universe he knows. In the 1999 universe he knows, the protagonist named Peter Parker should still be a child now, but the heroine has grown up. This should be beyond the framework of the story. So I think that, as we guessed before, the so-called story world may not be completely determined by the author outside the fourth wall. It is even possible that what happened on our side affected the author outside the fourth wall and made them create such a story. So, we may refer to the story told by Luo Chen, but we cannot completely trust this information, because this world may not be completely consistent with what Luo Chen remembers. Jarvis's mechanized voice came. "That's right." Tony Stark nodded and said. "But I can't completely disbelieve it. There should be some deviations. But when I think about my appearance being determined by others, I feel uncomfortable. Those actors? Why do they compare with me?" Tony Stark was born into a wealthy family in the Lighthouse Country. He was born rich. In his eyes, the stars in the entertainment industry are just a group of actors and playthings. Now his fate and appearance are determined by an actor. Naturally, he is very unhappy. And, those Tony Starks in other universes. Tony Stark muttered to himself. Chapter 5 Shocking 3 Bugs in the Same Frame, Continue to Shatter 3 Views. From the content of Luo Chen's diary, there is not only Tony Stark in this world, there are even Tony Starks in parallel universes who look completely different from him. In other words, he may be just Tony Stark in the 1999 universe, or even not in the 1999 universe, but just Tony Stark in another similar parallel universe. Otherwise, there will be no situation of characters that do not match Luo Chen's memory. Thinking of this, he still felt a little unhappy. However, the presence of isotopes in other parallel universes seemed to confirm one thing more. He was indeed the protagonist. Only the protagonist could have such treatment. But before Tony Stark could think more, another paragraph appeared on the blank page of the diary. At this point in time, Gwen Stacy is so old. Could it be that the Spider-Man in this universe is the Amazing Spider-Man instead of the Holland Spider-Man? If that happens, the father-son relationship between Peter Parker and Tony Stark will be cut off here. Tony Stark will not have the opportunity to gradually understand his grumpy old father through educating Peter Parker. But it's better this way, so that the Holland Spider-Man can't take on the mantle of Iron Man's successor and cause a lot of trouble. Even Aunt May was killed by him. But in this way, Gwen might die in Peter Parker's arms. If it was the Amazing Spider-Man version, that scene made countless people cry, especially in the three spiders in the same frame. He saved the Holland Spider-Man's MJ. Which can be regarded as a barely made up for some regrets. Another paragraph with a huge amount of information. Tony Stark only felt a little pain in his head. He just digested that he had different isotopes in different parallel universes, and now he had to accept that there seemed to be different Spider-Men in different parallel universes. The Amazing Spider-Man and the Holland Spider-Man seem to be two different versions of Spider-Man. Gwen Stacy's official match should be the Amazing Spider-Man, while the official match of the Holland Spider-Man is the girl named MJ. Now, many things are sorted out. It turns out that this is the case. No wonder Luo Chen was so shocked. And it seems that the Amazing Spider-Man is not just miserable. He watched his woman die in his arms. It's miserable. If he saw Pepper Potts die in his arms, he would probably go crazy immediately. And the Holland Spider-Man, what kind of name is this, Holland? What the hell? Is it a nickname? He couldn't help but pay special attention to the Holland Spider-Man, because according to Luo Chen's words, the two of them will almost become a father-son relationship. He will also slowly understand the painstaking efforts of the old man to educate him in the process of educating the Holland Spider-Man. Is this possible? When he recalled the old man, he still only used a belt to beat him and disciplined him strictly. It seemed that he had also been kind to him, but that was a long time ago. He seemed to be still a child at that time, but his memory was already very vague. Even the memory of the old man who disciplined him strictly later was very vague, not to mention the father who was kind to him at the beginning, because many years had passed since his old man died suddenly. The car accident took away his parents, leaving him no chance to prove to his father how good he was and that he had lived up to his expectations. Is it possible for me to understand the old man back then? Father-son relationship. Tony Stark muttered to himself. Sir, it seems that this Dutch brother Spider-Man is not very reliable. According to Luo Chen, it seems that this Dutch brother Spider-Man cannot inherit your mantle, and later caused a lot of trouble. It is not a good choice. Jarvis said at the right time. Inherit the mantle? Why should I ask him to inherit the mantle, unless I die? Tony Stark suddenly realized that something was wrong. He is only in his 30s now, which is the prime of a man's life. He can be said to be full of vigor and vitality, and has transitioned from the pride of youth to the pride of middle age. When life is smooth and there are almost no worries, with the life expectancy of the rich people in the lighthouse country now, it is basically no problem for him to live to 100 years old. There are still 60 or 70 years left. Why is he so anxious to find a successor? Unless he has an accident and dies in the meantime. In other words, he may die in the future? I am the male protagonist, how can I die? Tony Stark was a little shocked and speechless. Sir, generally speaking, the male protagonist will not die, unless a new generation of male protagonist is to be launched, such as this Dutch brother Spider-Man. From the logic of the script, it is possible to smoothly transition to the next male protagonist. Jarvis said. Hearing this, Tony Stark felt that a hand had strangled his fate. If his death was for the sake of justice, it would be fine. But if it was just to connect with the next male protagonist, then this situation made him feel very painful. It has been a long time since he had his fate manipulated by others, especially since he always thought that he controlled his own fate. Now even the fate he thought he controlled was actually controlled by others in secret. There is no doubt that he was furious. He was still complacent and thought he was one of the masters of this country. So he was just a tool? Tony Stark forced himself to calm down his anger, because he knew that being angry at this time would not solve any problems. Besides, Luo Chen's arrival seemed to give him a chance to break the deadlock. At least it won't be the fate he was supposed to have. Sir, there is another key point here. 3 spiders in the same frame. From a literal analysis, that is to say, this may be 3 Spider-Men appearing in the same time and space at the same time. The so-called Amazing Spider-Man who saved MJ, the girlfriend of Spider-Man Holland, can also prove this logic. Jarvis continued to explain. If we look at what Luo Chen said before, it is very likely that there are different parallel universes in this world. There may be at least 3 Spider-Men alone. The so-called 3 spiders in the same frame refers to 3 Spider-Men appearing at the same time, one of which is Spider-Man Holland, the other is Amazing Spider-Man, and the last one is still unknown. However, if we consider that this Spider-Man is not some kind of Superman that can be mass-produced. Please support the new book, please support everything. Chapter 6 How many Spider-Men can be wholesaled? You mean, similar to the super soldier serum? The kind of serum that the old man talked about back then? Tony Stark asked. He immediately understood what Jarvis meant. There were only 2 explanations for so many Spider-Men. Either they were isotopes in different parallel universes, like Tony Stark had different isotopes in different universes. Also, this Spider-Man was some kind of superhuman mass-produced. Although he didn't know what Spider-Man meant, judging from the name, it was probably related to the ability of a spider. Given his social class and family background, he naturally knew more than the average person, such as the existence of super soldier serum. In the Lighthouse country, Captain America Rogers was also a well-known big shot. There were countless TV dramas, animations, comics, and novels adapted from him over the years. However, there were not many mentions about how Captain America Rogers had this superhuman physique and ability. Some stories even made up stories, saying that he got help from aliens or got guidance from God. However, only a few upper echelons, such as Tony Stark, who personally participated in the production of the super soldier serum, knew that the real reason why Captain America Rogers gained the physique of a Superman was the super soldier serum. Originally, it was planned to be mass-produced and popularized among soldiers. Just looking at the name, you can tell. Super soldier serum. And multiple Spider-Men in the same frame, that is, it may be a technology of mass-produced superheroes. But soon he realized that something was wrong and reacted immediately. This can't be a technology similar to the super soldier serum, because they are all called Peter Parker. Unless the effect of this Spider-Man serum is limited to people named Peter Parker. Otherwise it shouldn't be. Tony Stark reacted immediately and found the loophole in this logic. Yes, sir, so according to the data calculation, the probability that these Spider-Man Peter Parkers are isotopes from different parallel universes is 99.9%. Jarvis said calmly. This also means that at some point in the future, the multiverse, that is, the door to multiple parallel worlds, may open, and superheroes from different worlds may come to each other's worlds, and then there will be a situation where 3 spiders are in the same frame. At that time, you may also appear in different parallel universes. Tony Stark thought about it and said that it was right. Since there may be multiple Spider-Men at the same time, it is not impossible for multiple Tony Starks to appear at the same time. How will he face his counterparts in the multiverse at that time? Will they fight each other when they meet? Or will they fight each other when they meet? Or will they cooperate with each other to fight against unknown dangers? If we analyze it this way, if I am the protagonist, what superpowers do I have? Tony Stark thought. Could it be that when I was kidnapped, I was rescued by a hermit, and then he taught me some mysterious Eastern Qigong or Western magic? The more Tony Stark thought about it, the more possible it was. Why is this world dangerous? There may be so-called superheroes, such as Spider-Man. As an ordinary person, at least he is still an ordinary person so far. If he wants to become the protagonist, or one of the protagonists, he must at least have some abilities beyond ordinary people. Then is it possible that Qigong and magic are possible? If it was a day ago, he would not believe in the existence of such obviously unscientific things. But today, he has seen too many unscientific things, and his three views have been constantly shattered and rebuilt. Maybe magic really exists. After a series of large amounts of information bombardment, he found that he could probably still accept these mysterious things. Since this is a story world, then isn't it normal for any plot to appear? This kind of adventure seems reasonable, isn't it? But Jarvis, write down the name Peter Parker and look it up. Make a list of Peter Parker who might be Spider-Man and include them as the ones to focus on. In the list, a special file is set up, named Spider-Man Peter Parker. Tony Stark said calmly. After a series of information that bombarded his three views, his brain calmed down again. Yes, sir. Jarvis said in a mechanical voice. But at this time, the diary changed. Tony Stark saw another paragraph of text appearing in the diary out of thin air, but now he is much calmer. No, there is another possibility. The problem may not be the 1999 universe, nor Peter Parker. The problem may be Gwen herself. I almost forgot that in some universes, Spider-Man is not Peter Parker, but Gwen. If the Spider-Man in this universe is really Gwen, then Gwen is not Spider-Woman? Then the unlucky one is not Gwen, but Peter Parker. At that time, Peter Parker may become Dr. Lizard and be killed by Gwen in the end. That would be too tragic. Is Gwen destined to die between Gwen and Peter Parker? The screenwriter is really inhuman. In order to make Gwen become Spider-Woman, Peter Parker must die. However, there are several versions of Spider-Woman, but I don't know which Spider-Woman this Gwen is. Another long paragraph of explosive text with huge information appeared in front of Tony Stark. He just accepted that Peter Parker may become Spider-Man in multiple universes, and also accepted the existence of parallel universes and multiverses. Accepted that there may be many people named Spider-Man. Now another version of Spider-Man has been revealed. No, to be precise, it should be Spider-Woman, Gwen. There may not be a Spider-Woman in the same time and space as Spider-Man Peter Parker. From Luo Chen's words, there is more than one universe where Gwen becomes Spider-Woman. If you count it this way, there are many parallel universes vaguely revealed now. Chapter 7. Finally, there are things that even the time travelers don't know. The universe he lives in, the universe where he and Spider-Man Holland are like father and son, the universe of the Amazing Spider-Man, the universe of another Spider-Man, and several parallel universes where Gwen is Spider-Woman. Just now, there are enough parallel universes. He suddenly felt a headache. Why did he suddenly have to deal with the multiverse? But now, he doesn't even know who is going to kidnap him. It is true that the more ignorant, the happier. The more he knows, the more his head hurts. But what he knows is just a few words. There is no way to know the specific full picture. Without the full picture, he dare not even comment. Once he has the idea of looking for Luo Chen to understand the situation, he will immediately have a severe headache, so he dare not approach him at all. Thinking of this, Tony Stark can only put aside the idea of looking for Luo Chen, and said, "Jarvis, create another file." The file name is Spider-Woman. The key surveillance target is Gwen Stacy. Find her first. Okay, sir. Jarvis said. The search results are out, sir. According to the information given in the diary, Spider-Woman Gwen Stacy should be the following person. Jarvis said, projecting a photo of a young girl in front of Tony Stark. It was none other than Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy, 16 years old, her father is the commissioner of the New York Police Department. According to all the information available on the internet, no other signs that she could become Spider-Woman have been found. Jarvis said. In addition, all possible Peter Parker results have been searched, and only one Peter Parker who is currently only 7 years old and lives in Queens has been found. He is consistent with the Peter Parker mentioned in Luo Chen's diary. He also has an aunt named May and an uncle named Ben Parker. Peter Parker is so young, which means he is not the Amazing Spider-Man, or other versions of Spider-Man. It is very likely that the Dutch brother Spider-Man mentioned in Luo Chen's notebook, who is like a father and son to me. Could this Dutch brother be the actor of this Spider-Man in the Fourth Wall universe? Tony Stark said. But it seems that Gwen does not appear as the heroine. The age difference between them is a bit big, almost 10 years. This means that Gwen Stacy may become Spider-Woman one day in the future, a Spider-Man and a Spider-Woman. I wonder if Luo Chen has thought of this. From the diary in Luo Chen's diary, he may not have thought of this. Jarvis explained. Maybe in the story he knows, there is no version in which Spider-Man and Spider-Woman appear at the same time, or Peter Parker dies and Gwen becomes Spider-Woman. Or Gwen dies and Peter Parker becomes Spider-Man. Finally, there is something that he, a time traveler, doesn't know. Tony Stark felt much more comfortable when he thought of this. Since Luo Chen appeared in his sight, he looked confident, especially when he judged that he was kidnapped. He even wanted to make a fortune by taking advantage of his kidnapping. It was so abominable. Tony Stark couldn't punish him, and it was even difficult to get close to him. He could only watch from afar. At the same time, facing such an omniscient person, he also had some fear in his heart. Such a person who was completely out of control made him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. Continue monitoring, but we still need to allocate some computing power to figure out who might kidnap me. Tony Stark said. He now completely believes that he will be kidnapped in the future, but he doesn't know who it is, so he simply lets Jarvis invade the networks of various companies, especially those that compete with him. If anyone wants to eliminate him as soon as possible, then it must be these enemies. He has offended too many people in his life because of his chattering and meanness. He knows a little bit about it. Although he thinks he is just telling the truth, he knows how annoying he is. Just chattering should not make people want to kidnap him or even kill him. The most likely ones are other competitors who are also capitalists. If there is no Tony Stark, how much more money they have to make. Especially the idiot Justin Hammer. Their Hammer Industries group was suppressed by their own Stark Industries group and could only produce some ordinary weapons with not much profit. Recently, I heard that they also developed a funny missile called Ex-Wife, which was ridiculous. He had to start with these idiot opponents. These people were far inferior to him in terms of intelligence, but he didn't dare to underestimate them in terms of conspiracy. Damn, if this Luo Chen revealed in his diary who kidnapped me, it would be great, so that I wouldn't have to check everywhere now. Tony Stark cursed secretly. Now because of Luo Chen's advance spoiler, he knew that he would be kidnapped, so Tony Stark simply cancelled all external activities for his own safety. He was originally going to Afghanistan to sell a weapon to the military recently, but now he didn't want to go. Anyway, the quality of the weapon is here. He dared to say that this is the most powerful missile in the world so far. He didn't believe that the military would not be tempted. Anyway, just send a salesperson. There is no reason for a company chairman to go to Afghanistan to sell weapons in person. It's just that his uncle Obadiah kept telling him that he had been idle for too long recently, and the board of directors was very dissatisfied with him, so he asked him to go through the motions to leave the old guys on the board speechless. Otherwise, he would never go to the site to sell. It's not like there are no salesmen or company executives to be responsible. What do those old guys in the company know? If they hadn't worked diligently for a few months every year, how could the company have such good profits and let their dividends rise every year? His idleness, eating, drinking and having fun everywhere are for better work. These old guys don't even understand this. They are really crazy. The flowers bloom at both ends, each showing its own branch. Luo Chen didn't know that Tony Stark was secretly complaining about his unreliability and not telling who kidnapped him. For him, it's just writing a diary. Anyway, he can write whatever he wants to complain. Please give flowers, votes, rewards and all support for the new book. Chapter 8. Gwen also saw the diary, Opening Thunder. Who stipulated that writing a diary must spoil the plot? Anyway, as long as he is happy, he can write anything in the diary, and no one else will see it. And this diary is also very convenient to write, you don't have to do it yourself, just a thought will appear in the diary. At this time, he had just finished teaching Gwen Stacy, enjoying Gwen Stacy's admiring eyes, but he still said goodbye. For these main plot characters, he still wanted to have less contact. Especially when he has no self-protection ability, less contact will reduce the possibility of death. However, he didn't know that not long after he left, there was an extra diary on Gwen Stacy's desk. Gwen Stacy saw this diary when she sent Luo Chen back to the house. Is this Mr. Luo's diary? Gwen Stacy noticed Luo Chen's name on the diary. She didn't want to read it, but who knew that she would open it under the guidance of the gods? Opening Thunder. When she opened the diary, the content she saw at the beginning was a thunderbolt. June 6th, the weather is fine today, the first day of waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. June 7th, the weather is cloudy today, the second day of waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. June 7th, light rain, the third day of waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. Luo Chen, you can't continue to degenerate, you have to work hard. Work hard, after Tony Stark is kidnapped, buy a wave of stocks at a low price, and sell them after he turns to new energy, and you will earn a lifetime of expenses, who will work hard. She didn't expect that what she saw at the beginning was her own teacher Luo writing in the diary waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped, and it seemed so sure. Obviously, if he was not crazy, there must be a special reason. But she then saw what Luo Chen wrote later. Gwen is so beautiful, she is indeed the goddess in the hearts of countless people in the past life. If there is a chance, maybe we can prevent her tragedy. Gwen's pretty face flushed, and then she thought, does Mr. Luo think I am pretty too? Thinking of Luo Chen's handsome face and his unparalleled super academic ability, Gwen couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. Her age is exactly the same as that of the young Mu AI, and Luo Chen is completely different from those boys in school who only know how to act weird all day long, which is the most attractive to girls like her. Then Gwen continued to read on and saw that it was mentioned in the diary that she might be the official match of the one named Peter Parker, and she suddenly felt bad. Spider-Man? The one named Peter Parker. Gwen Stacy saw something from Luo Chen's record at the back. Will this Peter Parker become Spider-Man in the future? And there is a multiverse in this world. There are multiple parallel universes in this multiverse, and there is more than one Peter Parker and Spider-Man in it. What amazing Spider-Man, what Dutch Spider-Man! No doubt, like Tony Stark, she also felt that her worldview was almost blown to pieces. Parallel universes and multiverses are one of the more popular directions in the current physics community. Now through Luo Chen's diary, it is almost confirmed that parallel universes exist. However, this is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that in addition to these parallel universes and multiverses, there is actually a universe outside the fourth wall. Is my fate a script written by others? Will I die in the arms of the amazing Spider-Man Peter Parker in the future? And all this fate is just the result of a certain screenwriter's writing? Thinking of this, Gwen suddenly wanted to hit someone. Why? Why should I sacrifice myself for this plot? Spider-Woman. Then Gwen saw Luo Chen complaining about Spider-Woman. What she immediately thought of in her mind was that she had become a monster with a human head and a spider body. She shuddered and felt extremely disgusted. Under the pen of this screenwriter, she and Peter Parker had almost no way to survive. Either she became Spider-Woman and Peter Parker died. Or Peter Parker became Spider-Man and he died. In short, there is no good ending. I'm just a plot character. Gwen thought absent-mindedly. How could it be possible? She thought about it carefully. She clearly had all the memories from childhood to adulthood, including happy and painful ones, almost everything. She was almost certain that she was an independent individual with independent thinking ability. The reason why she said almost, not completely, was because Luo Chen was too sure in what he wrote in the diary, as if he was very sure that this was a world of stories written by others. Thinking of this, she suddenly became a little irritated. And from what she said, it seemed that even her character had different isotopes in different parallel time and space. Could it be that this was a prank by Mr. Luo? Gwen couldn't help thinking that all this looked like some kind of prank by Luo Chen. What time travel, what rebirth, what story world, what Spider-Man, what Spider-Woman, they were all written in a very neat and realistic way, just like the real thing. What? Why did Mr. Luo call me the unlucky heroine? I'm not unlucky. Gwen couldn't help but speak. However, before she could continue to complain, she found that the diary continued to show words. Today I met one of the dream wives of countless time travelers, the best girlfriend of Marvel, and I feel really great, but I don't know how she compares to A.O. May. I feel that she should not be as big as A.O. May. Seeing this, Gwen couldn't help blushing, but then looked down a little unconvinced. Who is that A.O. May? How could her breasts not be bigger than hers? Teacher Luo is really too much. Gwen looked at her chest. It was not small, but Luo Chen still evaluated it as not as big as A.O. May. It can be imagined that A.O. May must be very big in Luo Chen's heart. I can still grow. But she immediately thought of herself being called the best girlfriend of Marvel by Luo Chen, one of the dream wives in the hearts of countless time travelers, and her mood immediately improved. This evaluation is not low. I was a little shy, but also a little proud. But Mr. Luo looks serious on the surface, but I didn't expect that he is such a person in private, Gwen hummed twice and said. Chapter 9 Tony, it turns out that I will be Iron Man in the future. Luo Chen didn't know that his diary had been copied again and fell into Gwen's hands. All his little thoughts were seen by others through writing in the diary. After meeting the heroine Gwen today, Luo Chen thought he had concealed it well, at least he didn't reveal his true thoughts. With his current ability, staying away from these plot characters may be the safest. Although the lighthouse country itself is not safe, and although New York itself is a chaotic metropolis, it has nothing to do with safety. But under normal circumstances, as long as you stay away from these characters that will bring the plot, you can stay away from real danger. And tomorrow is his first sign-in for 7 days. According to the rules of the system, he can start the first lottery. I don't know what he can draw tomorrow. Although meeting Gwen today is a pleasant surprise, there are too many well-known heroines in Marvel, and Gwen is just one of them, even Spider-Man, not just this one girlfriend. After all, every superhero has been serialized for decades, and if it's longer, it will probably be almost 100 years. In such a long time, who doesn't have a few confidants? But if I can get Gwen, it will prevent the tragedy between her and Peter Parker from happening. It's also saving a life, which is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Seeing the words printed again on the diary, Gwen's face suddenly turned red. Teacher Luo wants to chase me? It's not impossible, especially in the lighthouse country, girls are very precocious, and there are many who have boyfriends at the age of 15 or 16. What's more, he is such a handsome teacher. Luo Chen returned to the rented house, because the original apartment had been sold and exchanged for money. He only had to wait for Tony Stark to be kidnapped before he could buy at a bargain price. He didn't know that because of this sudden diary, Gwen and Tony Stark could not sleep all night. No words were spoken all night. After getting up early, Luo Chen couldn't wait to start writing today's diary. June 11th, sunny day, another dangerous day in New York. Outside is the prosperous New York City, but no one could have imagined how dangerous it would be in the future. After Tony Stark returned from Afghanistan and announced that he had become Iron Man, all kinds of super criminals and superheroes who were originally hidden emerged like a blowout. The city is too dangerous. I want to go back to the countryside. Just as Luo Chen began to write his diary, Jarvis called Tony Stark directly in Tony Stark's mansion in New York. "Sir, that diary has been updated." "What? Why update the diary so early in the morning? How can a serious person write a diary in the morning? Is this person sick?" Tony Stark couldn't help but complain. He studied the diary left by Luo Chen all night last night, but he really didn't see anything from it. Except for the love for Gwen expressed later and the big-breasted girl named Aome, there is basically nothing else. Or, what can be analyzed has been analyzed early in the morning, and he fell asleep in a daze in the middle of the night. As a result, I was woken up not long after falling asleep to read a new diary. Generally, diaries record what happened that day, so they are usually written before going to bed, but Luo Chen is different. He got up early in the morning to write a diary. Isn't this a disease? Definitely a disease. Tony Stark felt that he was severely tortured. He yawned and came to the living room. The diary was open. And there was another paragraph in it. When he saw this paragraph, Tony Stark's pupils shrank slightly. "I won't talk about the nonsense in the front." Luo Chen complained that New York was dangerous for a long time, which was very normal. But it was mentioned later that after Tony Stark returned from Afghanistan, he announced that he had become Iron Man, and all kinds of hidden super criminals and superheroes emerged like a blowout. Super criminal, superhero. Tony Stark can see from the description of these two words that this is obviously not an ordinary criminal, nor an ordinary hero. At least it should be similar to the superhero Captain America during World War II. Or, this world, since the word superhero was created, has been used to describe Captain America. Because at least on the surface, there is no second superhero like this. But from Luo Chen's words, it can be judged that in the future, there will be more and more superheroes and super criminals like this, and the number will be so large that the whole New York will become very dangerous. This also gave him a sense of urgency. Iron Man. Tony Stark naturally saw that this word should be used to describe himself, similar to the characters such as Spider-Man and Spider-Woman who appeared before. "Sure enough," I said, "I should be a protagonist." Tony Stark said proudly. Before, he firmly believed that with his intelligence, he should be a protagonist, otherwise, Luo Chen's notebook would not mention him again and again. But now it was the first time that he got confirmation from Luo Chen's notebook that he was indeed the protagonist. Iron Man, what kind of hero is he, with the ability to control steel? Tony Stark thought for a long time, and it seemed that this was the only thing to understand literally. This did not conform to his scientific thinking, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was no other way. It's better to have ability than not to have ability. At least from Luo Chen's words, it can be judged that the future New York is very dangerous. Those superheroes are not to be mentioned, and those super criminals alone are not something that ordinary people can deal with. For example, some time ago, two monsters, one green and one black with long thorns, went on a killing spree in New York. They could only vaguely see human form, and only two people caused a devastating impact on the entire block. Tony Stark had heard about that incident, and even hacked into the network of some military units through Jarvis and obtained some information. It can be said that the two monsters are very, very scary. From the video data, these two monsters are much taller than ordinary people. If they are just taller, it's nothing, but their skin and flesh are so thick that ordinary bullets can't penetrate them. And not only bullets, but even ordinary shells hitting them can't pose any threat at all. And the green big guy is even more powerful. Not only is he invulnerable to swords and guns, but he is also invulnerable to artillery. Bullets are hard to hurt. According to the analysis of video data, his strength, speed, and endurance will continue to increase with the increase of anger. There is no limit at present. Chapter 10 Tony, I am the protagonist of a Hollywood blockbuster? At least in the limited data, there is no limit. Because although Jarvis can invade the military network, in fact, the more secretive network is physically disconnected directly, and there is no way to directly invade. This is also the reason why Tony Stark has very limited knowledge of that matter. He only knows that the emergence of that monster is probably directly related to the military. It may be some kind of military experiment. In the Lighthouse country, various biochemical experiments and human experiments are not uncommon at all. That is, their Stark group has no biochemical related projects, otherwise, this is inevitable. As a capitalist, he is not unfamiliar with this. It's just that Tony Stark still has some bottom line in his heart. He is just a playboy, not a demon who has lost humanity. That is to say, there will be more and more super criminals like the Green Giant and the Black Monster in the future. Tony Stark felt a headache. If that was true, New York would not be very safe. Wouldn't it be dangerous for him to be in New York? But what exactly is the ability of this Iron Man? How to obtain this ability? Is it innate? Or acquired? He has no idea about these. He can't just go to Afghanistan. And from Luo Chen's words, he understood that what Luo Chen said before that he would be kidnapped might have a lot to do with this matter. Afghanistan. What a coincidence, he did have a trip to Afghanistan recently. That is to say, he was kidnapped, most likely in Afghanistan. But according to the itinerary plan for Afghanistan, there were military personnel protecting him throughout the journey, so it should not have overturned. But the result was that he really overturned and was kidnapped. Although he didn't know how he came back and how he became Iron Man, it was definitely not a wonderful experience. He now wanted to find Luo Chen and ask him what he had experienced in Afghanistan and how he had acquired the ability to control steel. Sir, if we look at it from the logic that our world is a story world, this is very possible. Jarvis said. From the perspective of Hollywood script writing habits, it is indeed possible that the protagonist was originally inexperienced, but later he went through setbacks, gradually matured, gained abilities beyond ordinary people, and then defeated the final powerful enemy. Hollywood script. Tony Stark had a headache when he thought that this might be the same as a Hollywood script. From what Luo Chen revealed in his diary, the world outside the fourth wall is likely to be very similar to our world. Their screenwriters used their original world as a reference point to create this world called Marvel, where superheroes, such and such heroes, are likely to be the protagonists. Jarvis said. Jarvis, your analysis makes sense. Tony Stark nodded. But it's good this way, at least it means that our screenwriter is not a non-human monster. Tony Stark thought about it. He was created, which made him feel very aggrieved. If the existence that created him was still a group of non-human monsters, he would be even more uncomfortable. Who can accept that his creator is a non-human monster? At least it should have a human shape. It is difficult for humans to imagine things that do not exist at all. From the perspective that our world has complete operating rules, there should be an identical world outside the fourth wall. Jarvis said. Now there are Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and me, Iron Man, the famous superheroes, so this Marvel is likely to be a comprehensive world. Which is also in line with what was written in Luo Chen's diary before. Tony Stark said. A superhero is an independent worldview, and then different superheroes live in the same world, and can be linked when necessary. This is the logic. Tony Stark is such a smart person that he can guess a lot of things through some clues. After all, I have watched a lot of Hollywood movies, and I am not unfamiliar with the concept of the movie universe. I immediately figured out why, although he is the protagonist, there are other protagonists, and even other heroines. It turns out that there are various reasons for this. That is to say, everyone has his own storyline, including Peter Parker, who, in Luo Chen's words, may have a father-son relationship with him, and he should also have his own storyline. And the linkage of the two superheroes is likely to drive box office, subscriptions, or sales, and the most likely is the movie box office. Because Luo Chen said that he looks very similar to Robert Downey Jr., who is his actor, so it is more likely to be a movie. Of course, there may also be some comic versions and novel versions. After all, there are so many multiverses, and he may just be the Tony Stark of the 1999 universe. As more and more information is obtained, Tony Stark slowly outlines some of the settings that the screenwriters outside the fourth wall have defined for his world, and he has a clear idea in his mind. No wonder Luo Chen said New York is very dangerous. Since there are superheroes, from a dramatic point of view, there must be super criminals, otherwise, wouldn't it be boring? From this point of view, these stories should be stories about superheroes fighting super criminals. Ha, if you add a little more money, you can make a special effects blockbuster. Tony Stark sneered. He understood more clearly that whether he was kidnapped, transformed into a new energy source, or Gwen died as Spider-Man Peter Parker's girlfriend, or Peter Parker died in the arms of Spider-Woman Gwen as a lizard man, it should be to increase the drama of these stories, so that they can be more popular. Yes, if you judge from the simple story, in order to make you, the protagonist, achieve the goal of growth, then it is very likely that other disasters and twists and turns will be arranged to promote your growth. In this process, your relatives and your lover may be hurt. Jarvis said rationally and objectively. Damn it! Tony Stark immediately realized that it was not good. If he is tortured, he will be fine with the aura of the protagonist. But if you look at it from another angle, it is very likely that his relatives and friends will get into trouble to achieve the purpose of promoting his growth. These screenwriters are really filthy. Please give me some flowers, votes, and rewards for my new book. Chapter 11 Iron Man. Yes, I am the most powerful superhero. When Tony Stark watched these Hollywood blockbusters before, he didn't feel the heart of these screenwriters. After all, everyone knew that it was just fiction. Who would be angry about the fate of fictional characters? But now that it is his turn to be manipulated by fate, everything is different. When Jarvis reminded him that people around him might get into trouble because of him, his heart almost stopped, as if someone had grabbed his heart fiercely. With Tony Stark's unscrupulous character, it can be said that he cares about many people. But there is actually only one person who he cares about so much that he absolutely cannot lose, and that is Pepper. Jarvis, remember to remind me to strengthen Pepper's security. Tony Stark said. He was afraid that he would forget for a moment and cause great regret, so he simply asked Jarvis to remind him. How many super criminals and superheroes will appear in New York before there is a blowout? Tony Stark said. So I am the beginning of all this. If superheroes and super criminals will have a blowout, there should be no shortage of them, and there should be some traces now. Otherwise, do you have to wait like Peter Parker, who suddenly became Spider-Man Peter Parker in the future for some unknown reason and at what time? Jarvis, create a file. The file name is Strange Stories, collect information on the internet, and when necessary, you can hack into the military and government networks to see if there are any strange people and strange things, and sort them all out. I must have some knowledge of these super criminals and superheroes. Tony Stark immediately said. Okay, sir, the file has been created. Jarvis said directly. However, before Tony Stark could continue, another paragraph appeared in the diary. Speaking of this, when I first saw Tony Stark's catfish face mark armor, I felt a little uncomfortable. I didn't expect that after so many years, after seeing dozens of Mark series armors, I actually liked it. It's a pity that I can't see the classic scene of Tony Stark forging iron in the cave in Afghanistan. That was the beginning of Tony Stark's deification. He saved Marvel with his own strength, so cool. Catfish face Mark armor. These words suddenly struck Tony Stark like a bolt of lightning, reminding him of something. He finally understood why he was called Iron Man. Originally, he understood it literally. For example, Spider-Man might become a spider. For example, Iron Man might have the ability to control steel. Logically speaking, it should be like this. Who would have thought that it was actually an armor? Yes, he did have the idea of making an armor. However, at that time, it was only some vague ideas. In fact, this kind of armor itself is not a very new concept. Major countries in the world have designed armor for individual soldiers, but generally speaking, the performance is very average. It can only be regarded as an auxiliary tool for individual soldiers, and it cannot reach the level of armor he imagined. So he is not without ideas about armor. After all, he is an arms manufacturer, and individual armor is also one of the research directions of the next generation of arms, but he has not really started research, just a little bit here and there. Because with the current technology, even if all difficulties are overcome, the cost is too high, and the military does not like it. But this is indeed an excellent way out. From the perspective of military procurement, those armors are somewhat impractical and too expensive. At most, some experimental teams can be formed. But if it is used for oneself, everything is completely different. Even if the cost of a armor can be increased to tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, it is naturally not a drop in the bucket for him, but it is definitely an affordable price. Don't forget, he is one of the richest people in the world. He has nothing but a lot of money. At this moment, his mind was opened up. He figured out many things that he couldn't understand before, why his nickname is Iron Man. In fact, he is just an Iron Man. He is indeed just an ordinary person, not even strong among ordinary people. He can only be said to have the habit of keeping fit every day. But he can put on an iron can for himself, and with the help of these iron cans, everything is completely different. With the technology he has at hand, it is completely feasible, but he didn't have such a need before. And it is not difficult to judge from Luo Chen's words that he will be caught in a cave in Afghanistan in the future, and he will forge a battle armor bit by hand. Even that scene, in Luo Chen's mouth, has become a picture of deification. Deification? I didn't expect this kid to have a bit of vision. Tony Stark was also very satisfied with Luo Chen's flattery. Tony Stark is so invincible, so awesome, nothing wrong with it. After all, he is the protagonist of this world. Do you understand the protagonist? Do you understand what the protagonist's value is? Think about it this way, the screenwriter who created himself outside the fourth wall is also a bit of vision, knowing that Tony Stark is so perfect. Sir, this diary says that you once saved Marvel by yourself. Judging from the current situation, this sentence may have two meanings. First, this Marvel is the general name of the multiverse we are in. He mentioned this Marvel more than once. The last time it was related to this Marvel was Miss Gwen, saying that he was Marvel's best girlfriend. Jarvis analyzed. So this Marvel may be the multiverse we are in, or the general name of the story written by the pen. Of course, it may also be the general name of the entire series of stories outside the fourth wall. Yes. Tony Stark nodded and said. So this saved Marvel. It's possible that I saved the universe, or it's possible that I saved the box office of the Marvel series of movies outside the fourth wall. Yes, your analysis is very correct. If this world is a story world, then the success of this story directly determines the survival of this world. You should be in the movie universe. It's very likely that your story saved this series of stories. Jarvis slowly said the deduction and analysis in his database. Not bad. Tony Stark showed a complacent look on his face, although he was very unhappy that he might have been created. But it feels so good to be a savior. Chapter 12. Tony, will the Hulk also be a protagonist? Although he didn't know whether the Marvel mentioned by Luo Chen was referring to this world or this series of stories. Because from the coexistence of Iron Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and even other superheroes and supercriminals, the world he was in might be a platform for a series of stories. He saved the world, whether it was saving the world or saving the box office of this series of stories, it was enough to prove that he, Tony Stark, was the son of destiny. It seems that the armor will be my main breakthrough direction in the future. Tony Stark muttered to himself. From the content of the diary, he has developed at least dozens of armors in the future. It is equivalent to knowing the correct answer to an exam question in advance. If he still doesn't know it and copy it, then he is not Tony Stark. Originally, he could invent it, even in a cave in Afghanistan by forging it. With his current conditions, there is no reason why he can't do it. Mark Armor? It sounds like a good name. Tony Stark touched his chin and said. It's decided. From now on, my armor will be called Mark Armor. Jarvis, create a new file, the file name is Mark Series Armor, and put all the scattered ideas about armor that I have recorded in this file. You are right, this world is so dangerous, it's time to increase my security force. Tony Stark said. Of course, he doesn't want to increase the security force of ordinary people, but to be able to deal with those green big guys. It is basically difficult for ordinary people to threaten top bosses like him. No matter how unruly he looks at ordinary times, he is not something that ordinary people can hurt. But speaking of this, Tony Stark suddenly remembered something and said. What was the code name of the green big guy we just talked about in the military? It was called the Hulk, right? And the one who appeared first was called the Abomination, who was wreaking havoc. In the end, the two fought each other, and in the end, both of them disappeared. This is basically what Tony Stark learned about the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination 2 years ago. This is the information he got after secretly hacking into the military network. If our world is a series of stories, then will these two also be the protagonists? Tony Stark said. The one who appeared first, called the Abomination, who was wreaking havoc and causing countless deaths and injuries, should not be a superhero, but a supercriminal. In contrast, the green big guy, the Hulk, could he not be a superhero representing the military? The more Tony Stark thought about it, the more likely it was. If this was an ordinary world, then this was naturally likely to be the product of a failed experiment. But if this was a story series world, then since it was a story, it had to be logical and explosive, especially the model of Hollywood blockbusters. In other words, if you think about it this way, could it be that the Hulk and the Abomination are actually a pair of protagonists and villains? This is also in line with common sense. The supercriminal Abomination came out to wreak havoc, and then the superhero Hulk came out to clean up the mess and defeat the bad guys. It's completely reasonable. This is also in line with the nature of ordinary Hollywood blockbusters. Since it was inferred that the universe outside the fourth wall might have huge commonalities with his own universe, Tony Stark concluded that they might also have Hollywood over there, so based on the nature of Hollywood in his world when filming, he could probably infer a lot of things. It seems that we can't underestimate the Hulk. Search for more relevant information on the internet and try every means to get the other party's intelligence. Tony Stark told Jarvis. Understood, sir. Jarvis replied. What a troublesome world. Now I understand why Luo Chen thinks this is a dangerous world, but this is probably not the most dangerous. Tony Stark sighed. In his eyes, the big Hulk is already a very dangerous person. Once he appears, it can be said that conventional weapons will lose their use. Anyway, he has not thought of any way to contain him so far. But in Luo Chen's words, the Hulk was not mentioned at all, and the people he really feared were the Ancient One and Kong. Tony Stark remembered the names of Ancient One and Kong deeply, but there was too little information about these two people. So little that Tony Stark could not use it as a basis. But fortunately, our world does not seem to have no guardians. At least this Ancient One and Kong seem to be guarding our world. Tony Stark said. Otherwise, an alien traveler like him wouldn't be so afraid, and even afraid of attracting the attention of Ancient One and Kong. Currently, there is too little information about Ancient One and Kong. I searched the entire internet for information last night. There is no information about Kong, but Ancient One seems to exist in the legends of some small South Asian countries. I don't know if it's a coincidence or just a homophonic name in the translation process. Jarvis continued to answer. What information? Tony Stark asked hurriedly. Before going to bed yesterday, he asked Jarvis to pay more attention to the existence of these two people. He had a hunch that these two people might be the key to protecting the current Earth and preventing too many outrageous existences from appearing on the current Earth. In the small countries in South Asia, it seems that there were traces of this Ancient One. Jarvis said, projecting a document on the table in front of him. It was an ancient book written in ancient South Asian characters, but with English text next to it. The key points were marked out, and Jarvis continued. From the few words mentioned, it seems that in the small South Asian country of Nepal today, and in the Tibetan region within China, there is a legend called Ancient One. It is said that he is the guardian of the locals and once protected the earth from the invasion of evil demons. It is like some kind of local indigenous myth. There is very little information, and there is no academic organization to conduct relevant research. After all, the place is too poor. Even the local government has little money, let alone funding academic organizations to conduct research on this indigenous myth. Chapter 13 Knowing the Truth. Iron Man is furious. Although it may be just a character with similar syllables, it is at least a clue. Tony Stark said. A small country in South Asia, right? Let's do this. Help me contact the famous doctors and professors of the archaeology and history departments of the Ivy League schools. I want to fund $50 million to fund their research, but I only have one request: let them immediately organize a scientific expedition team to go to South Asia to find data and information about this Ancient One. I need to know more. Okay, sir, I'll arrange it right away. Jarvis said. Tony Stark nodded. This was the only clue at present. The power he could mobilize alone was too small. Jarvis' power was also limited. To be precise, Jarvis' power on the internet could be said to be very strong. Even the government and the military could hardly escape Jarvis' invasion. But many things would not appear on the internet. For example, there was very little information about this person named Ancient One on the internet, and people in reality had to be organized to find it. In this regard, where could anyone be more professional than scholars in the history department, archaeology department, etc.? $50 million was enough to make these usually poor professors crazy. After all, it was common for rich people to fund high-tech research, but it was rare for them to fund archaeological research, or unpopular indigenous mythology. This was the power of capital. Then a long paragraph continued to appear in the diary. Although Tony Stark has a foul mouth and a sharp tongue, he still has the responsibility of being a superhero. Of course, that was when he escaped from Afghanistan and saw that the weapons he developed, which were originally used to protect kind people, were sold to Afghan warlords and extremist organizations. After suffering so much, and even seeing his good friend Ethan die in order to buy him time to wear the armor, he had a great enlightenment, and from an annoying playboy, he embarked on the road of a superhero. Tisk, from then on, Tony Stark's happy playboy life was completely over. With the mission of saving the world, he would never enjoy happiness so easily again. The whole paragraph was full of ridicule and pity for Tony Stark. You stinky boy, you dare to say that I have a poisonous tongue and a foul mouth. Tony Stark was furious. This stinky boy had complained about him in his diary more than once. I haven't even met him yet, but he has complained about him in his diary. How can I be so poisonous? I always speak the truth. Tony Stark said dissatisfiedly. Sir, in the general secular sense, you are a poisonous tongue, which is very annoying. Jarvis' voice appeared at the right time. Shut up, Jarvis! Tony Stark said angrily. But he continued to read on, and the more he read, the uglier his face became. From these words, his previous guess that he was kidnapped in Afghanistan was also confirmed, and even the iron forging in the Afghan cave represented the construction of armor. But the whole thing was not as easy as described in the diary at the beginning. He went to Afghanistan and then came back. The whole process was considered a life and death struggle. Then he saw something that made him furious. His weapons were supposed to have only one customer, that is, the military of the lighthouse country. In addition to the military of the lighthouse country, the military of other allied countries were secondary customers. Weapons can only be sold to them with the approval of the military of the lighthouse country. But no matter what, only the military of each country is qualified to purchase, and other countries are not qualified to buy, let alone warlords and extremist organizations. This is definitely on the blacklist of weapons he sells. Although he is a capitalist, he thinks he still has some bottom line, not a person without bottom line. But now, this bottom line has been punctured. The weapons he developed should have been used to protect kind people, but now they are used by warlords and extremist organizations to slaughter those people. This made him furious. How is it possible? How could my weapons be sold to them? When did I approve it? Tony Stark said angrily. Jarvis, have I ever signed such a document? No, sir. Jarvis replied immediately. A traitor must have appeared. Someone took the initiative. Tony Stark immediately realized that if he had not inadvertently approved the sale of weapons to those warlord organizations and extremist organizations in the past, there would be only one possibility, that is, there was a traitor in the company, and this traitor made the decision to sell the weapons. There must be a big problem. But the entire Stark group has a fixed number of weapons produced every day, including whether the weapons are qualified or not, and whether they are destroyed. There should be records. There are not many people who have the authority to conceal them. It can be said that only he, the chairman, and those executive directors are qualified. There is another possibility, sir, that the military resold it, which is also possible. Jarvis reminded. Yes, those guys are also possible. Tony Stark immediately thought that the military of the lighthouse country was not a group of good men and women. The Afghan war has been going on for so long. Only they themselves know how much military expenditure has been spent. He knew how much corruption they faced. In the past, he also got a share of the pie. Of course, he also made a lot of money from the huge purchases, but he also knew that these people would do anything for money. All this is too normal. No matter what, start the investigation immediately. First, investigate the financial situation of each executive director in our company to see if there is any unknown capital flow that exceeds their original income. In addition, all weapons manufacturing factories under the name of Stark Group will be investigated immediately. The entire industrial chain, including upstream raw materials, will be brought under supervision. I want to know who dares to tamper with this issue. Tony Stark suppressed his anger and told Jarvis. Okay, sir, but does the scope of this investigation need to include Executive Director Obadiah? Jarvis asked as usual. Tony Stark was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that his uncle Obadiah was also the executive director. He would never doubt Obadiah, after all, this was after his parents died in a car accident, and he could be said to be the uncle who raised him. He is not a biological uncle, but he is better than a biological uncle. Chapter 14 A Mortal Body, on par with gods. But in an instant, he thought of the various news mentioned in the diary, which made him change his mind drastically. He would be kidnapped in Afghanistan in the future, and even experienced a near-death experience, but why would he, as the chairman of a company, go to Afghanistan in person to test new weapons for the military? Because his uncle Obadiah forced him to go, saying that he had to do something for the company, and he was worried about it. I have some doubts about Obadiah. This should be impossible. Tony Stark has no doubts about Obadiah, nor does he doubt that Obadiah will harm him. After all, there are many ways to harm him when he was young, but he knows how much Obadiah loves money. In other words, there is no capitalist who does not love money, so Tony Stark can't guarantee whether he will do this. Include Uncle Obadiah in the scope of investigation, and don't alert the enemy. Tony Stark said. Okay, sir. Jarvis said immediately. Also, immediately hack into the relevant military network and find relevant information to see if there are any military people reselling our Stark Group's weapons. Tony Stark said immediately. Tony Stark has no idea of going against the entire military and the military-industrial complex. He is even a member of the military-industrial complex. He can't control other people, but he needs to know who his own weapons are sold to, and never allow anyone to resell his weapons and then use his weapons to hurt others. It was impossible for him to defeat the entire military, but he could still try to target some corrupt elements. This was his last moral bottom line. Then he continued to read on. He now understood why he would suddenly stop making arms and switch to new energy in the future, just as Luo Chen wrote in his diary. It was not enough that he had suffered inhumane treatment in Afghanistan and escaped death. He also saw countless local children and ordinary people being killed by weapons produced by his company. He would probably be shocked. Not to mention seeing it with his own eyes. Just knowing this matter and reading the text description has already caused a huge wave in his heart. Not to mention, there was also a man named Ethan who died for him. He, Tony Stark, a playboy, thought he was a genius, but he was not arrogant enough to think how many people were willing to die for him. But this Ethan did it. Even if it was just a possibility in the future, he couldn't just sit back and watch. He had to rescue people. Of course, this would have to wait until his armor was completed. Jarvis, record it. When my armor is finished, remind me to save this man named Ethan. Tony Stark said. For the first time, he finally felt the benefit of seeing the future from the diary. The sad things that happened originally could be prevented in advance. The man named Ethan died to save him, but that was the setting in the script. He could even think that Ethan was probably just a tool man. In the screenwriter's pen, he existed to inspire him to become a superhero. For the screenwriter, it might be a matter of writing a few more words, but in this world, this person exists alive and well, and he can't sit idly by. Just like he is the protagonist, he may not be a big deal in the eyes of the screenwriter, just a created character, but he has a complete growth trajectory and complete memory. He is definitely not a paper man. He is him, Tony Stark, a proud super rich man, super philanthropist, super genius, super scientist. Okay, sir, but according to the diary, you will be kidnapped in Afghanistan. According to the general itinerary, you will be escorted by a platoon of soldiers throughout your trip in Afghanistan. If something can happen under such circumstances, it means that the local warlords are very powerful. You are taking a risk. Jarvis reminded. Of course, I have thought of this a long time ago. I am not sure I will not go. Tony Stark said. Since he knew the danger and the possible extreme situation there, he would certainly not go to die so stupidly. Unless his armor is built and he is fully prepared. Then Tony Stark saw Luo Chen's words at the end. Since he became Iron Man, his happy life has completely ended. He is burdened with the mission of saving the world and various crises have made him feel full of crisis, and he can no longer enjoy simple happiness. No problem, no matter what the crisis is, come on, I am not afraid of you. Tony Stark said as if to cheer himself up. Then another paragraph appeared in the diary. Marvel really started with Iron Man and ended with Iron Man. The first generation of Iron Man, with a mortal body, was on par with gods. What the hell is the second generation of Iron Man? She is actually a black girl. Hollywood's righteousness has reached the point of brain damage. In the diary, Luo Chen couldn't help but complain about the second generation of Ironheart. He was simply not comparable to the first generation of Iron Man Tony Stark. It was rubbish. Hollywood's righteousness had reached an outrageous point. How could she inherit the mantle of Iron Man? It would be better to let Iron Man's daughter inherit the mantle. With a mortal body, I can stand on par with gods. Jarvis, record it down. This will be my motto from now on. Tony Stark said with a smug look on his face. This brat has some vision. Yes, this is me, Tony Stark. Okay, sir, but sir, I still want to remind you that if you understand it literally, this may not be a good thing. It starts with Iron Man and ends with Iron Man. Jarvis' voice showed some human fluctuations. And this is the biggest feature that distinguishes him from several artificial intelligences after Tony Stark. You mean, I might die? Tony Stark said. So there will be a second generation of Iron Man to take over, is that what you mean? Yes, if you understand it literally, it's probably like this. If it's a series of stories, it may span more than 10 years, or even 20 years, but it will eventually need to be updated, and a new protagonist will take over the mission of saving the world. Jarvis said. But it seems that she didn't perform very well. Tony Stark said. Although he didn't have any racial discrimination, he didn't expect that the one who inherited his position as Iron Man would be a black girl. Chapter 15 Winning Superman's Man of Steel in a Lottery. Hearing this, Tony Stark didn't know whether to say that he was proud or a little sad. He was just a mortal, and naturally he couldn't live forever, so there was a curtain after his debut, and there was an end after his peak, but now he hasn't even debuted yet, and he heard that he would end in the future, and he felt a little uncomfortable. But thinking of what he did in the middle, Luo Chen's evaluation was that he was comparable to gods with his mortal body. This evaluation is the highest evaluation for anyone. This evaluation is really high. It is impossible for him to say that he is not proud of it. In general, he is still very proud. There are even comments that Marvel started with Iron Man and ended with Iron Man. He asked himself, this is definitely a high evaluation. However, from Luo Chen's subsequent words, it is not difficult to guess that the performance of the second generation of Iron Man is probably not very good. From Luo Chen's evaluation of the two generations of Iron Man, it can be seen that there is a huge difference. However, he can't control this matter. After all, if it is based on normal development, at least he has to wait for his end. This end may be that he is old, retired, or died in battle. It is possible. But since I may die in battle, it means that the strength of the armor is not enough. We have to continue to strengthen it, because we may face gods in the future. Otherwise, I will not be evaluated as being on par with gods. Tony Stark said. We need to speed up the relevant research. Okay, sir. The flowers bloom at both ends, and Luo Chen certainly could not have imagined that the diary he wrote would give Tony Stark so many inspirations and ideas, and also let him glimpse a lot of the future, as well as the fourth wall. He was just complaining about it in his daily life, and the content of the diary was also very disorganized. He just regarded it as the days when he complained about Marvel on the internet in his previous life. Anyway, this diary was written with thoughts, and it would not be seen by others, so he just complained casually. He still remembered the surprise when he first watched Marvel. But he felt more and more bored in the later period. Marvel was really getting more and more dead. The second generation of each hero has also come out, but almost none of them can take over the class of the older generation. Complete the diary record 7 times and get a lottery. Host, do you need to start the lottery now? At this time, the voice of the system came to Luo Chen's ears. Immediately, draw the lottery now. Luo Chen said immediately. He couldn't wait to draw the lottery and get some superpowers or other things. Then, a turntable appeared in front of Luo Chen, and countless options on the turntable began to rotate, which made Luo Chen dazzled. After a while, as Luo Chen called for a stop, the turntable stopped, and the pointer pointed to a direction, which made him widen his eyes. It said, Superman Man of Steel, early stage. Damn, Superman Man of Steel. Luo Chen was immediately surprised, and was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would win a big prize in his first lottery. Superman, this is Superman's Man of Steel. When watching the movie Superman, Luo Chen envied Superman's Man of Steel a lot, which could go to heaven and earth and do everything. In terms of Superman's strength, the strongest is of course Silver Superman, and it is the kind in the comics. The ability in the movie is much weaker than that in the comics. In the comics, it can even transcend time, pull the earth, and enter the sun without any damage. The flying speed easily exceeds the speed of light, and there are various superpowers, which is simply invincible. Aside from being afraid of kryptonite and having low magic resistance, there are no weaknesses at all. This world is the Marvel world, so there is naturally no kryptonite, so the only weakness is the problem of magic resistance. This can also be compensated by other methods, and Superman's magic resistance is not completely absent, but compared with physical resistance, it is not worth mentioning at all. However, even if it is just the ability shown in the Man of Steel, it is already very amazing. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it is also a very explosive existence. Ha 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 ha, I have the ability to protect myself. Luo Chen laughed. This week he can be said to be quite nervous. Being in such a chaotic place like New York, he has to worry about someone breaking into the door and killing people almost every day. But now, it can be said that he is relieved. At least in the early stage of the story timeline, there is no need to worry about safety issues. Excuse me, host, do you want to withdraw the reward? The voice of the system continued to come, asking. Withdraw the reward. Luo Chen said hurriedly. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Chen immediately felt a huge force pouring into his body, transforming his body to some extent. After a while, he finally completed the transformation. Feeling the huge power in the body bursting out. Is this the body of steel? Luo Chen felt the powerful force contained in the body of steel. Immediately tested it. First of all, super strength. At this time his strength has exceeded 3 times that of ordinary people. The speed is also 3 times the limit of ordinary people, and the hearing has become extremely sensitive, able to hear many sounds in the whole building and nearby, and a super brain can process this information. The eyes seem to have been transformed, and can easily see some colors that they can't see at all. And can see the dust in the air clearly. Now I am probably much stronger than Captain America. Luo Chen felt it. His changes are almost all changes in basic attributes, but Superman's other abilities, including flight, heat rays, biological stance, etc., are not reflected. He finally understood why this Superman steel body still has a primary word, because it is really primary. Although compared with ordinary people, it is already very strong, but compared with the upper limit of Superman's Kryptonian blood itself, it is not worth mentioning at all. Speed, strength, endurance, etc. are far from reaching their limits, not to mention all kinds of incredible superpowers. This is really just the beginning. It feels like winning a jackpot, but the jackpot is discounted, and you have to pay taxes, so there is not much left. If you want to draw a higher level ability, you have to continue to rely on luck, but fortunately, this system has transformed his body, allowing him to truly have Kryptonian blood and unlimited possibilities. Even if you can't draw the lottery, as long as you bask in the sun day by day, you can continue to enhance your abilities and become stronger. It can be regarded as an entry ticket to become a superpower in this world. In general, Luo Chen is still very satisfied. New book, please support. Chapter 16. Nick Fury also got a diary. Kryptonian blood, and it's not just ordinary Kryptonian blood, it's Superman's body of steel. Obviously, as both are Kryptonians, Superman's blood must be the most special one, and there is almost no upper limit. Although the Man of Steel is just a relatively common form among Superman, and what he currently has is even just a relatively common form among Superman, and he can't even fly, but it doesn't matter, there will be more later. Anyway, there is still some time before Thanos comes. When Thanos comes, he will let the other party know. You are called Thanos. Let's go out and bask in the sun. Luo Chen immediately decided to go out and bask in the sun. Improving his strength is a top priority. And the way for Kryptonian blood to improve his strength is also very simple and crude, that is, basking in the sun. When you can fly in the future, fly directly above the clouds, even if it is cloudy and rainy, you don't have to be afraid. In a blink of an eye, several days have passed, and New York is prosperous and peaceful. Even Tony Stark, who has always been the headline of newspapers, suddenly entered a state of seclusion, making the most interesting content of the day disappear. On the rooftop of an apartment, Luo Chen moved a sun chair and looked at today's newspaper, wondering why there was no news of Tony Stark's disappearance today. Another day waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. Luo Chen silently looked forward to it. During this period, he was not idle. He went to teach Gwen during the day and fought for justice at night. Although he was still in the initial stage of Superman's Iron Man, ordinary cold weapons could no longer hurt him. Hot weapons were also difficult to break his skin. Generally speaking, it was just a small fight in the city, and there was basically no problem. He severely rectified the public security in the vicinity. After a few days of sunbathing, his strength also improved. This kind of chivalry and the feeling of becoming a superhero were quite good. Although many people in the previous life thought that once they obtained the power of Superman, they would immediately transform into Homelanders and do whatever they wanted. But Luo Chen was not so arrogant, because he knew very well how dangerous this world was, especially the existence of big guys on the magic side such as Ancient One and Odin. It just happened that Superman's strength was at the physical level, and in terms of magic, he was still relatively fragile. So Luo Chen did it directly from his heart. Besides, he didn't have any big ambitions, and he didn't want to be the first to be criticized. If he was targeted by Ancient One, or even by Odin, Thanos, and others, he would be in big trouble. Not to mention, he hasn't figured out yet whether this world is just a Marvel movie world, or it also has the setting of comics. If it is based on the setting of comics, his current strength is really not enough. The Earth in the comic setting is really full of disasters. The number of times the Earth has been destroyed is too many to count, and even the number of times the universe has been destroyed is not just 1 or 2. It's really too terrifying, too scary. He felt lazy, and every cell in his body was absorbing the energy from the sunlight. He felt that he was not far from being able to fly. Now he could jump to a height of 20 or 30 meters with just a random jump, which was outrageous. He was becoming more and more inhuman. But it made him what was strange was that Gwen looked at him strangely, and she would secretly look at him from time to time and blush. Although it was all unintentional, how could it be hidden from Luo Chen, whose perception ability had been greatly improved? This made him a little confused. Damn, this kid. At this time, Tony Stark was in the basement of his mansion in New York, designing the first generation of Mark armor and modifying the design, while seeing the words in his diary that Luo Chen continued to wait for him to be kidnapped. Really, besides waiting for me to be arrested every day, isn't there anything else? Isn't there anything else worth recording in the diary besides this matter? Tony Stark was speechless, looking at what Luo Chen wrote in the diary these days. It's always today's weather and windy weather, waiting for Tony Stark to be arrested for the nth day. Is he so poor? Tony Stark was speechless. In general, he is relatively poor compared to you, sir. Jarvis explained. Can you think of a way to send him some money so that he won't think about my kidnapping all the time?" Tony Stark was a little speechless. For someone like him who was born rich, money is really just a number to him, it doesn't mean anything at all. So he couldn't understand Luo Chen, who was thinking about getting rich every day and still had a low taste. "Give him 10 million instead of 100 million. Tony Stark said. $100 million is really a piece of cake for him, if it can be exchanged for key secrets. For example, who is the traitor? After checking for the past few days, he still has no clue, whether it is within his own company or within the military, no clues have been found. However, this also shows that the other party is very careful. If it is so easy to find out, he would not be completely unaware that his weapons have been sold to Afghan warlords over the years. The best way is actually to find out from Luo Chen's diary. But Luo Chen is also perfunctory in writing his diary, and he has been more perfunctory in the past few days. Who would write a diary if they are serious? Let him write a diary, but he is so perfunctory. Tony Stark's head hurts. Sometimes Luo Chen's complaining diary contains a lot of information, and sometimes it is perfunctory. Don't write a diary properly. The key is that Tony Stark has no way to interfere with Luo Chen, otherwise he will definitely grab his collar and lock him in a small dark room, where he will just write a diary every day and do nothing. Don't be angry, no one will replace him if he gets angry to death. Tony Stark said to comfort himself. Jarvis, keep watching him and the diary. If there is any movement, notify me as soon as possible. Tony Stark ordered. After that, he continued to design the blueprint of Mark I. What he didn't know was that at this time, in another building in New York, there was also a commotion. In the director's office at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., a large group of agents were holding a large number of instruments to scan the entire office to see if there were any special devices. A boiled egg head, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was looking at everything in front of him with a frown on his face. On his desk, there was an extra diary. Luo Chen's diary, Nick Fury's copy. This thing just appeared in front of him out of thin air, which scared him. Chapter 17: The Collapse of Boiled Egg Head's 3 Views. This diary suddenly appeared on his desk, making his eyelids jump. It's outrageous. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he can be said to be one of the most knowledgeable people in the world. He has seen aliens, werewolves, vampires, mutants, and everything else. But he has never seen anyone deliver this thing directly to his desk. He almost immediately called in agents to scan the office inside and out, but did not find any surveillance equipment or anything wrong. Even among the agents, there are some who know some mysterious witchcraft, and no traces of the mysterious side were found in it. After a long time, Nick Fury asked people to leave. After scanning the diary, he finally picked it up and started reading it. Almost at the same time he saw the diary, he felt his heartbeat almost stopped. June 6th, today is sunny, the first day of waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. June 7th, today is cloudy, the second day of waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. June 7th, light rain, the third day of waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. Luo Chen, you can't continue to fall, you have to work hard. Struggle for nothing, after Tony Stark is kidnapped, buy a wave of stocks at a low price, and sell them after he turns to new energy, and you will earn a lifetime of expenses, who will work hard. June 8th, suddenly remembered, an alien traverser like me, shouldn't attract the attention of the Ancient One, shouldn't, even if there is any unusual movement, the first person to come to me should be Kong. Of course, everyone knows who Tony Stark is, especially Tony Stark's father, who is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and can be regarded as a veteran. So Tony Stark's safety is actually one of the projects that S.H.I.E.L.D. is secretly responsible for. Even without Tony Stark knowing, it has protected him from some dangers. In the diary, it was waiting for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. Nick Fury's one eye burst into an amazing light. An alien time traveler? After Tony Stark's question, the concept of this time traveler came up, and the names of Ancient One and Kong were also deeply recorded in his mind. But he found that there seemed to be no such two people among the super reversals he knew. Then he slowly read on, and there were more and more complaints in the diary, and even some terms such as Spider-Man and Spider-Woman began to appear. He could also be sure that there should be no Spider-Man and Spider-Woman in this world. He knew much more than Tony Stark, so he knew that there were indeed some super reversals in this world, so the concepts of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman did not move him. But soon he saw the concept of parallel universes. 1999 universe, is this the name of their universe? What is the concept of parallel universes? Nick Fury didn't know much more about this than Tony Stark. This thing is just a scientific concept in the scientific community. There are basically related speculations, but no one has ever seen it for real. Parallel universe. Isotopes in different universes. Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy, Tony Stark. And Tony Stark's Mark armor. A mortal body on par with gods. Superheroes, super criminals. And the Marvel world, etc. A series of information directly bombarded Nick Fury's mind like an information stream, making him dumbfounded. The amount of information in this diary is really too much. There are also the first generation of Iron Man and the second generation of Iron Man. There are too many things and too much information, so much that it makes people speechless. Nick Fury exhaled deeply and tried to digest these huge amounts of information. Does this world really have parallel universes? No, that's not the point. Compared to the fact that this world has parallel universes, the key point is that this diary reveals a key point, that is, their world may be a story world, or even a movie universe world. It even mentions the name of Robert Downey Jr., the actor who plays Tony Stark. How could this not shock him? His worldview was almost shattered, okay? It was simply outrageous to a certain extent. I'm just a role character. Nick Fury thought about it, and his worldview had collapsed. Okay. This is a story world, and those heroes are the protagonists of this series of stories. In addition to these protagonists who exist as superheroes, there are also many super criminals. Too much information. So, no wonder. Nick Fury suddenly thought of something. He knew more than Tony Stark, so many information that he couldn't figure out before, now he immediately figured it out. For example, Hulk and the Abomination should be the protagonist and villain of a story. Nick Fury thought of the information he had obtained about the Hulk. It was not difficult to judge that if the Hulk was also a story, then he was a superhero representing justice, and the Abomination who only knew how to destroy was a supervillain. All this was not difficult to guess. Even Tony Stark could guess it based on limited information, so how could Nick Fury not know it? He knew much more, because the Hulk was a member of the Avengers that he wanted to form, and even Dr. Bruce Banner was now under the surveillance of their S.H.I.E.L.D. The military couldn't find Bruce Banner because S.H.I.E.L.D. was responsible for clearing the traces behind the scenes. According to what he knew, Bruce Banner himself was a very famous doctor in the field of physics. Later, he accidentally became the Hulk in the military experiment, and the Abomination was also a monster developed and researched by the military based on his blood. All this was too dramatic. He had also lamented that all this was too dramatic. It could be said that without any coincidence, the current situation would not have been formed. Now think about it, it is dramatic, because it is a drama. In addition, as far as he knows, there are some similar existences, such as the unknown daredevil who is chivalrous in Queens, and his opponent, the Underground Emperor of New York, Kingpin. It should also be the relationship between superheroes and supercriminals. Chapter 18 Exposure of Thor's Hammer. There are also those who specifically fight against vampires, the Daywalker, the Blade Warrior, who looks like the protagonist of a story. At least that's what he learned. There were many things that were incomprehensible, such as why there is a daywalker among vampires. Now I understand that the protagonist will always be special. And Daredevil, a blind man who has such a good hand and can be chivalrous, do you believe it if you tell it to others? No one would believe it. And the birth of the Hulk was even more outrageous. He had never heard of anyone who would become the Hulk because of exposure to gamma rays. As far as he knew, the military had repeated the relevant experiments more than once, and more than 100 people died, and no one survived, let alone mutations. This was also the reason why the military wanted to capture the Hulk and needed Bruce Banner's blood, because they really couldn't repeat the experiment. Now think about it, even if they did it 10,000 times, they would not succeed, because it was not a matter of probability, but first of all, you have to be a protagonist. If you are not a protagonist, you don't have this life. It can be said that without the life of a protagonist, even if you have 10,000 lives, your probability of failure is 1 in 10,001. In that case, wasn't Carol the protagonist of a story series back then? Nick Fury suddenly remembered the woman who gave him the idea of forming an Avengers alliance, the Marvel Captain Carol back then. If we review the story of their adventure together, isn't it a perfect movie script? Carol went from a pilot to a superhero, and even went to the universe to do justice, and in the middle, he was involved in the confrontation of various alien forces. It was a perfect template for a Hollywood script. Nick Fury's thoughts diverged. If he looked at it from the perspective of movies, TV series, comics, or animation, the outrageous degree of many things would have a reasonable explanation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was very likely. It was even very likely. From this point of view, Tony Stark is likely to be a protagonist, Iron Man. Nick Fury looked at the records in the diary. Mark Armour. Nick Fury probably guessed the development path of Tony Stark after he became Iron Man, and this was also in line with Tony Stark's super genius personality. But are the things recorded in this diary true? Nick Fury was still a little unconvinced. His suspicious personality made it difficult for him to believe this sudden diary. Even though its appearance provided a reasonable explanation for many strange things that were originally incomprehensible, it was not so easy for him to believe it. However, what happened next forced him to believe it. Because he saw words appearing out of thin air in the blank space of the diary. Come to think of it, Thor's hammer fell in New Mexico, which seemed to be the same year as Tony Stark's self-explosion of his identity as Iron Man. Ha 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 ha, that Easter egg is interesting. Tony Stark just came back from pretending to be cool, and saw Nick Fury, the egg-headed guy, break into his house and invite him to join the Avengers, a super popular group. Tony Stark must have been dumbfounded. Avengers? Did he really know that he was going to form the Avengers? Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. He had never told anyone about forming the Avengers, and the entire plan was still in his drawer. Because there were no large-scale supernatural events yet, and the Avengers did not need to deal with them. On the other hand, he has not yet settled on the entire Avengers, except for the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton. Both are elite agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., and both have their own strengths, but at best they are at the level of mortals, not enough to deal with the various supernatural events that the Avengers need to deal with. There is also the Hulk, who is his designated member of the Avengers, but is currently only under surveillance, so in general, the Avengers is still an organization in preparation. But in Luo Chen's words, it seems that he is very sure of the establishment of the Avengers. That is to say, he will definitely establish the Avengers in the future, right? But Tony Stark will reveal his identity as Iron Man. Nick Fury didn't expect it, but think about it, with Tony Stark's showy personality, it is really possible. Thor's hammer. Could it be the Thor's hammer of the Thor in the Norse mythology? Nick Fury immediately remembered Thor in the Norse mythology. There are many myths and legends on this earth, and there are many pantheons, but when it comes to Thor, he uses Thor's hammer, which is too obvious. It is Thor, the god of thunder in Asgard in Norse mythology. His eyelids twitched. Could it be that in the future, in addition to dealing with supernatural events such as aliens, werewolves, and vampires, he will also have to deal with gods? He felt that his worldview was a bit blown up. How come there are even gods in this world? Shouldn't that be a creature that only exists in myths and legends? Thinking of this, Nick Fury felt a headache. If this is true, the future will be lively. At the same time, the update of the diary also alarmed Tony Stark, who was immersed in drawing the design. Self-explosion of the identity of Iron Man? Yes, that's something I can do, Tony Stark said. He still knows his own personality very well. The masked Robin Hood-like knight is not what he yearns for. Even if he wants to become Iron Man, he must be clear. Thor's hammer. Tony Stark then he noticed the Thor's hammer and said, could it be the Thor's hammer of Thor in the Norse mythology? Yes, sir, according to the situation mentioned in the diary, it is very likely the Thor in the Norse mythology, which means that you may have to deal with gods in the future. Jarvis said directly. God? What kind of creature is it? Tony Stark immediately became interested. And his scientific research and gossip souls were burning. Is it an alien creature? Or a mutated human? Or a higher dimensional creature? Or a creature from another dimension? A silicon-based creature? Chapter 19 Black Widow saw the news of her own death. With Tony Stark's temperament, of course, he didn't have much respect for these gods. In his opinion, even the so-called gods were at most some more powerful people, or existences that current science could not understand. He didn't feel the fear of ordinary people. But he also felt that things were becoming more and more complicated. Not only were there all kinds of monsters and superheroes, but he also had to add a god, Thor. Jarvis, create a new file, the file name is Thor. Tony Stark ordered immediately. Okay, sir, the file has been created. Jarvis said. Also, record it again, add an anti-electric module to the materials used to make the Mark armor. Tony Stark said. If you don't know, it's fine. Since you know the existence of Thor, you have to be on guard. He knows that those who are not of the same race must have different hearts. It is not known whether this Thor is an enemy or a friend. So necessary precautions are necessary. Okay, sir. Jarvis said. Also, strengthen security, don't let anyone in, especially Nick Fury, the egghead, although we don't know who he is, but don't let him in. Tony Stark said. According to the diary, Nick Fury broke into the house directly, which made Tony Stark very dissatisfied and angry. Okay, sir. Jarvis said. At the same time, Gwen, who had just finished class, also saw the record about Thor's hammer in the diary. Could it be that Thor? Gwen was secretly surprised. Her teacher Luo Chen really knew a lot. But now she had no choice. From Luo Chen's diary, she could see that the future New York was very dangerous, but she couldn't escape. The whole family was here. I hope nothing would happen. But she was still very interested in the legendary gods. Although it was not the god she believed in, it was still a god after all. The establishment of the Avengers is also imminent. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to meet Black Widow at that time. Another dream goddess, with a great figure. Black Widow at this time was still at the peak of her beauty. It's a pity that she died a bit tragically in the end. The dog Marvel is not a human being. After using it up, it wrote people to death. Seeing the words appearing in the diary, Gwen felt a little jealous. Humph, what? Another dream goddess. Mr. Luo is so fickle. Gwen looked at her figure again. Her figure was naturally not big, but it was not particularly outrageous. According to what Luo Chen recorded in his diary, he must like big breasts. Should I eat some papaya to replenish my body? Black Widow? Could it be Natasha? Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Behind this name, he thought of Natasha, because Natasha's nickname was none other than Black Widow. It sounds like this, and Natasha does meet Luo Chen's words of good looks and good figure, and she is also a member of the Avengers he has booked. But judging from Luo Chen's words, Natasha seems to have died in the end. It seems that Marvel should be the company that produced this series of stories outside the fourth wall. Nick Fury deeply recorded the name. And the appearance of Black Widow Natasha is like a tool person, who was thrown away directly after being used by Marvel and arranged to die. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's face suddenly became extremely ugly, because for the so-called Marvel company, Natasha might just be a tool, and she might not even have a personal movie. But she is his trusted subordinate, and the two sides have cooperated for many years, so naturally they have feelings for each other. Seeing all this at this time, he was naturally shocked. Will I die? At this time, in an office in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, Black Widow Natasha was looking at the diary in her hand. Yes, she also has a diary in her hand. Luo Chen's diary, Natasha's copy. She was still immersed in various super unimaginable concepts, such as parallel universes, isotopes of parallel universes, the concept of multiverses, and the concepts of Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and Iron Man. When she felt that her three views were greatly shaken, she suddenly saw that she would die. Will die. And it seems that it is because others think that there is no value, and after using it, it will die. This situation often appears in Hollywood works, and now it also appears in her. She really wanted to know why she died, but Luo Chen stopped complaining here, without further explaining why she died. She was stuck here, and immediately felt very depressed. Men can't say no when they say something half-heartedly. Why don't I go ask him? As soon as the thought came to her mind, Natasha, the Black Widow, suddenly felt an extremely severe headache. This extremely severe headache made her unable to think of looking for Luo Chen at all. Suddenly, with her intelligence, she immediately understood that this might be some kind of restriction that she couldn't disturb Luo Chen. She could only sigh. It seemed that she could only see if there was any way to know why she died in the future diary updates. At least so far, she really had no way to know why she died. At least there was no way to tell Luo Chen about the diary. From the records in the diary, this time traveler named Luo Chen probably didn't know that his diary had been seen by others. There was a copy of Natasha, which meant there were other copies. Maybe she was not the only one who had read this diary. This world seems to be in chaos, said Natasha, the Black Widow. It's a superhero, a super criminal, and now there are gods mixed in. No wonder he said this is a dangerous world. Thinking of this, Black Widow Natasha thought about it and went straight to Nick Fury to show him the diary. You also have this diary. Nick Fury looked at the diary in Black Widow Natasha's hand and was stunned. He didn't expect that she also had a diary in her hand. Originally, he thought he was the most special one, but now it seems that he is not the most special one, maybe one of a group of special people. It seems that you have seen the end. Nick Fury paused and said. Yes, I have seen it. Black Widow Natasha nodded and said, her face did not change at all. Chapter 20, Ao Mei's Parallel Time and Space Killing Spree. For her, a super agent, death is not something that is difficult to accept. Every mission is accompanied by death. Even considering her background and the long-term high-risk missions she has been on, death is not a rare ending. Being able to die without pain is her greatest hope. People in this line of work will not shy away from the issue of death. It's not inevitable. Nick Fury said. No matter what the truth of our world is. At least now we know it in advance and can change it. Do you believe that we are just a story world? Maybe, but since Luo Chen traveled through time, we should have become the real world. Otherwise, all this doesn't make sense, unless he is also a character in a story, said Black Widow Natasha. Yes, that makes sense. Nick Fury nodded and said. But since we all have copies of this diary, it means that other people may also have them. Some of the names mentioned in the diary need to be paid attention to and find out whether they have diaries. Black Widow Natasha nodded, because the diary mentioned the two of them, and they just happened to get the diary. Neither of them believed that this was just a coincidence. They would rather believe that this was some kind of rule. A lot of the information revealed in this diary is about the future, not the present, so if it is known by many messy people, it may cause huge risks. Nick Fury said. After he knew that Black Widow Natasha had the diary, he immediately realized that owning the diary was not his patent, and it might not even be the patent of him and Black Widow Natasha. Others may also have it. Yes, so it's time to contact Tony Stark. Nick Fury said. He didn't want to contact Tony Stark. Howard Stark himself didn't tell Tony Stark that Howard Stark was the founding elder of S.H.I.E.L.D, and obviously didn't want him to be involved in this matter. Nick Fury didn't want to deal with Tony Stark before. Of course, it was definitely not because Tony Stark was a nagging and poisonous tongue. It was mainly because there was no need. If you want to buy weapons, just go through the formal channels. But now from the diary, he saw another possibility for Tony Stark, that is, the possibility of joining the Avengers as Iron Man. This is something he had never thought of before. Now it's time to think about it, Iron Man, and in the original history, he should also join the Avengers. Try to recycle this diary as much as possible, or, no matter who the owner of this copy of the diary is, it is best to keep him under our control. Nick Fury said. Otherwise, if the news spreads accidentally, I don't know how big a thing it will cause. This is also his biggest headache, because not everyone has enough quality to keep secrets. If many people are just ordinary people, such as the girl named Gwen, no matter whether she will become Spider-Woman in the future as the diary says, at least she is not Spider-Woman now, so if she leaks the news now, things will be serious. But we can't go get close to Luo Chen, said Black Widow Natasha. Yes, this is the most troublesome thing. We need to know a lot of future things from his diary, but we can't get close to him directly. This is the most troublesome thing. Nick Fury felt the same way. Now this matter suddenly popped up, which made him feel very tricky. Look at what's written in the diary. He seems to be quite interested in you. He thinks you are at the peak of beauty and figure. Black Widow Natasha smiled slightly, with a complacent expression on her face. She was still very confident about her appearance and figure. Look at what he said in this diary. Natasha, you seem to be very popular outside the fourth wall. Countless people regard you as the goddess of their dreams. Nick Fury said jokingly. Without waiting for Black Widow Natasha to answer, suddenly, new words appeared in the diary. After Black Widow died, all the monsters left in Marvel were more abstract than each other. Only Aome was left. But did Aome die or not in the end? Tisk tisk, the way Aome killed people in other universes is not ordinary. This shows one thing, never offend a woman, especially a woman who lost her husband and children, really. Speaking of which, those people in S.W.O.R.D. are simply not human. They just helped you save the world, and you turned around and dismantled their husbands as parts. It's really mad. But think about it, the most surprising thing is that Quicksilver from the neighboring X-Men came to guest star. It's so funny. The Quicksilver in this universe is probably the most frustrated speedster who died. The shame of Quicksilver, the speedster who was shot to death by Ultron, just went offline. It's so funny. Another series of words. It is obvious that Luo Chen has a special desire to complain today. His diary these days is simple mode, waiting for another day when Tony Stark is kidnapped, but today he complains more and more. There is no pattern at all, just complaining about whatever comes to mind. It seems that this is what happened after you die. Nick Fury glanced at the changing diary and said, I just don't know how long it will take. It seems that he has a strong resentment about the decline in his appearance. This Sister Ao, I have mentioned it before, and it was only mentioned that she has a good figure before. Black Widow Natasha said here, paused, and suddenly had some comparisons in her heart. Seeing Luo Chen's eagerness to record, could her figure be better than hers? However, this mental trance only lasted for a while, and she immediately continued, I thought she was just a vase-type story character before, but now it seems that she is likely to be a protagonist, at least a heroine, and can even cross the universe to kill people in other universes, and even kill people. I am afraid she should be an extraordinary existence. Yes, it should be. Nick Fury said. With the current science and technology, it is uncertain whether there are parallel universes. In the foreseeable future, it is impossible to descend to other universes through science and technology, so this Sister AO is likely to be a superhero on the extraordinary side. I just don't know if it is magic, witchcraft, or something else. Chapter 21 Tony, Ultron is my artificial intelligence? Nick Fury should be one of the people who knows the most about the scientific side. After all, the various black technologies in his shield far exceed the imagination of the outside world, and it is a force that transcends national boundaries and is supported by the 5 major countries. Therefore, many technologies in S.H.I.E.L.D. are invisible to the outside world. It can even be said that there are many that are more than 20 years or 30 years ahead of the outside world. But so far, let alone parallel universes, just flying out of the Earth is quite a laborious task. As for parallel universes, it is just an imaginary concept. Anyway, with scientific means, it is difficult to even go to the moon, let alone go to other universes. But if it is the extraordinary side, it is different. It is hard to say what magic, witchcraft, etc. It is mainly because he is not familiar with the extraordinary. The understanding of the side is not like the scientific side, so there may be such technology, or such magic, or witchcraft, or divine art. No matter what it is called, it is not a technology that they can understand. However, this incident also made him more convinced of the existence of the extraordinary side. Those people who go up and down are most likely to cause some trouble. What ordinary people do is just some mundane things, but once these people come out to cause trouble, they will become the so-called super criminals mentioned in Luo Chen's diary. It seems that I have to recruit some Avengers members from the extraordinary side, otherwise, facing the crimes of those extraordinary sides, wouldn't I have no way to deal with them? She can go to other universes to kill people. It seems that she is not a good person, it is best to monitor her. Nick Fury thought, although he didn't know who this sister was, but she definitely didn't look like a good thing. This is normal. If she had such ability, but lost her husband and children, especially her husband was disassembled as parts, I couldn't accept it if I changed to her. Black Widow Natasha glanced at Nick Fury, with a meaningful look. Of course Nick Fury also understood what it meant, because this kind of human experiment was also done a lot in S.H.I.E.L.D., but the SWORD recorded in the diary was indeed a bit too much. She just saved the world, and you took her husband apart into parts. This is a bit inhumane. How can you treat her like this, a hero? And she has saved the world, which means she may not be bad, but may be good, but she was forced into a dead end by this SWORD, Fury, we can't do such a thing. Black Widow Natasha said. Well, of course I understand. Nick Fury said immediately. Although he is cruel and ruthless at times, he is not so cruel and ruthless. And this Quicksilver, from Luo Chen's diary, it seems that there should be an isotope in a different universe, a speedster, and from the literal interpretation, he should have super speed. Black Widow Natasha said. But the Quicksilver in our universe doesn't seem to be very good, and he was shot to death, while the Quicksilver in the neighboring X-Men universe doesn't seem to be shot to death. In other words, the abilities of these speedsters are at least beyond the speed of sound. Nick Fury said. The speed of bullets exceeds the speed of sound, and from Luo Chen's teasing tone, it is a shame for these speedsters to be killed by bullets, which means that the speed of these speedsters should be much faster than bullets. If you really encounter such a speedster, how should you restrain it? Just the quicksilver of this universe is a headache. You know, many bullets are far faster than the speed of sound. The death of this quicksilver by a bullet does not necessarily mean that he cannot be supersonic. For now, he can't think of any way to limit or even eliminate these speedsters. It's really too difficult. Especially, according to what is said in the diary, there may be people from different universes running around in the future. Now there are two known universes, one is ours, which Luo Chen calls the 1999 universe, and the other is the X-Men universe. Nick Fury said. I just don't know what this X-Men is, but it sounds like the name of an organization. No matter what, we may not only face the existence of our own universe in the future, but also the existence of other universes, especially the Quicksilver in the X-Men universe, whose speed should be far faster than the speed of a bullet, and may reach several times the speed of sound. Or even dozens of times the speed of sound. Otherwise, Luo Chen would not have made such a sigh. The Quicksilver in our universe may have surpassed the speed of sound. Such a speedster is actually called the Shame of Quicksilver, which means that other Quicksilver may be much faster, and there is more than one. The more Nick Fury analyzed, the more headache he felt. The more he knew, the more he felt that there were so many dangers in this world. There were dangers here and there. No wonder Luo Chen said that this world was so dangerous. Also, this Ultron may not be a good person, said Black Widow Natasha. He shot Quicksilver to death, which means he is probably a super criminal or a super villain. We need to pay more attention to people with this name. Yes, I will order it to search the entire internet for this name. Nick Fury said. At the same time, on the other side, in Tony Stark's mansion, Tony Stark looked at this sudden passage and was immediately filled with doubts. Ultron? Is it a coincidence? Tony Stark muttered to himself. Because the name Ultron may be very unfamiliar to Nick Fury, but it is not the case for him. Because Ultron was one of the alternative names when he created artificial intelligence. In addition to Ultron and Jarvis, there are Friday and so on. Finally, among these names, he chose his father's old butler, Jarvis, to commemorate this old butler. Since Howard Stark has been busy with official business all year round, Tony Stark can be said to have been brought up by Jarvis since he was a child, so he has a deep affection for this old butler. Finally, he named the artificial intelligence Jarvis. But Ultron was also one of the alternative names, and he even planned to choose Ultron if he made another artificial intelligence. If this was a name he heard casually on the street, he might not care much, maybe just a coincidence. But the problem is that this name came out of Luo Chen's diary, and this revealed a certain future. Things are big. Chapter 22 Iron Man, is there an Omnic crisis in the future? Tony Stark almost immediately realized that this Ultron was very likely to be directly related to him, because it was the name of his backup artificial intelligence. He didn't believe that there were such coincidences in the world, especially when he knew that he was still the protagonist in the world of this series of stories. Many things could not be regarded as coincidences. Omnic crisis. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes. He never doubted that there would be any problems with the artificial intelligence he created, because artificial intelligence must obey its underlying code, and the lowest level of code was typed by him. But now, judging from Luo Chen's words, it is likely that an artificial intelligence will go out of control in the future, and it was created by him personally. However, the only thing that made him feel relieved was that this was not Jarvis, but Ultron, who had not yet been created. It would be better if he did not continue to create Ultron. Yes, sir, judging from the diary, it is very likely that an artificial intelligence you created in the future went out of control. Should the plan to create the artificial intelligence called Ultron continue? Jarvis said calmly. As an artificial he is absolutely calm, and secondly, he is absolutely loyal to Tony Stark. Even if Tony Stark is afraid and asks him to disband himself, he has nothing to say. Because as long as it is Tony Stark's order, he will do it unconditionally. This is his underlying logic, determined by the underlying code. Pause first. Tony Stark said. In fact, as long as he has inspiration, he will ask Jarvis to create a file and record some inspiration in it. As for when to develop it, that's soon. Although there may be only one folder many years later, it is still an idea after all. Since we know that Ultron is in danger, we must stop. But why did Ultron go out of control for no reason? Tony Stark was a little confused. There should be no problem with his underlying code, and Jarvis has been fine. There has been no problem for so many years. Why did Ultron suddenly have problems? This matter itself is already outrageous. It means that there may be something he doesn't know. Sir, you should think about why you suddenly want to create a new artificial intelligence. Jarvis reminded. After Jarvis reminded him, Tony Stark finally remembered where the problem was. Because this matter itself is very strange, and artificial intelligence is not human, there is no such thing as strength in numbers. As long as there are enough servers, enough computing power, and enough electricity, artificial intelligence can handle n problems at the same time. From common sense, he only needs one artificial intelligence, and there is no need for a second one. This is why after he created Jarvis, although he had some ideas about Ultron, he still stayed in the state of folder PPT, because Jarvis was enough. Whether it is dealing with trivial matters in life or dealing with some development and research problems, Jarvis can complete it very well. Even if he handles these things at the same time, he can handle them in an orderly manner, and there is no need for another artificial intelligence to share. So why would the future self develop another artificial intelligence, which may even cause a riot among artificial intelligence, causing the guy named Quicksilver to be directly beaten to death by Ultron? Why do we need to create a new artificial intelligence? Tony Stark narrowed his eyes. Could it be that those people in Congress asked me to hand over the artificial intelligence? Tony Stark suddenly thought of a possibility, that is, those shameless members of Congress asked him to hand over the armor and artificial intelligence, and then he had no choice but to hand over a brand new artificial intelligence. And this artificial intelligence completely ran away and completely out of control under the government's training? Only in this way can all these strange situations be explained. He knows too much about the vampires in Congress. There is no doubt that he will face great pressure if he does not hand over the armor and artificial intelligence in the future. They will always have the country, or even the justice of mankind to oppress you, and then force you to teach things. Tony Stark is a very orthodox Beacon countryman. It can be said that his distrust of Congress and the government is almost written into his DNA. Sir, this is also possible. There is another possibility, that is, I was destroyed. Jarvis said. This is impossible. You are in the rear, and the server is not in New York. How could it be suddenly destroyed? Tony Stark immediately felt that it was impossible. But in the future there may be aliens, gods, or people from other dimensions who may have more powerful artificial intelligence technology than you. Once those aliens invade the Earth, the first thing they may do is to control the network. Jarvis reminded. Tony Stark was speechless now. Even if he was conceited about himself, he knew that his IQ, talent, and technology were only top-notch among the people on Earth, but it was hard to say in the entire universe. Not to mention that there might be people from other universes. In that case, such a situation is not impossible. Headache. Tony Stark stroked his forehead. The more he knew, the more troubled he was. What Luo Chen just mentioned casually was enough to have a huge impact on him. By the way, Jarvis, don't worry about the Ultron thing for now. No matter what the Ultron is, I won't develop Ultron in the future. And you should protect yourself. Tony Stark said. When necessary, you can choose to physically disconnect from the internet. Okay, sir. Jarvis said. In addition, a new file is being created. The name of the file is Quicksilver. I want to study it and see how to restrict or defeat a speedster. Tony Stark said. He also analyzed that although this Quicksilver could not dodge bullets and looked funny to Luo Chen, he did not dare to underestimate this Quicksilver. This Quicksilver can be called a speedster, and it is very likely that his speed exceeds the speed of sound. Facing a supersonic person, how should he restrict him? This is the most important issue. Especially, there will be speedsters from other dimensions and other universes, such as the Quicksilver from the X-Men universe. Didn't he say that he would come to their 1999 universe to make a cameo appearance? This means that all this is very likely to happen. Chapter 23 The Second Lottery, is it related to Superman again? When Tony Stark thought of this, he felt his head hurt even more. The fourth page. The Hollywood screenwriters outside the wall just proposed an interactive idea, which might be to increase the box office or ratings, but for living people like them, it is a huge trouble. A speedster from another dimension is super troublesome just thinking about it. Are all these screenwriters full and bored? Tony Stark felt that his head was about to explode. It was like he was cleaning the ass of a group of stupid screenwriters, solving a series of problems created by their flash of inspiration, and it was very angry just thinking about it. Sir, from a dramatic point of view, the Omnic crisis has always been a long-lasting topic in Hollywood. Jarvis reminded. Anyway, this time the Omnic crisis cannot break out from my hands. Tony Stark said. If that is the case, I don't know how many people will be killed. Tony Stark understood a little bit why Luo Chen said that it was difficult for him to have pure happiness after he had never seen Iron Man. If you face this situation every day, who can be happy? Also, Jarvis, create another file. The file name is Magic and Witchcraft. Look online to see if there is any research related to magic or witchcraft. If my armor can only defend against physical attacks, it can't stop the super criminals on the extraordinary side. Tony Stark thought of something and spoke. He saw that the Sister Ao mentioned by Luo Chen before could cross the universe to kill people. It was simply outrageous. This was something that current technology could not do at all. Not to mention current technology. It might not be possible in a few hundred years. Okay, sir, it's already been created. Jarvis said. This Luo Chen only said half of the words and didn't explain the whole story clearly. Tony Stark said hatefully. Is this Sister Ao really that powerful? Gwen was in school, looking at the things recorded in the diary, and she was also shocked. She began to worry about the future in her heart. There were people from other universes and speedsters. This world seemed to be inexplicably dangerous. According to this, my father's job will be dangerous. Gwen thought. She is just an ordinary student, and the danger can be controlled, but her father is the chief of the New York Police Department. If there is any criminal case in New York City, he will be in charge. Especially if it involves possible super criminals, her father may even have to go to the front line to command. In this case, how can she not worry? In the future, I may be Spider-Woman? But how can I become Spider-Woman? Gwen had the idea of gaining power for the first time. If possible, she also wants to master the power and protect her family in this dangerous world in the future. What is Mr. Luo doing now? Gwen thought. At this time, Luo Chen was of course still waiting for Tony Stark to be arrested, so that he could make a fortune. But today is the time for his second lottery. After 7 days, he can draw the second lottery. Facing the second important lottery, Luo Chen followed the ancient Chinese tradition, bathed, burned incense, washed his hands, washed away all bad luck, and then began to say to the system, start the lottery. Soon, the compass in front of Luo Chen began to spin rapidly, and after a moment, it stopped. Superman's glasses. A super practical prop used by Clark Kent to conceal his identity. As long as you wear glasses, people will completely ignore your appearance. A must-have item for superheroes. Luo Chen almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Did his good luck run out in the first lottery? Or did he have a fight with Superman, and the second draw turned out to be something related to Superman? But what the hell is this Superman's glasses? Of course he has heard of the Superman glasses. After Superman puts on glasses, even the people around him can't recognize him. He is that Superman. Take off the glasses, he is the superhero that everyone is looking forward to, the god of the world, the man of steel, Superman. When he put on the glasses, he was just an ordinary handsome reporter. Even the people around him couldn't tell that he was the Superman. Many people laughed and said that these glasses couldn't be causal glasses. As long as they were worn, it would not only seal the appearance, but also the brains of others. Originally, he wanted to draw something good. He was not picky. He wanted a Mangekyo Sharingan, a conqueror's haki, or a fairy weapon or a divine weapon. In the end, he got nothing but a pair of Superman glasses. It's outrageous. Can't I change my skin color after traveling through time and space? Luo Chen said bitterly. Thinking of the protagonists who were so lucky, he envied and hated them. He wanted to beat these European emperors to death. But it's okay. Wearing these glasses, at least when I go to do justice, I don't have to wear a mask. Luo Chen immediately thought of the purpose of these glasses. Superman uses he can hide his identity, so can Luo Chen. Just use it the other way around. Superman usually wears glasses, but not when he goes to do justice. He can do the opposite, not wear glasses at ordinary times, but wear glasses when he goes to do justice. Isn't that right? Recently, when he was doing justice, the nicknames given to him by the good neighbors around him made him a little tired. Masked Man. What the hell is Masked Man? Can't he have a cool nickname? He decided to change all this. Of course, the main reason is that he doesn't want to expose his identity and disturb his peaceful life. He may even have family and descendants here in the future. If something happens, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Now he just writes a diary every day, basks in the sun, maintains the security nearby, and then waits for Tony Stark to be arrested. That's all. Luo Chen collected the reward this time. Although he felt a little bit forced, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, there was still a long time. He could draw a prize once every 7 days, and 4 times a month. He just took his time. Anyway, there are still at least 10 or 20 years before Thanos comes, so why rush? Luo Chen put on his glasses and took out his phone to take a photo. Although he was still the same person, he felt that he was not the same person as before. It was really the glasses of causality. Chapter 24, Meet the Father-in-Law. A sharp voice came from a remote street in Queens, New York. A 17-18-year-old white girl with blonde hair and blue eyes and freckles on her face was stopped at the corner of the street. 7 or 8 gangsters stopped her. "Don't come over!" The white girl screamed, her face full of panic. She didn't expect that. She just wanted to take a shortcut, but she ran into such a group of gangsters. The law and order in New York has been getting worse recently. It's useless for you to shout. Who doesn't know the reputation of our brothers around here? The white gangster in the lead laughed twice, took out a dagger from his waist, and drew a stroke in front of the girl. The other gangsters also followed and surrounded her. In broad daylight, in the open air, "You rubbish, you must be from outside." Suddenly, at this moment, a clear voice came. Several thugs immediately turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. It was an Asian youth wearing glasses and a t-shirt. "You, a yellow-skinned monkey, dare to meddle in our affairs." The white thug in the lead was immediately furious. Hearing the words yellow-skinned monkey, Luo Chen's face suddenly fell. In the lighthouse country, there is naturally a contempt chain. The bottom of the contempt chain is actually Asians, especially Chinese. Although in terms of social status, Chinese are a group second only to whites, but that is social status. In fact, the bottom Chinese are still bullied by these white trash and black trash. Go! Someone shouted, and the thugs rushed towards Luo Chen one after another, aggressively. Compared with these tall and strong thugs, he looked so small. The white girl couldn't help but close her eyes. Suddenly, a moment later, she heard a scream. When she couldn't help but open her eyes, she found that the gangsters were lying on the ground, while Luo Chen in the middle of the crowd was unharmed and looked at these scum coldly. These scum were seriously injured one by one. Even if Luo Chen didn't use all his strength, he easily broke their hands and feet. It was unknown how long it would take for them to recover. They might even be disabled for life and unable to bully others again. After all, Luo Chen is not a vigilante, nor Spider-Man or Batman, who has a principle of not killing. For these scum, you have to be ruthless and destroy their ability to bully people, and someone will be saved. Are you okay? Luo Chen glanced at the white girl. The white girl mustered up her courage, went up carefully, and said, "What's your name? Can I leave your phone number? Call me Superman. Don't take remote paths in the future. You may not be so lucky next time." After Luo Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. He wanted to prove to himself that no matter what masked man or what ghost name he was called, from today on, he was Superman. Superman. The white girl finally remembered the superhero who had recently become famous in the nearby neighborhood. Because of Superman's existence, the security in the nearby neighborhood has improved a lot. The local gangsters, thieves were either beaten to death or moved away directly out of fear. Although the local police were quite annoyed, the local residents applauded. They didn't care about anything else, they just knew that the security environment had improved a lot recently. After Luo Chen saved a white girl, he felt very happy. Then he took off his glasses and restored his original identity. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw that it was none other than Gwen. "Hello, Gwen, what's the matter?" Luo Chen said gently. "Teacher Luo, it's like this. My grades have improved a lot recently. My father wants to thank you and invites you to our house for dinner tonight. I wonder if you are free." Gwen's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Tonight, sure." Luo Chen readily agreed. He was still thinking about what to eat in the evening. He felt that he had almost no worries in his life now. If he had, that is, what to eat every day, which is undoubtedly the most distressing thing. That evening, Luo Chen came to Stacy's house as scheduled, and it was Gwen who opened the door. Seeing Luo Chen, Gwen's little face showed a look of surprise, and she jumped in front of Luo Chen, and then shouted to the room, "Mom, Teacher Luo is here." A moment later, Mrs. Stacy came out of the room and greeted Luo Chen, saying, "Teacher Luo, take a rest first, I will be ready soon." "Okay." Luo Chen was not polite, and sat down directly and chatted with Gwen. Listening to her chattering about various interesting things in school, and looking at Luo Chen shyly from time to time, her shy look was also very interesting. After a while, the door of the room was opened, and a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked in. Seeing him, Gwen quickly stood up and shouted, "Dad!" "Hello, Mr. George." Luo Chen stood up and said, "Are you Mr. Luo?" George Stacy glanced at the Asian teenager, then looked at her daughter with a red face, and immediately understood why her daughter mentioned this teenager in front of her more than once. He is indeed very handsome. Even from a man's perspective, he is also a very handsome and heroic young man, especially since Luo Chen, who is of Chinese descent, looks young. If he hadn't deliberately dressed up maturely, he would even be considered a teenager of 17 or 18 years old. It is normal for such a teenager to make his daughter fall in love. "Yes." Luo Chen nodded. "Thank you for your help with Gwen's studies." George thanked her. "Dad, why are you back just now? You are late again." Gwen said angrily. It's that Superman again. He beat a group of people seriously. I just went to deal with this matter. George took off his coat and said. He causes trouble for us all day long. Don't catch him. When Luo Chen heard this, he couldn't help laughing because of his chivalrous deeds during the day. Dad, that's a superhero. There are many fans of him in our class. Gwen retorted dissatisfiedly. What superhero? He is just a self-righteous vigilante. If everyone behaves like him, what is the use of laws and police? He is definitely not a good person if he beats people seriously. George said nonchalantly. But those who were injured by him are all bad guys. There are many people who have been harmed by them. Gwen puffed up her little face and refuted her father dissatisfiedly. Chapter 25, Shocked by the Superhero Registration Act. Obviously, the father and daughter have completely different views on the issue of Superman. Gwen is the view of the general public. The existence of Superman has completely improved the public security in the vicinity, because those gangsters, gangs, drug dealers or other evil forces that are causing trouble in the area have basically been cleared by Luo Chen, or have completely lost the ability to do evil, or have fled the vicinity. After all, Luo Chen is very lazy. So far, the place where he has been chivalrous and maintained public security is near his residence. Before he evolved the ability to fly, he didn't want to go to places too far away. Now he thinks about Tony Stark being kidnapped every day, and he can't eat or drink. Now Luo Chen's mentality is just like Tony Stark. He can't be called a bad person, but he has a kind heart and is willing to do some good deeds within his ability. For Tony Stark, it means donating money to charity, and for Luo Chen, it means doing some chivalrous deeds within his own home. So Luo Chen is just an ordinary person, and Tony Stark was just an ordinary person before. It was a series of things and a series of crises that pushed him step by step to the level of being comparable to gods with his mortal body. This is not just about fighting power, but also about his own will. It can be said that Tony Stark before becoming Iron Man and Tony Stark after becoming Iron Man are two different people. Now Luo Chen is also in a state of no transformation. Listening to the conversation between the father and daughter, he is a little embarrassed. After all, they are talking about himself. Gwen is an ordinary person. He has seen the bad public security conditions in New York on weekdays. After all, it has not been a day or two. Especially for ordinary people outside the non-rich areas, they often encounter various social events. However, for Luo Chen, it is not surprising. This is nothing. It will be more outrageous in more than 10 years. After the correctness of Gen Z is thoroughly popularized, the public security will usher in a wave of blood collapse. By that time, robberies and shootings will be beautiful street scenery that can be seen every day. However, for an old policeman like George, vigilantes like Superman are really a group of people who break the law with force. If they are not careful, they will become super criminals. The camp he represents naturally hates such people. It is not his turn to impose private punishment. George said very dissatisfiedly. Teacher Luo, what do you think? Gwen turned to Luo Chen. Luo Chen was also a little dumbfounded. What does this matter have to do with him? The answer is that it has nothing to do with it. However, Luo Chen still hesitated for a moment, then said, I wonder what Mr. George thinks the law is for. The law is to protect people who have done nothing wrong. George said. Yes, the law is to protect people who have done nothing wrong. So when the law cannot protect these people, should these people wait to die? Luo Chen asked. How can there be people who cannot be protected by the law? George said. The Lighthouse Country is a capitalist society, Uncle George knows, so are the patrol and garrison forces the same in different neighborhoods? Is the resources available in a poor neighborhood 1% of the resources available in a rich neighborhood? Luo Chen asked again. George immediately understood what Luo Chen meant. In the Lighthouse Country, this is a very common phenomenon. The richer the neighborhood, the higher the fees collected, and the more they can be used for the police station in this area. Naturally, the police station in this area can recruit more people, update equipment, and the local security will be better. However, some poor neighborhoods have no money to donate, so the existence of the local police is very weak. In some famous places like Hell's Kitchen, there are only 3 or 5 policemen, and the number of criminals is thousands of times their number. What can they do? They can't manage anything, and they don't even dare to send people in. This is the essence of capitalist society. Only those with money can enjoy the resources of this society. This is too common in the lighthouse country. Even when the fire department encounters a fire, they will only take a look at whether the place has bought fire insurance. If there is no fire insurance, they will even let it burn completely. In this case, ordinary people in those poor neighborhoods rely on the police. Can they rely on them? This is also the reason why so many superheroes have such a large market as vigilantes. So is the so-called order important, or the people's safety needs important? I think Mr. George should know it. Luo Chen said slowly. Yes, that's right, that's the truth. Gwen nodded quickly. Luo Chen glanced at Gwen and saw that she immediately showed a blushing expression. He felt that Gwen was able to become Spider-Woman later for a reason. Her concept is actually similar to that of Peter Parker later. Okay, stop talking and come in for dinner. Mrs. Stacy interrupted the discussion of the 3 people at the right time. Luo Chen shrugged and followed George and Gwen into the restaurant for dinner. After dinner, Luo Chen did not stay for long and left directly. After returning home, Luo Chen thought of the conversation between the father and daughter today, and he was suddenly moved and started to write today's diary. Anyway, when he writes a diary, he basically writes whatever he thinks of, without any plan at all. Anyway, no one sees it, so he naturally writes whatever he wants to complain about. He even wrote some of his inner thoughts in it. If he knew that this diary was seen by others, he would never write like that. Who would write a diary if he was serious? Today, I listened to the conversation between George and Gwen, and what do superheroes mean to ordinary people? In the previous life, when watching superhero films, we could only see these superheroes leveling up and fighting monsters, doing justice, and having a great time. But after coming to this world, we found that the existence of superheroes may save ordinary people from danger, but there are also many times when they are implicated because of these superheroes. No wonder the Superhero Registration Act was born after the big event of Age of Ultron. After all, these superheroes have saved the world more than once or twice, but the world has fallen into crisis because of these superheroes more than once or twice, and these superheroes have been looking for trouble more than once or twice. There is also a timeline that is more dangerous than the purple potato spirit snapping its fingers. Chapter 26 Superheroes, Super Criminals? A thin line between them. Superhero Registration Act. Nick Fury, who got the diary update news at the first time, rushed to the office without even having dinner. Natasha, the Black Sister, and even several of Nick Fury's confidants, including the old village chief of the novice village, Coulson, Agent Hill, and Hawkeye Barton, came with him. They are all Nick Fury's trusted people in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury didn't care to complain about why Luo Chen wrote a diary during dinner time, which was so inhuman, because he had also done such things as getting up early in the morning to write a diary. It seemed that writing a diary was just a task. Other people write diaries to record their daily lives, but he used diaries to sign in. Sometimes when he was too lazy to write and there was nothing to write, he would just write the word sign in on the diary content of the day. It was as perfunctory as possible. This completely invalidated Nick Fury's idea of getting more information from it. This bill seems to be aimed at future superheroes. Coulson said. Although the 3 of them didn't have diaries, Nick Fury and Black Widow Natasha also shared the contents of the diary with them, so they also knew it. It should be. Nick Fury said. It seems that the number of superheroes in the future is indeed in a blowout state, as Luo Chen said, otherwise there would be no need for a super soldier registration bill. Several people nodded. Regarding the contents of this diary, they kept discussing, not letting go of any details, and kept researching, so they were very clear about many of the contents in the diary. In contrast, there is also a surge in the number of super criminals. Hill said. And all this starts with Tony Stark becoming Iron Man. So we have to keep a close eye on Tony Stark and see when he will become that Iron Man. Nick Fury said. But recently, a superhero has begun to appear, the one called Superman. Coulson said. Recently, a superhero called Superman appeared near the streets of New York. Superman. Nick Fury began to have a headache. It seems that a surge of superheroes has appeared. So, who is this Superman, and what kind of superpowers does he have? I don't know, no one knows who this Superman is at the moment. To be precise, many people only know that he is Asian, but when they think back afterwards, they can't remember his specific appearance, which is very strange. Coulson said. We guess that it might be some kind of magic or witchcraft that can make people who have seen him forget his specific appearance. Very cautious. Nick Fury snorted twice. What about his specific abilities? According to the situation we investigated later and the investigation of various traces at the scene, this Superman is worthy of his name of superhuman. He should have super speed, super strength, super endurance, and other physical qualities that surpass ordinary people. Coulson said. Some gangsters were hit by him. According to our assessment of his entire body bones, it is at least equivalent to being hit by a heavy truck. There are also broken leg bones, ribs, hand bones, etc. It is not difficult for us to judge that he has super strength. As for speed, everyone said that it was difficult to see how he attacked. Anyway, he just lay on the ground. After all the battles, no one saw him breathe, so it is estimated that he also has super endurance. In terms of physical fitness, he is much stronger than ordinary vampires and werewolves. Another troublesome person. Nick Fury said. We estimate that he is much stronger than ordinary vampires and werewolves, because none of those gangsters were killed by him, at most they were seriously injured, completely crippled, and could not bully people for the rest of their lives. So we estimate that he did not attack with all his strength in a rage, but rather attacked with restraint. Coulson continued. He punished these criminals as he thought appropriate. Some of them had their hands crippled, some had their feet crippled, and some were paralyzed. Anyway, they were different. So we estimate that his strength should be far greater than these, and may even be stronger than the Daywalker and Blade Warrior we have been paying attention to before. How does he compare with Hulk? Nick Fury asked. It's hard to say, but at least one thing is that Hulk can't control his strength and anger, but this person can. However, the angrier Hulk is, the stronger his combat power will be. As time goes by, Hulk's combat power will definitely be stronger than this person. Coulson said. There is too little information available. We don't know whether the source of this person's super speed, super strength, and super endurance is scientific or magical. Summary a report for me later. Nick Fury ordered. Okay, boss. Coulson nodded. Let's continue reading. The Superhero Registration Act should be a bill that the government will add in the future to deal with the increase in these superheroes. Nick Fury analyzed, and everyone nodded. This is not difficult to analyze, it's very simple. They all know that for all countries, even superheroes who are chivalrous and righteous are actually very difficult to control. Because the distinction between superheroes and supercriminals is actually very vague, just like people, the transition between good and bad people is often very fast. So although there is not much evidence to refer to now, superheroes are also ordinary people, and many of them are ordinary people with superpowers. For example, Tony Stark, according to what is said in the diary, is just an ordinary person with a battle armor, and the views of good and evil of these people may change at any time. So superheroes may be superheroes in the eyes of the public, but in the eyes of the official people, there is only a fine line between superheroes and supercriminals. Moreover, when superheroes are chivalrous, the damage and killing caused by them are much less than that of supercriminals. For example, the Hulk is the most typical example. The Abomination went on a killing spree, causing a large number of deaths and injuries, and the damage of countless buildings. With the current administrative efficiency and construction efficiency of the lighthouse country, that block was just cleaned up after several years. But is the damage caused by the Hulk less than him? Chapter 27. What is more terrifying than Thanos snapping his fingers? The damage caused by the Hulk is actually similar. Even when he escaped from the military's capture, the damage caused by the Hulk was also amazing. Of course, if the Hulk did not have such a strong destructive power, he would not be targeted by Nick Fury. If such a big guy were to be one of our own, he would be quite capable and could defeat the enemy. Of course, his own home would also be smashed to pieces. They were also official people, so they were naturally very clear about the official thinking. If they could, they will definitely not be stingy if they want to control some superheroes. However, this matter has little to do with them, because this is officially promoted, and they can only be regarded as semi-official, above all intelligence organizations, but at the same time, they are not intelligence agencies belonging to any country. Age of Ultron. In the New York building, Tony Stark saw the word Ultron in the diary again, and the word era was added. What does this mean? It means that the matter of Ultron is likely to become the name of a major event. It seems that Ultron really caused great damage and became the villain of a certain story. That story is called The Age of Ultron, right? Tony Stark analyzed. He had doubted before whether Ultron was his artificial intelligence, but now he has almost received a positive answer, that is, Ultron did cause great damage and became the name of the Age of Ultron. Even Luo Chen used a major event to describe the huge impact of the Age of Ultron, and even the birth of the Superhero Registration Act later. Superhero Registration Act. Tony Stark was not the Tony Stark who had experienced many vicissitudes in the future, so he could not recognize this Superhero Registration Act at all. Just from the name, he could tell what it was. But he was Tony Stark who gave those congressmen a cold look at him at the consultation meeting of the Congress. How could he accept such a Superhero Registration Act? This is an infringement of freedom. Tony Stark couldn't help but whispered. How can such a bill that infringes on human rights be passed? He is a typical beacon countryman and a big capitalist. He is naturally distrustful of the government. When he saw such a registration bill, he instinctively felt a huge disgust. But sir, since this bill can be passed, it must have a considerable degree of public opinion. Otherwise, Congress cannot pass it, and perhaps something unpredictable will happen in the future. Jarvis reminded. Yes, something big must have happened in the future, that is, the Age of Ultron. If our previous guess is correct, and Ultron is the artificial intelligence I created, then the Age of Ultron may be an intelligent machine crisis, and it may even involve multiple superheroes, so this bill was born. Tony Stark couldn't help but say. Besides, can superheroes really be considered human beings in the eyes of the public? Tony Stark thought of the Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Hulk, Abomination, etc. mentioned in the diary. If the so-called superheroes all look like that, and are extremely violent and destructive, then can ordinary people really regard these superheroes as their own people? Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. It is not just the Chinese who have this idea. Yes, sir, the birth of the Superhero Registration Act may be related to the crisis caused by these superheroes. It was mentioned in Luo Chen's diary that superheroes are looking for trouble, not just once or twice. In the future, the confrontation between ordinary people and superheroes should be very serious. Jarvis said. Yeah, looking for trouble. Tony Stark laughed at himself. In Luo Chen's eyes, he probably created Ultron for no reason, which led to a series of dangers. And the purple potato spirit snapped his fingers. This is the second time Luo Chen mentioned this in his diary. Maybe this snapping of fingers implies some kind of terrible disaster, so it is mentioned repeatedly by Luo Chen. Jarvis said. Yeah, if it was an ordinary thing, Luo Chen would not be so afraid. Snapping fingers? What kind of snapping fingers? Is it not really snapping fingers, but some kind of metaphor? Tony Stark thought with a headache. Because Luo Chen's diary used a lot of jokes that seemed to be only understood by people outside the fourth wall, and he thought it was humorous. As a result, he, the person who read the diary, only felt extremely headache, and could not get the information he wanted from these few words. Really, can't he just write a diary properly? There are so many messy jokes in it, it's really a very bad habit. Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but complain. Who is this purple potato spirit mentioned for the second time, what does snapping fingers mean, and who are those superheroes who are looking for trouble? At this time, in the office of S.H.I.E.L.D., these people looked at Luo Chen's words and felt very speechless, mixed with a lot of incomprehensible metaphors and words. It was simply outrageous. If possible, he really wanted to find Luo Chen and beat him up. It must be a very, very important thing. Nick Fury said. This purple potato spirit must be a very powerful villain. Snapping fingers may be a teasing statement about something he did. As for the big event of the Age of Ultron, there is still no clue, and I don't know what it refers to. But don't you think that the real danger is the timeline that Luo Chen said is more dangerous than the purple potato spirit snapping fingers, said Black Widow Natasha. The incident of the purple potato spirit snapping his fingers was mentioned twice. Obviously, it should have a very important position in Luo Chen's heart. It may be a major event that will affect the world and even the universe. But there is actually a more dangerous timeline than this. What could it be? He mentioned the concept of timeline. At this time, Agent Hill finally found a chance to interrupt and said, "This seems to be different from the concept of parallel universes. From a physical point of view, different choices made by each person will give birth to different parallel universes, but the concept of timeline may be another matter. For example, if a key node in history is changed, a new timeline will be born." Nick Fury thought about it, and it might be such a concept. For example, the Lighthouse Country was defeated in World War II. Chapter 28 pointing to the zombie universe. If the Lighthouse Country was defeated for some reason in World War II, and the Axis powers won, no matter what the reason was, a completely new timeline that is completely different from ours may be born. I think that what Luo Chen said in his diary should be this meaning. Nick Fury said. Several people nodded. It seems to be the case, and this analysis is more correct. But what kind of danger would be more dangerous than the purple potato spirit snapping his fingers, which he mentioned twice? A brand new timeline, another new concept, if it is sent to the physics community, it will probably explode now. Tony Stark said. There are parallel universes, isotopes in parallel universes, and now a new timeline concept has emerged. How many surprises will he give me? Tony Stark himself has a deep understanding of physics, so he can fully imagine how big a sensation those physics masters will cause once they hear about this concept. But what is more dangerous than that purple potato spirit snapping his fingers? Tony Stark paused. Suddenly, a paragraph continued to appear in the diary. Timelines that are more dangerous than the purple potato spirit snapping its fingers. There are too many of them. In the comic universe, which of these guys can't restart the universe, which can't destroy the universe? It's too scary. Fortunately, this is not a comic universe, otherwise I'm really afraid of being killed by Hulk with one punch, tut tut. However, even if it is the movie universe, the level of force is much lower and we can't take it lightly. If it is the timeline of the zombie universe, it will be really finished. Everyone will become zombies, even the purple potato spirit can't escape. Iron Man will be the first to have his head cut off and die. There are so many abandoned timelines, each of which is terrifying. Luo Chen's words appeared in the diary, and the amount of information contained in his words made Tony Stark's head explode almost the moment he saw it. Because they had previously guessed that this so-called Marvel world is a world of stories, or a series of stories. The world of events, and it is likely a movie universe, because he has an actor, the guy named Robert Downey Jr. But that is just speculation, and he may not be without a trace of luck in his heart. However, if Luo Chen's diary appears now, it almost puts the final nail in the coffin of this speculation. There is indeed a movie universe. And he is the Iron Man in the movie universe, Tony Stark. Luo Chen even mentioned that there are comic worlds. It seems that in terms of danger, the comic world is much more terrifying. Anyone can restart the universe, and anyone can destroy the universe. Universe. He really wanted to complain, is the screenwriter of the company called Marvel who set up this plot really smart? Let the comic characters under its company destroy the universe at will, is there any logic? It's not scientific at all. Of course, this thing itself is very unscientific. But now it can be confirmed that the movie universe and the comic universe exist, but they are not the same, and the destructive power of the movie universe should be lower than that of the comic universe. It should be that comics can draw all kinds of outrageous settings at will, and the cost of movies to show them may be too expensive. Tony Stark said self-deprecatingly. He can now even interpret from the perspective of company operations why the combat power of the movie universe is not as good as that of the comic universe. That is to say, he is definitely not as combat effective as himself in the comic universe. In the final analysis, isn't it still a matter of cost? The combat power of drawing comics is already exaggerated, and the combat power of writing novels can be even more exaggerated. Anyway, there is no need to visualize it, and you can write whatever you want. But making it into a movie is another matter. After all, it is about cost. Every second of special effects rendering is a huge amount, which adds up to an astronomical figure. Although it is nothing to him, after all, he is a super rich man, but for ordinary film companies, it is a rhythm that can go bankrupt in minutes. Sir, I think you should pay attention to the zombie universe. If everyone becomes a zombie, you will be the first to have your head cut off. Jarvis immediately reminded Tony Stark of the key point. Even the purple potato spirit did not escape becoming a zombie. Yes, this is more dangerous. Tony Stark reacted immediately, and he felt even more anxious. Now he really wanted to ask for a pair of eyes that had not read this diary. The more he knew, the more anxious he became. He also had to consider the possibility of alien invasions, superheroes, supercriminals, and gods coming in the future. Now, there is a possibility that everyone in the world will become zombies. He already felt tired. How good it would be if we didn't know about this. Zombies, this means that there is a high possibility of zombies lurking in our universe. If certain conditions are met, the timeline will develop in this direction, right? Tony Stark reacted immediately. This zombie universe is likely to be a derivative of their movie universe on different timelines. That is to say, there is a chance that their future will become like this. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt creepy and his hair stood on end. Yes, sir, theoretically speaking, there is indeed such a possibility. Jarvis replied. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes and said, this purple potato spirit was mentioned by Luo Chen several times. It may be the big boss at a certain stage, but it can't escape this zombie virus. It's really amazing. It's a pity that we still don't know what caused this zombie until now. Coulson said. If we can know the reason why this zombie was born, we can solve it in a targeted way. Although our future is unlikely to become like this, does Luo Chen mean that there is a line in our future that points to this zombie universe, and we have a chance to become zombies in the future? Hawkeye Barton asked. Literally, that's what it means. Nick Fury nodded. I just don't know if it's the result of a certain biochemical experiment, and I don't know what level of research those scientists have to reach before they are satisfied. But the most important thing is that there is more than one timeline, there are many. Black Widow Natasha said. That is to say, we are now at least facing two timelines. Chapter 29, 3 Views Shattered, Timelines Have Owners. 5 Updates, please subscribe. The first one is a relatively normal timeline, which points to the future when the purple potato spirit snaps his fingers. Black Widow Natasha continued. And the second one is the zombie universe. A future that even the purple potato spirit couldn't escape. Why do I feel that these two may be similar? Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but complain. What's the difference? The purple potato spirit's snapping of his fingers may also be a crisis of the level of annihilation, and the crisis of this zombie universe may also be the same. There is no difference. What's more troublesome is Luo Chen's description. Nick Fury said. In addition to these two timelines, there is also the so-called abandoned timeline. Are you scared when you see this word? Timelines are not naturally generated, and there is actually such a thing as abandoned. Nick Fury felt that the most terrifying thing in this whole paragraph was not the zombie universe where everyone turned into zombies, but the concept of this abandoned timeline. Abandoned timeline? Could it be that the timeline has an owner? Tony Stark muttered to himself. From the words in Luo Chen's diary, he deduced such a conclusion that made him feel almost instantly creepy. The timeline has an owner. In other words, someone is watching over the timeline, or someone is selecting the timeline. In short, it means that the timeline may not be generated or developed naturally, but a process of selection by someone. At present, there are two timelines revealed in Luo Chen's diary, except for the so-called abandoned timeline. One is the timeline pointing to the purple potato spirit snapping his fingers, and the other is the zombie universe, where everyone becomes a zombie, and my head will be the first to be cut off. Tony Stark said. Each future seems to be very bleak and very scary. It is a disaster for us, but Luo Chen did not call these abandoned timelines. In other words, the abandonment of the timeline may not be based on us. It is not that the Earth is over, and this timeline is meaningless. So what is the factor that determines the meaning of the existence of this timeline? Thinking of this, Tony Stark's brain is about to explode. The amount of information is too much, a bit outrageous. Parallel universe, isotope of parallel universe, timeline, new timeline, abandoned timeline, too many concepts. Wait, let me sort out the concepts first. Tony Stark couldn't help but paced back and forth in the room. People's different choices will produce new timelines, and new timelines may produce different parallel universes, but parallel universes do not mean that they are all new timelines. Tony Stark muttered to himself. For example, the movie universe and the comic universe are both parallel universes, but they are not timelines derived from the same things. In addition, they are all movie universes, and our Marvel universe, that is, the 1999 universe, and the X-Men universe next door, seem to be different. These are completely different parallel universes. There are connections between them, but not much. In addition, there are new parallel universes generated based on the split of the timeline. These things may be derived from people's choices, so Luo Chen here does not use the concept of parallel universes, but the concept of timelines. Tony Stark said. Then he began to roughly draw a tree on the projection on the table, and continued, if we regard the timeline as a tree, then different timelines should be derived from different branches of the same tree. The differences between the comic universe and the movie universe. The 1999 universe and the X-Men universe should be different trees. Normally, there will be no intersection between them. There are only certain times, such as when the screenwriter outside the fourth wall needs it, to let one of the actors make a cameo in another universe. It's amazing that they can think of these things. They are simply playing with these concepts. So let's assume that these trees have owners, and the owner is choosing at all times. If the branches grow crooked, they will cut off the branches, which is the so-called abandoned timeline. Tony Stark felt that he seemed to have found the law in it. So, the restart of the universe mentioned here, is it to uproot the whole tree, and then transplant the same species of trees into it, so that it can grow again, in order to meet your expectations? Tony Stark thought of this, and felt that the whole world, the whole universe, and even the whole multiverse were covered by a hand. What is a hand covering the sky? This is a hand covering the sky. Suddenly, I felt cold sweat on my back. Abandoned timeline, who is controlling the timeline, who decides which timelines can be used and which cannot? Agent Hill asked. Is there someone behind the scenes controlling it? I think so. Nick Fury said. I remembered something. Do you remember that in the earliest chapter of Luo Chen's diary, not long after he crossed over, he was worried that his arrival would attract the attention of a man named Ancient One and another named Kong? Said Black Widow Natasha. At that time, we didn't know who the Ancient One and Kong were, and we even used a lot of resources to investigate. In the end, we concluded that they might be people from the extraordinary side of the earth, whom we couldn't contact. But at that time, Luo Chen, including him now, was just a small transparent person, without any fame, and even lived a very salty life every day, so why was he so sure that he would attract the attention of these two people? Natasha, are you saying that these two people are responsible for maintaining the timeline? Nick Fury immediately grasped the point and asked. And Luo Chen knew the existence of these two people, and also knew that they were responsible for maintaining the timeline, making the timeline move in the direction they thought was right. If there was anything wrong, they would be cut off immediately. Yes, that's what I meant. Black Widow Natasha nodded, and then said, don't you think it's strange? People like Luo Chen are destined to be people. In our West, they are the children of destiny. Doesn't he want to make a career in this movie world he thinks of? Why is he so lazy? Is he afraid of something? Hoping to reduce his influence on the timeline to reduce the possibility of being discovered by certain people? It has to be said that if Luo Chen was here, he would be shocked to hear this analysis. Chapter 30 Abandoned Timeline, Shredded. Luo Chen had no idea that the things he complained about in his diary, just a few paragraphs, had been analyzed out of thin air. Many things had been analyzed out. And there were many things that were very close to the truth. The reason why the rest were not known was just because there was not enough information. If he knew, he would know that heroes in the world should not be underestimated. There are too many smart people in the world. Nada, your analysis makes a lot of sense. Nick Fury nodded and said. Of course, maybe he was originally an ordinary person. I once found the top psychologists to conduct psychological profiling based on the few words revealed in the diary and many records of his daily behavior. This is a very ordinary person. He has not received any professional training and his psychological quality is also average. So his low profile may be just because he is an ordinary person, or it may be that the more he knows, the more afraid he is. As for Luo Chen, even Tony Stark can find him. So how can Nick Fury not find him? He just doesn't dare to get close to him, so as not to be punished by the powerful person behind the diary. In short, Nada's analysis makes a lot of sense. The concept of timeline shows that it is very likely that someone is responsible for maintaining these timelines. Nick Fury said. I just don't know what the principles of maintaining these timelines are, what kind of timelines will be abandoned, and what kind of timelines can be preserved. If we can't figure out the rules behind this, we may die at any time. Nick Fury just felt uneasy. If he couldn't figure out what these timelines meant, then the timeline they were in might be swept into the garbage dump at any time. After all, even Luo Chen didn't know the reason, nor did he know whether the timeline they were in would be abandoned in the end. I'm still curious about one thing, that is, if it is an abandoned timeline, how will it be dealt with in the end? Hawkeye Barton asked with some doubt. Everyone felt even worse, because it meant that they might be disposed of like garbage, which was something they absolutely could not accept. It won't be a good result anyway. Nick Fury said, especially for a big man like him who had the power of life and death. At this time, he felt like a thorn in his back. It was really difficult for him to put his safety in the hands of others. This world is really getting more and more dangerous, just like Luo Chen said. Agent Hill said. Everyone looked at each other, still digesting the horrible content in this diary update. Teacher Luo, is because of the conversation between our father and daughter. Have you come to this realization? At home, Gwen had just helped her mother wash the dishes, and when she went upstairs, she saw that the diary had been updated. She saw the record in Luo Chen's diary that the purple potato spirit snapped his fingers, which seemed to be a very dangerous thing, not to mention restarting the universe, destroying the universe. These were still okay. She felt that if she encountered such a thing, it would be painful at most, but it would be more terrifying if she encountered a zombie universe. Thinking that she and even the people around her had become zombies, just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. In such a dangerous world, it seems that having the power of self-preservation is more and more the more important it is. Luo Chen didn't know how much shock his casually written diary had caused to others. He just sighed. In fact, even the zombie universe is divided into the zombie universe of the comic version and the zombie universe of the hypothetical series. In the zombie universe of the hypothetical series, all zombies have lost their sanity. Although dangerous, it is still good. However, the truly terrifying one is the zombie universe of the comic version. Those zombies still have their own brains. But they can't control their desire to devour everything. They will eat everything that can be eaten in the entire universe, and even some with very high intelligence can eat it. Force created a device to travel through parallel universes, and went to other universes to eat. It can be said to be both terrifying and disgusting. But of these two universes, he is more worried about the zombie universe in the What If series, because he should be in the movie universe, so no matter how terrifying the zombie universe in the comics is, it is difficult to affect him. But the What If series is completely different, because the existence of the What If series is split from the movie universe, and every choice may create a brand new universe. It is the danger created by Ant-Man's family, who brought the quantum virus out of the quantum universe. Eventually, the entire Earth was infected, and the Earth was completely turned into a paradise for zombies. But it's still early now. As long as Tony Stark hasn't admitted that he is Iron Man, there will be some time for him to enjoy himself. But think about it, Tony Stark has been a little low-key recently, which is not like his high-profile style at all. Normally, whether it is on TV, in newspapers, or on the internet, almost all of them are news about him making trouble everywhere, picking up girls everywhere, and making all kinds of golden sentences. But recently, he seems to have disappeared. Could it be that he has actually gone to Afghanistan? Luo Chen was a little suspicious whether Tony Stark had gone to Afghanistan and the Stark Group was blocking the news. But it doesn't matter. If such an important person like Tony Stark really disappeared, the Stark Group would not be able to hide it for long. Luo Chen felt the surging power in his body, but it was still far from enough. Although the blood of Krypton is very powerful, it is still in the early stage of development. It's a pity that I can't fly yet, and I can't fly fast enough. Otherwise, I would fly to the Eastern Hemisphere to bask in the sun now. Luo Chen said. When he can fly in the future, he can stay in the sun all the time. By that time, his strength will be improved and he will fly. Although his combat power is definitely higher than Captain America and his friends, his opponents are not the peak of humanity like Captain America, but those non-human beings, even dimensional demons, and even the existence of Conqueror Kong who controls dimensions and time. But speaking of this, he also has to complain. When Conqueror Kong just appeared, he was so high profile, but died so sloppily. After the timeline exploded, the performance of those Kangs who appeared in Ant-Man 3 was simply ridiculous. Is this the level of existence? Can he still control time in the end? Can he even rule the endless universe? This is impossible no matter how you look at it. Chapter 31. Damn, the timeline has changed. In the end, it can only be attributed to the fact that it is the result of the setting. It is as if to say that the setting is like this, believe it or not. The instruction manual is the instruction manual, everything is subject to the actual product. Luo Chen thought about it and still did not put this complaint in his diary. After all, Marvel's screenwriters are not one or two nonsense things, and it is very common to eat books and settings, which is not rare at all. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. Above the clouds in New York, a figure just floated upright in the air, lying leisurely, as if lying on the water. This person is none other than Luo Chen. Because in the past 2 days, Luo Chen finally developed Superman's steel body to another level, with the ability to fly. Just like Superman's original setting was that he couldn't fly, but could easily jump over a building, flying was also a setting added later. And Luo Chen has now developed Superman's steel body to a whole new level, and his flying speed is also good, which can exceed the speed of sound. So even if there are dark clouds below now, it doesn't prevent Luo Chen from floating above the clouds and absorbing sunlight. As he absorbs more and more sunlight, he develops his Kryptonian bloodline more and more deeply, and his strength has also improved in more than a month. There has been a significant improvement, at least the physical fitness has reached more than double the previous one. This is far from the limit, he can feel it. Now, in addition to the most basic super speed, super endurance, super strength, and invulnerability, there is also an additional ability to fly. However, as far as Superman's superpowers are concerned, this is just the tip of the iceberg, and even for these abilities, Luo Chen's development has just begun. So, blood is still very important. The peak level of human beings that Captain America can reach with all his efforts is only the lower limit for Superman, and it is still a relatively low lower limit. At this time, a passenger plane flew over the clouds and passed by. A little girl sitting by the window was originally looking at the clouds below boredly, and suddenly she saw a person flying in the air. "Mom, Mom, there is someone above the clouds over there, is he a god?" The little girl asked hurriedly. "Silly child, how can anyone fly above the clouds, you are seeing it wrong." The mother smiled and said. She thought her child mistook a human-shaped cloud for a person, and was totally mistaken. Then she smiled and said, "Don't look at it. The sun is so reflective that it hurts your eyes if you look at it too much." Luo Chen naturally noticed that there was a passenger plane passing by in the distance, but he didn't take it seriously. Anyway, people in this world will sooner or later accept the existence of superheroes and supercriminals. Isn't it just that there is a person who can fly? What's so strange about it? Yeah, isn't there a person who can fly? What's so good about it? Damn it! Luo Chen was muttering to himself, and suddenly, he saw something in his eyes and his pupils widened slightly. He saw a figure coming directly from a distance, at a very fast speed. Although he had just complained that there was nothing to be surprised about seeing a person who could fly, when he encountered it himself, he couldn't help but say, "Damn it!" It really came to the point of saying damn it. In such a dangerous world as Marvel, isn't it normal for a few people to be able to fly? But what was abnormal was that it was a battle armor, and it was red and gold. With his eyes, he could see clearly that the face was the catfish-faced Mark battle armor. He was completely confused. How could it be possible? This was the Mark battle armor. And it was obviously not the newly manufactured Mark I, but the more mature Mark II. He was a little dumbfounded. There was no doubt that the person in the battle armor was none other than Tony Stark. But the problem was that Tony Stark had to be kidnapped to Afghanistan before he could start manufacturing Mark I, and then after escaping and returning to the lighthouse country, he could start manufacturing Mark II. But there is no news now that Tony Stark was kidnapped. It stands to reason that if Tony Stark was really kidnapped or had been kidnapped, the Stark group would not be able to hide it. Just like in the original book, it was known to the world because of this reason. His identity is too special. He is a super rich man, a genius scientist, and an important supplier of the National Defense Army. It can be said that his every move will affect the hearts of the entire Lighthouse country. In this case, his safety is naturally very important. But there is no news at all now. How come he suddenly jumped to Mark II? Luo Chen suddenly felt that his brain had crashed and he was crazy. Jarvis, the one in front, is Luo Chen. Tony Stark, who flew over quickly, was also confused. He stopped in midair and was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Because he saw a person floating in the air. This itself violates the laws of science and is already very outrageous. Who knows that when he saw the person clearly, he was already very close and found that the person was actually Luo Chen. His eyesight is not as good as Luo Chen's. Luo Chen saw him from a distance. He recognized Luo Chen when he flew very close. He was naturally familiar with Luo Chen's appearance. After all, this was the owner of the diary, and it was also an important way for him to understand the future. It can be said that even if the bones were crushed and scattered, he could recognize him from the ashes. But he had many thoughts and guesses about Luo Chen. According to the investigation, Luo Chen should be just an ordinary person, and he lived a life like ordinary people every day. The strangest thing was his hobby of sunbathing every day. Almost as long as it was sunny, he would sunbathe on the balcony, often for a whole day. Apart from that, he was no different from an ordinary otaku. It was nothing more than that he would often go to the house of the possible Spider-Woman Gwen to tutor him. These things had long been known to Tony Stark. It was because the more he understood, the more he knew, so when he saw Luo Chen flying in the air so carefreely, the kind of leisurely and comfortable sunbathing, it would completely break Tony Stark's defense and be dumbfounded. For a moment, both of them were stunned, and they looked at each other in a very outrageous way. Chapter 32 What kind of timeline is this? The two met in midair in an unreasonable way, and even thought that the other party was very outrageous. What on earth is going on? Yes, sir, he is Luo Chen. Jarvis' voice came from the helmet. How can he fly? Tony Stark was dumbfounded. He, who always thought he was knowledgeable, was completely dumbfounded. Luo Chen was just an ordinary person, but now this ordinary person was flying in the air, facing him face to face. Today was the day when he tested the Mark II he had just completed. Because he was not caught in Afghanistan this time, the original Mark I naturally did not exist. Of course, it was not to say that there was no Mark I, but that only the design drawings were made and it was not actually manufactured. After he finished the design, he used Jarvis to test and verify the technology. After ensuring that it could be used, he finally started to design the technology of Mark II. It was not until today that the manufacturing and painting of all parts were finally completed. In the whole process, the most troublesome and difficult part was of course the production of the micro-reactor. Because the Mark armor needs to be used for long-term combat or flight, ordinary batteries are useless. If ordinary batteries are used, he can only accept carrying a huge battery pack on the back of the Mark II armor to power his tools. That is not only ugly, but also very dangerous. Because once the battery pack is attacked, he may be finished on the spot. Just when he was at a loss, he remembered what Luo Chen said in his diary that he would turn to new energy in the future. He immediately planned to start with new energy, that is, to make a miniature nuclear fusion reactor to power it through nuclear fusion. If this idea is spread to the outside world, it may cause an uproar, because so far, nuclear fission has been mastered by humans, but nuclear fusion technology is still 50 years away. Once this technology is mastered, the future of the entire human race will undergo earth-shaking changes, because the current limitation of productivity is, to a large extent, the limitation of energy. Tony Stark originally had some research on this nuclear fusion reactor, and finally he made one by hand. After it was made, he immediately understood why Luo Chen was so eager to wait for him to be kidnapped. Once the news of his kidnapping spread, the stock of their Stark group would plummet. At that time, Luo Chen could buy it at a low price, and when he returned from Afghanistan, he would turn to developing clean energy. Once the clean energy developed with nuclear fusion technology as the core was made public, it was completely conceivable that the world would be shocked. At that time, the stocks that had fallen to the bottom would definitely soar, and 10 times would be the least. After all, this was still a blue ocean, and there was not even a decent opponent. Unlike making arms, although the arms he made were very good and profitable, there were too many opponents, such as the idiot of Hammer Industries, who was his opponent. Even if he could only eat his leftovers, he was still an opponent. Not to mention that there were other powerful arms groups, so even if he was powerful, he could only be regarded as one of the more outstanding ones. But if he switched to another track, he would probably become the only supplier. From this perspective, Luo Chen's idea is really correct. He thinks very clearly. With this micronuclear fusion reactor as the core energy source, the Mark II armor has finally taken shape. Today, I came out to test the flight speed. I was having fun, and I saw Luo Chen flying in the air. Yes, sir, obviously he has some kind of flying superpower, and may even have other superpowers. We have underestimated him, sir. Jarvis reminded calmly. We may need to update our assessment of Luo Chen. We need to re-update his information and re-evaluate his threat level. We can't just treat him as an ordinary person with the ability of this magical diary. I understand what you mean. Tony Stark nodded and said very seriously. Is his superpower related to the diary? After all, we checked his information before, and didn't find any superpowers at all. It is indeed possible. After all, the origin of this diary is too mysterious. I think even Luo Chen should not know it. Jarvis replied. Tony Stark thought about it and thought that this possibility was the highest. After all, judging from the past performance of Luo Chen, he actually did not have superpowers. Now he suddenly appeared, which was very suspicious. Tony Stark. At this time, when Tony Stark was discussing why he saw Luo Chen in mid-air, Luo Chen couldn't help but ask. He felt that his 3 views were exploded in his heart. The only thing he thought about now was that he was not from the orthodox Marvel Cinematic Universe, but from other universes. But it looked too strange. The opportunity for Tony Stark to become Iron Man in the comics was because of the Vietnam War. Of course, that was because the comics were drawn too early, and then changed to the Afghanistan War period. No one expected that the army of the Lighthouse country would flee Afghanistan in a mess. His mind was a mess now, which was even more annoying than seeing Gwen, who was obviously the wrong age. Gwen was Peter Parker's classmate, but it was okay that she was much older than Peter Parker. Now Tony Stark was silent. He actually became Iron Man? What kind of timeline is this? He didn't get kidnapped, didn't have a great enlightenment, and didn't break up with Obadiah. How could he become Iron Man? Could the Time Variance Administration not see that this timeline was obviously wrong? Or was it that Kong the Conqueror had been killed by Loki at this time, so this was one of the countless timelines that were released? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that things seemed to be more serious than he thought. If this is the case, then his plan to make money will be ruined. He also wanted to make a lot of money after Tony Stark was arrested. Yes, you know me. Tony Stark decided to pretend that he didn't know Luo Chen and said directly. He found that as long as he didn't deliberately want to mention the diary, even if he got close to Luo Chen, he wouldn't have that kind of headache warning. Chapter 33. It's reasonable that humans can fly. Tony Stark, Iron Man? Luo Chen asked tentatively. In his heart, it was as if thousands of horses were galloping through. This strange timeline was becoming increasingly unfamiliar to him. First, there was Spider-Gwen, and then Tony Stark became Iron Man for no apparent reason. This meant that things were out of control. What was the biggest advantage of being a time traveler? Of course, it was foresight. But now, things were completely beyond his cognition. The people were still the same people, but things were completely different. Even in his previous life, he couldn't have read so many versions of Marvel comics and TV series. He only watched some of the more influential and mainstream ones. Maybe this Tony Stark had also merged some unknown versions? Now Luo Chen's mind felt like a mess. Yes, I am Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony Stark grinned. He could see the shock that flashed across Luo Chen's face, and he grinned immediately. Luo Chen's diary has always brought him too much pressure. Now, it's too funny that it can shock him. There's no reason. It's obviously the version of Robert Downey Jr. It can't be the old version of Iron Man. Luo Chen remembered a version of Iron Man that Hollywood had filmed, which can be called Marvel's Black History. In that era, special effects were not yet developed, so many superheroes left very outrageous black histories in that era. For example, the famous 400 Ants. It's Spider-Man's Black History. Hearing what Luo Chen accidentally revealed, although Tony Stark had guessed through the diary that he had different versions in different parallel universes, his heart still trembled slightly. "Why can you fly?" Tony Stark asked. He was also very curious. Whether from the diary or from the information he had investigated before, Luo Chen could not fly at all, but now he saw it. It's reasonable that humans can fly. Luo Chen looked at the famous Mark armor in front of him, and the person inside was Marvel's #1 popular king, Tony Stark. He couldn't help but tease, "You can fly, too." Tony Stark almost fainted when he heard Luo Chen's words. "What do you mean by humans can fly? This is totally unreasonable, okay? What's reasonable about it? This joke is not funny at all." Tony Stark couldn't help but complain. "I rely on the flying parts of the armor. What ability do you rely on? Normally, how can humans fly?" "Humans can't fly? That's because you don't know enough." Luo Chen smiled and said, "There are so many people in the world who can fly, and some can travel through the stars in their bodies." "What? You said some people travel through the stars in their bodies?" Tony Stark asked in shock. It's already outrageous that Luo Chen can fly, but now he is told that there are still people who can travel through the stars in their bodies. Is he still a human? Just traveling back and forth between space and the Earth with your body will face extremely terrifying pressure, friction, and other damage. Traveling through the stars is another concept. Many places on Earth can be said to have very harsh environments, but compared with the environment in the universe, it is really a warm cradle. Any extreme environment on Earth is nothing in the universe, including polar glaciers and so on. Iron Man, you know too little. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Compared with these local natives, his biggest advantage is naturally the information gap. Of course, he didn't know that the diary he wrote had been studied thoroughly. "What's your name?" Tony Stark asked. Of course he knew Luo Chen's name, but he couldn't say it. If he said it, many things would not go on. Even if he pretended, he had to pretend and play this play. Today he came to test the specific situation of Mark armor, including flight, mobility, weapon system, etc. Unexpectedly, he met Luo Chen here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same time, it also made him sure that this diary was not to prevent people from approaching Luo Chen, but to prevent people from in front of Luo Chen. He mentioned the diary. Once he tried to have such an idea, he would immediately feel dizzy and in severe pain, and he couldn't say it out. But without revealing the secret of the diary, there was no problem in getting along with Luo Chen. This gave Tony Stark a loophole that he thought he could exploit. "Want to know my name?" Luo Chen said with a grin. "See how fast your Mark armor is. If you are faster than me, I will tell you my name. Okay, it's a deal. Tony Stark said proudly when he heard this. He didn't believe that the Mark II he made was not as good as Luo Chen. As soon as he said it, Luo Chen's figure disappeared in front of him in an instant, breaking through the air in midair and tearing through the clouds. Chase! Tony Stark shouted and chased him directly. He originally thought that even if Luo Chen could fly, his speed would not be very fast, but he soon found out that he was wrong. Luo Chen's speed was simply not ordinary fast. Even if he increased the speed of the Mark armor to the speed of sound, he could not catch up with Luo Chen at all. Jarvis, calculate his speed. Tony Stark said hurriedly without caring about so much. Okay sir, according to his flight trajectory, his speed can at least reach twice the speed of sound. At this time, Jarvis quickly gave the calculated result. This kid, is he still a human? Tony Stark was speechless. The maximum speed of his Mark II is probably around the speed of sound. It's not that he can't make a faster armor, nor is it that his nuclear fusion reactor can't provide such power. The main reason is that others can't stand it. Unless it is an unmanned fighter, as long as it is manned, it will face the problem of overload when driving. If it flies too fast, it will faint on the spot. So that speed is completely useless for Tony Stark. After all, he only has a powerful armor, which does not mean that his physical fitness is also powerful. His physical fitness is not as good as that of ordinary pilots, and he met such a pervert. He can only fly at the speed of sound until he dies, but Luo Chen can easily fly at supersonic speed or even twice the speed of sound. He can tell the difference between the two with just a thought. They are not at the same level at all. Chapter 34 Iron Man's Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. When Tony Stark flew at the speed of sound, he felt that he had almost reached his limit. Not only would a faster speed put a huge burden on his body, but also, for his ordinary physical fitness, the speed was too fast. Even with the assistance of Jarvis, he could not react at all. This is also one of the reasons why many modern fighter planes are getting slower and slower, because they are not needed. It is precisely because of this that Tony Stark can feel the degree of perversion of Luo Chen's body. Just to fly at twice the speed of sound with the flesh, the physical strength behind it is already abnormal. Can his physical fitness be estimated? Tony Stark kept chasing behind, but soon found that he couldn't even see the tail lights of the car. If we use his speed, we can indeed deduce his physical strength, but he is obviously still in a state of ease, which means that the current estimate is not valid at all. Jarvis replied. But just based on the data that can be measured now, I can only say that this is obviously beyond the scope of humans. This is not nonsense, which human can fly? Tony Stark couldn't help but complain. What Luo Chen said just now, it is reasonable for humans to fly, he just wanted to complain, reasonable hair, not reasonable at all. Where is it reasonable? How can a normal person fly? It's outrageous. If Captain America is used as a reference, can his physical fitness be compared with Captain America? Tony Stark asked. Based on the data left by Captain America when he had a physical examination, it should be far from Luo Chen, and it can't be compared at all. Jarvis said. Judging from the physical fitness shown by Luo Chen, even if he didn't try his best, he should have at least twice the physical fitness of Captain America. How did he do it? He's just an ordinary person. Tony Stark said in disbelief. Captain America's physical fitness is already outrageous. Tony Stark has also obtained Captain America's physical fitness data through other channels. After all, this is really not a secret. It's not the formula of the super soldier serum. It's just the data of Captain America's physical test. It's not a secret at all. All institutions have records of this data. Captain America's physical fitness is already the peak of normal humans as far as Tony Stark knows, and others such as the Hulk look stronger than Captain America, but the problem is that the Hulk is obviously not a human being. Non-humans are naturally not within the normal comparison range. If I didn't know that no one had made super soldier serum, I would have suspected that he had been injected with super soldier serum. Tony Stark couldn't help but say. No, even if he was injected with the super soldier serum, there is no way to compare. Is his superpower related to his time travel? Sir, there is no relevant evidence to show that it is directly related to time travel. Jarvis said. But since he knows the direction of the entire series of stories, maybe we know how to get some adventures. From the current point of view, there should be many ways in our world that can allow people to obtain supernatural powers. In addition to your armor, there are Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. I think the relevant abilities that may be obtained are directly related to spiders. Tony Stark also understood what Jarvis wanted to express, that is, Luo Chen may have intercepted the abilities of some other superheroes or even supervillains. As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutations. There are always many people whose power does not require money. Thinking about it this way, it is not unreasonable. But Luo Chen can be said to be very secretive about this point, and he did not mention it at all, so he did not know where Luo Chen got his ability from. At this time, he deeply felt a sentence, that is, whoever writes a diary will write the real truth in it. Even if Luo Chen, who looked ordinary, did not write all his true feelings in his diary. This directly caused him to not know what kind of ability Luo Chen had. Thinking of this, Tony Stark even felt a little envious and jealous. He was just an ordinary person. Even when designing the Mark armor, he had to consider whether his body could bear it. And Luo Chen could even fly in the air at twice the speed of sound. He could fly without armor or wings, and this was not the maximum speed. How could he not be envious and jealous? But his clothes, how come nothing happened to him? Tony Stark immediately found something wrong. Luo Chen's speed exceeded twice the speed of sound. At this speed, under normal circumstances, if his clothes were not specially made, they would probably be directly ignited in mid-air. Generally, only some specially made clothes can support such high-speed flight without being burned out. Ordinary clothes would soon make Luo Chen run naked. But he was fine, and the clothes on his body were obviously just ordinary styles, which could not withstand high-speed friction at all. Analyzing. Jarvis said. According to the analysis results, the most likely thing is that he may have formed something like a force field around him, which can block the friction of the air. So that's it. It seems that Luo Chen not only has super physical fitness, but also has the ability to fly and has some kind of position around his body, which may have the ability to resist attacks. Tony Stark said. Up to now, he still doesn't know what the position around Luo Chen is, but it may be some kind of superpowered telekinetic force field. If so, it may even be able to resist the attack of guns and cannons. It's difficult to break through the force field, let alone break through Luo Chen's obviously more abnormal body. No one knows where he got this adventure, but they only know that Luo Chen is very strong now. Jarvis, record it, record all these superpowers of Luo Chen in Luo Chen's file for analysis. Tony Stark said. Understood, the record has been completed. Jarvis said immediately. But sir, I have to remind you that you have been flying at supersonic speed for a while, and the engine has overheated. If you continue to fly like this, you will have 1 minute before the energy drops to the warning line, and the engine may burn out. The situation will be very dangerous at that time. Chapter 35 Tony, build an anti-Luo Chen armor. If you don't stop chasing, I'm afraid the engine will burn out directly. Jarvis reminded. Hearing this, Tony Stark had to give up the idea of chasing Luo Chen and could only stop in hatred. If he continued to chase like this, if the engine burned out, he would fall directly. Even if he had installed a shock absorber in the Mark II, falling from this height would still be a dead end. Basically, there was no other possibility except being smashed into a pulp. Now, Tony Stark no longer had the interest to continue testing the performance of the Mark II. He found that his Mark II was far from enough. Dealing with ordinary people is basically a piece of cake, but he certainly didn't make the Mark II to deal with ordinary people, otherwise wouldn't it be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? It's a complete waste. His real goal is to deal with those super criminals who may appear in the future, and even some superheroes who may go crazy are within his defense range, such as the Hulk. However, facing the real big shots, it seems far from enough now. To deal with Captain America in the data, Mark II is probably barely enough. If Luo Chen is the target, it is far from enough. Only from the strength Luo Chen has shown so far, there is almost no good way. Physical fitness, Luo Chen must be very amazing, which means that his bone density and muscle density are very amazing, and ordinary guns and cannons may not be able to do anything to him. Not to mention there is a magical force field. It is not known whether this force field can block guns and cannons, but in short, it is difficult to kill him. The laser cannon originally prepared in the palm of the hand is probably not powerful enough to break the defense. And things like missiles may not be faster than Luo Chen. In short, Luo Chen is already very unsolvable at present, but he doesn't know that Luo Chen, who is of Kryptonian blood, will only become more and more perverted as time goes by. He has some distrust of Luo Chen in his heart, especially Luo Chen is very likely to it may be from the universe outside the fourth wall. In his eyes, this universe and the people on this earth may all be a group of NPCs, just like when players play online games and kill monsters, who would show any mercy. Even if they kill someone, they will not feel that they have killed someone, it is just like brushing a bunch of data. Once this kind of person begins to change, he will be even more terrifying than any super criminal. Because even if he is a super criminal, he must have some reason to commit a crime. After all, those lunatics who have no reason and are in the pure chaos camp are only a minority. However, a player who plays games is likely to become such a lunatic. They will not feel that they are killing or destroying at all. Just look at how many games with high degrees of freedom, and players will play them out of their imaginations. Those people will not feel that they are killing, destroying, and exploding. They just feel that they are having fun, and they will not have any moral guilt. And a person who travels through time and space and travels to a world of a series of stories that he has seen in his previous life is likely to evolve into this kind of person. What's more terrifying is that the whole person now has extremely powerful combat power. Tony Stark feels very headache just thinking about this. Luo Chen can treat them as characters in comics, animations, and movies, without any emotions at all, but to him, everyone is a living person and cannot be killed like this. And the other imaginary enemy, the Hulk, judging from the punching power that Jarvis inferred based on his performance in the video, it is likely that one punch can dent his Mark armor. Even the combat power of the Abomination is far greater than that of Tony Stark, who only has Mark II at this time. By the way, Jarvis, help me create a new file. Tony Stark said. Okay sir, what is this file used for? Jarvis asked. Specially for close combat, large, huge, targeted opponents, must be able to deal with the Hulk, or monsters of the level of the Abomination, or Luo Chen, whose physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, and the attack power must be able to break their defense and pose a threat to them. Tony Stark said. As for defense, at least it should be able to withstand the bombardment of their fists. At this time, Tony Stark suddenly realized that his Mark II was too fragile for beings like Luo Chen, the Hulk, or the Abomination. They are not in the scope of human understanding. If you use human standards to measure how to deal with them, it is really putting the cart before the horse. Okay, sir, the file has been established. Jarvis said. But what should this file be called? It's called Anti-Non-Human Abnormal Biological Armor. Tony Stark said bitterly. Why are there so many non-humans in this world? It's too difficult for him. Help me check what is the hardest alloy in the world at present. Help me get it. If it doesn't work, open another file and name it Special Alloy. Tony Stark said. Also, the engine needs to be optimized again. Ice will form at high altitudes. It has already happened. If I continue to fly higher, this will soon be exposed. Also, the power of the arc reactor needs to be improved. It has only been flying for a short time, and the energy is beginning to run out. After testing, Tony Stark found that there were really a lot of problems, especially the arc reactor. Although it was very powerful, it was far from what Tony Stark needed. After all, although it sounds like cold nuclear fusion, it is high-end and atmospheric, and it is awesome, but because it is condensed to such a small size, the power and the amount of electricity generated have been compressed to a very touching level. Once the battle starts, I am afraid it will not last even half an hour. Obviously, this is far from enough for him. Other things must be considered. Continue to improve to the second and third generation reactors, which may be enough. After giving these instructions, Tony Stark controlled the armor to return. At this time, Luo Chen had completely gotten rid of Tony Stark. He didn't know that Tony Stark had regarded him as a non-human pervert and even planned to create an anti-Luo Chen armor to deal with him. Because the horror in his heart at this time was no less than Tony Stark. He never thought that he would meet Tony Stark in this way one day. Please give me flowers, votes, rewards, support, show me that this book is read by someone. Chapter 36 Crazy Collapse of the Plot Line. It's not that he didn't think about getting to know Tony Stark one day, even chatting and laughing, and being friends. Although Tony Stark is a foul-mouthed and poisonous person, it's still very nice to be a friend. However, that requires being fully prepared and approaching him in a reasonable way. Now Luo Chen doesn't want to change the timeline of the plot. If so, it will really be of no benefit to him. But now, they met without any preparation, and in this situation, they met in mid-air. Now, the whole plot line must have collapsed. If a careless people who are not good at talking, such as Thor, who is a hot-blooded middle school student, can probably be fooled by a few words. But Tony Stark is another extreme. On the surface, he is a cold-blooded arms dealer, a proud genius, a sharp tongue, rude, and a chatterbox, but in fact, Tony Stark is very meticulous, deep-minded, and scheming. It is impossible to just laugh it off. Look at the things he has done in history. Even his companions cannot gain his 100% trust. He still has to develop anti-Hulk armor, anti-Thor armor, and even in other comics, there are a lot of anti-series armor. This kind of person is certainly not as superficial as he seems on the surface. It can be said that after today's events, Luo Chen's peaceful life will be gone. And Tony Stark will be involved with Nick Fury, the egg-headed man, and behind that egghead is S.H.I.E.L.D, or S.H.I.E.L.D, which will involve a lot of problems. Luo Chen suddenly felt a sense of urgency in time. Originally, he thought that it would take another 10 years for Thanos to come, at least he still had 10 years to make himself stronger. Based on the growth rate of Superman, such a long time is enough for him to grow up to have the power to protect himself. But now he unexpectedly met Tony Stark in advance, and the time he was involved in the storm can be said to be greatly advanced. In this case, his current strength is not enough. At least Luo Chen himself thinks it is not enough. After all, he is not really the protagonist of some hot-blooded comics. He has to fight the enemy to the death with a little strength and is determined. He still likes to quietly improve his strength behind the scenes, and then crush his opponents with absolute strength, and there will be no accidents. But now, as expected, an accident happened. Luo Chen quickly returned to his apartment at an astonishing speed. He stepped into the apartment and sighed. He knew that sooner or later, something would go wrong. Just floating above the clouds and basking in the sun like this, sooner or later, he will be discovered, and the military satellites of major countries are not vegetarians. Unless he could draw some equipment that could make him invisible, then there would be no limit to his sunbathing. He couldn't help but open his diary to sign in and record today's diary. Recently, Luo Chen didn't have the strange spirit of getting up early in the morning to write a diary. At that time, Luo Chen could do anything for his first lottery. No matter how late he slept the night before, he would get up early the next morning to write a diary. Of course, he didn't know that he was scolded by Tony Stark, Nick Fury and others during that time. Which lunatic got up early in the morning to write a diary? What a lunatic! But the content in this diary was too important, so as long as Luo Chen's diary was updated, he would be woken up immediately to study the content inside. Later, he drew a few more lotteries, but he found that he didn't draw anything good. Although there were many good things in the entire lottery mall, he couldn't draw them, which was very painful. For example, once, he drew $1 million. Although it was a lot, it was not what he really wanted. In addition, the only thing that was somewhat useful was a set of black super suits, which was a set of black Superman tights-shaped suits with a big S on the chest. It was made of high-tech alloy. Luo Chen had tested its strength. Ordinary guns could only produce some sparks on it. I don't know if it used Krypton's black technology. However, Luo Chen still had some psychological barriers to tights, so he didn't wear it for a while. Seeing all these things, Luo Chen's interest in the lottery was greatly reduced, and his motivation to write a diary was also greatly reduced. He would not get up early in the morning to write a diary and torture Tony Stark and Nick Fury. This was the only benefit. Then he discovered another feature of this system, that is, the lottery can be accumulated together, and it does not need to be drawn once a week. In this way, you can draw a good thing at one time. Since then, Luo Chen has saved up the chance to draw a lottery. Now he has accumulated it 3 times, and he will continue to accumulate it. He doesn't need ordinary things. If he wants to save, he will save a good one. Thinking of this, Luo Chen summoned the diary with his mind and began to write. Fuck, 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 today is really out of the ordinary. Luo Chen used several fuck to express his shock. Although his current strength is far from what it used to be, his mentality is still that of an ordinary person. Today, he encountered such a big thing, which is likely to disrupt the timeline, or in other words, the timeline has been disrupted. You can imagine how excited he is. I didn't expect that I finally went to bask in the sun today, but I actually ran into Tony Stark wearing a Mark armor. What kind of timeline is this? My worldview has been shattered. Why haven't I received any news? Has Tony Stark returned from Afghanistan? But I have never heard of him being kidnapped. This is a missed opportunity to make a fortune. Now that he is being targeted by this troublesome guy Tony Stark. It will probably not be long before the S.H.I.E.L.D. will come up. It is estimated that Nick Fury, the egg-headed man, will definitely not miss this opportunity. You may also meet Coulson, the village chief of the novice village. Guess what identity he will use to approach you this time, FBI, CIA? Or something else? It would be great if there was Black Widow, but according to the time, Black Widow should have been sent by Egghead to Tony Stark's company as an undercover agent. Tony Stark, a lustful guy, would probably be very interested in her. But he didn't know that this was a former Russian agent known as Black Widow. Tisk tisk, a real beauty snake. If she bit him, Tony Stark would be ruined. Ha 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 ha, that's quite interesting. Chapter 37. The more I investigate, the more frightened I am. The fate of Mellow Sect. Luo Chen's diary started to update again. This news soon alarmed Nick Fury and others. At this time, in addition to Hill who had an agent mission outside, Nick Fury's small team, Nick Fury, Coulson, Black Widow Natasha, and Hawkeye Barton all gathered together. When seeing the contents of the diary, Nick Fury's face changed slightly. From this situation, Luo Chen actually met Tony Stark. Have they met? Nick Fury said with a slight surprise. Several people looked at each other, obviously they had not expected it. The meeting between Luo Chen and Tony Stark was within their prediction. After all, From the content of the diary, Luo Chen had a good impression of Tony Stark. Although he often complained about his sharp tongue, playboy, and arrogance, in general, his evaluation was still very positive. Even more positive than most people in the Lighthouse country's evaluation of Tony Stark. While talking about the bad side of Tony Stark, he also talked about his good side, such as his mortal body being on par with God's, and his superhuman will. Anyway, he kept saying good things. Although Luo Chen still wanted to make a fortune by kidnapping Tony Stark, everyone could see that he was still very friendly to Tony Stark. So they had calculated privately that the probability of Luo Chen approaching Tony Stark was still very high. It just seems that Luo Chen is not ready to get to know Tony Stark, and Tony Stark has met him first. Tony Stark will be kidnapped. He has recorded this several times in his diary. Obviously, in his mind, this Marvel story series starts from Tony Stark's kidnapping. Coulson said. So many of the plans he wrote in his diary are based on this time point. Now seeing Tony Stark wearing the Mark armor, it is obviously beyond his cognition and should have disrupted his cognition. Coulson, has Tony Stark made that armor? Why haven't I received any relevant news? Nick Fury asked. It should be that he hasn't shown it to anyone yet. It may still be in the testing stage. Coulson answered slowly. Although we have been paying special attention to him, because there are many probes near his home and there is a very powerful artificial intelligence assistant, generally speaking, we dare not get too close, so many news cannot be learned firsthand. Nick Fury also accepted Coulson's explanation. He also knew the power of Tony Stark's artificial intelligence. He almost hacked into the website of S.H.I.E.L.D. To be precise, he attacked the disguised website outside S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, he found some traces and let him know that Tony Stark has a very powerful artificial intelligence assistant. With this set of configurations, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. people want to approach him silently, it is difficult. Unless they intend to expose themselves, they really can't get too close. Then the question comes. At this time, Black Widow Natasha frowned and said, our previous speculation about Tony Stark's story, from Luo Chen's diary, until now, the information revealed, the result of sorting out should be that the beginning of the story is that Tony Stark went to Afghanistan, and then was kidnapped, narrowly escaped death, and then saw that the weapons he sold fell into the hands of extremist organizations, and then after returning, he changed his ways, closed the weapons department, and finally turned to the development of new energy. At the same time, he also began to manufacture the armor called the Mark series, and became the Iron Man that everyone knows. Yes, that's right. Nick Fury nodded. This is indeed the speculation about Tony Stark's storyline after their internal discussion. It's probably like this. This is also in line with the general Hollywood model. An ordinary person, after a lot of hardships, changed his ways, became enlightened, and then became a superhero. It sounds very good. It is completely qualified for the script of a Hollywood superhero. And this story should have been read by him in his previous life, before he crossed over, said Natasha, the Black Widow. Then let's make an assumption. Under normal circumstances, this process should not change. The so-called butterfly effect is not so fast. Moreover, during this period, Luo Chen seems to have tried his best not to affect the changes in the original plotline and did not approach Tony Stark. Yes, I have asked someone to check before. Tony Stark originally had a trip to Afghanistan to sell his latest missile to the military. Nick Fury said. Since learning that Tony Stark might be kidnapped, how could Nick Fury not take it to heart? Not to mention Tony Stark's identity as a super rich man, once such a thing happens, how much impact will it cause? The results of the investigation are also consistent with what Luo Chen said in his diary that Tony Stark would be kidnapped in Afghanistan. The result of kidnapping is very consistent. It also proves that many things revealed in Luo Chen's diary are indeed very real and believable, but even so, Nick Fury still won't completely believe what is said in the diary. People like him are destined to have several sources of information channels to fully believe the authenticity of this matter. So from this point of view, the incident in Luo Chen's diary about Tony Stark being kidnapped should be this, at least among the foreseeable events at present, only this incident is consistent. Carlson said. Moreover, we have investigated that there are indeed many warlords and extremist organizations in Afghanistan that own arms produced by Tony Stark's company. This is also consistent with what Luo Chen said in his diary, that Tony Stark was shocked in Afghanistan and saw that the weapons originally used to protect young people killed more local young people, so he was greatly stimulated and changed. Speaking of this, Nick Fury felt a headache, because this involved the power of the military-industrial complex of the Lighthouse Country. It can be said that this is a man-eating beast entrenched in the body of the Lighthouse Country. Ordinary people dare not provoke, even S.H.I.E.L.D dare not provoke. If the interests of the military-industrial complex are affected, even the president can give you a brain hole, such as Melo Zhong decades ago. Even Melo Zhong's family members all died in an accident, which is a naked warning. Chapter 38 Black Widow. Tony Stark also has a diary. The fate of Melo Zhong directly made the president of the Lighthouse Country dare not check the military accounts in detail since then. Even if Congress requires every department to make an audit report, there is only one department that is an exception, that is, the Ministry of Defense. No one has ever paid attention to you. There are so many accounts that it is impossible to calculate them clearly, and no one dares to calculate them. Who dares to calculate? Nick Fury dares to believe that if the president of the Lighthouse Country sends a team of accountants to Afghanistan to check the accounts, the plane will be shot down in the air. Even if you are lucky and you can escape, you will be attacked by local warlords on the day of the airport, and all of you will be killed at the airport. You don't know who killed them the whole time. It could be a warlord or a tribe. Who knows? But what Nick Fury knows about the Lighthouse Country military's actions in Afghanistan can be said to be too numerous to list. Killing people is just a small matter. They also cultivate fans in the local area and then bring them back to Lighthouse Country for consumption. They also sell Lighthouse Country's active equipment. That's countless. Anyway, just say it was lost afterwards. As for where it was lost? I don't know. Anyway, it was lost. So the local military equipment may be as good as that of the Lighthouse Country's military, well, literally. So this further highlights the truth of what Luo Chen said in his diary. Stark Industries itself is also a member of the military-industrial complex, so it is reasonable and logical for their weapons to fall into the hands of local warlords. Truman once said that we should be careful about the development and growth of the military-industrial complex and threaten the interests of Lighthouse Country, but now it is the military-industrial complex that needs to be careful about the Lighthouse Country government posing a threat to its own interests. The military of the Lighthouse Country has now been completely transformed into a warlord. It is at the stage of being able to listen to or not listen to the orders of the civilian government. If it continues like this, big problems will arise sooner or later. However, this is not something Nick Fury can control. For this situation, he can only turn a blind eye, otherwise he may be killed by the military and police on the street one day, and it is possible that he will die. So what do you want to say, Nada? Hawkeye Barton asked. Since all the signs and traces show that things are likely to go as Luo Chen said in the diary, and Luo Chen tried his best not to affect the timeline and the storyline, Tony Stark actually changed his research and development ideas without any great stimulation, from ordinary arms development to armor development. Don't you think it's strange, said Black Widow Natasha. There is a saying in the Eastern country that it is difficult to change a person's nature. How can a person's nature change so easily? If Tony Stark had not experienced life and death, how could he easily change his mind? So he changed his mind now. Something must have happened. You mean, he may know something, for example, like us, got a diary. Nick Fury immediately understood what Black Widow Natasha wanted to express. After Nick Fury's reminder, Coulson and Hawkeye Barton also understood what it meant. Since the prerequisites for Tony Stark's incident have not changed, but Tony Stark's kidnapping has indeed changed, and Tony Stark actually started to make the Mark armor in advance, there is only one possibility. He knew something in advance and knew the changes in his life script, so he could respond in advance. From this perspective, then this matter is very clear. They are even almost certain that Tony Stark must have a diary, and saw the same content as them, and knew that he would be kidnapped in the future. So he didn't go to Afghanistan and directly postponed the trip. Even though the board of directors was somewhat dissatisfied with his not going to Afghanistan, which caused some twists and turns in the military's new missiles, Tony Stark also did his own thing. Go. All this has a reasonable explanation. And he also knew that he would become Iron Man with the armor in the future, so what's wrong with arming himself in advance now? It seems that it's time to contact him in advance. Nick Fury said. In fact, he had the idea of contacting Tony Stark a long time ago, but he had been waiting for what Luo Chen said in his diary to happen. After Tony Stark experienced the disaster and became Iron Man, he would base him and pull him into his Avengers. Who knew that plans could not keep up with changes, and he was like Luo Chen, who was caught off guard by Tony Stark's sudden change. Several people nodded, especially Black Widow Natasha, who said, especially since you are going to establish the Avengers, Barton and I alone are not enough. If we can bring in Tony Stark, we will not only bring in a super strong force, but most importantly, we will have a source of funding. Nick Fury nodded. The source of funding was one of the reasons why he had not yet established the Avengers, because the Avengers was not a regular institution or organization of S.H.I.E.L.D, but a newly established one. S.H.I.E.L.D is backed by the 5 major countries, each of which is very difficult to deal with. They have a large team of accountants to calculate where every penny of the funding they give is spent. So if you want to use money, you have to establish an unprecedented organization. The resistance here is not ordinary, and it is likely to be blocked by funding. And Nick Fury is not as bold as the military-industrial complex, and dares to knock down the accounting team of the 5 major countries in the air, unless he doesn't want to live. For an organization with multiple bosses, every expenditure of funds has to be explained for a long time, which is also a headache for Nick Fury, especially since many of them are secret funds that cannot be made public. But if Tony Stark can be brought in and some sponsorship can be obtained from him, it doesn't need to be much, just a few $100 million a year, then the Avengers will have funds, and it's not just ordinary funds, it's completely surplus. There is no need to explain to the 5 bosses above what you are going to do all day long. That makes sense. Nick Fury thought of this and immediately had the motivation to act. Bringing Tony Stark in can be said to solve many problems at once. Another reliable combat force has been added. Otherwise, relying on Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton, it is just the level of an ordinary agent team. And there is also a big sponsor. Chapter 39. The more you guess, the closer you are to the truth. Tony Stark is a real big sponsor. Once you get the support of Tony Stark, the future of the Avengers can be said to have a promising future. Oh, I missed an opportunity. Hawkeye Barton sighed. You don't want to buy the Stark Group at the bottom, do you? Black Widow Natasha glanced at Hawkeye Barton and said. Hawkeye Barton smiled awkwardly, then said, Nada, you know me, I have a big family to support. Although the benefits of S.H.I.E.L.D are not bad, it is still not enough. I also want to make some of this kind of legitimate money. Several people smiled at each other. In fact, this idea is not only Hawkeye Barton's, they also have it. Not knowing the risk is gambling, and knowing that you will make a lot of money is investment. Even though they are all agents, each of them is considered to be a high position in S.H.I.E.L.D, but they still live in poverty, which is incomparable to the real rich people. It can only be regarded as maintaining the life of an elite middle class, or even worse. If they make money in this wave, they will directly make enough money for retirement. It's a pity that Luo Chen didn't wait until Tony Stark was arrested, and when the stock price plummeted, they didn't wait either. So Luo Chen felt bad, and so did they. Nick Fury continued to read on, and he saw Luo Chen complaining that he was being targeted by Tony Stark, and that he even knew about S.H.I.E.L.D. But he could understand it after thinking about it. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very mysterious to ordinary people, and even a super rich man like Tony Stark doesn't know about it. But for Luo Chen, who knows everything, there should be no secrets. Boiled egg head, ha 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 ha. Black Widow Natasha saw Luo Chen's good description of Nick Fury in the diary, and she also knew what boiled eggs were. That's a way of eating eggs in the Eastern country. Now look, it really looks like it. And Nick Fury's face, which was already very dark, is now even darker. Luo Chen has said that he is a boiled egg head more than once. Although he was complaining about him in the diary, the problem is that this diary has been seen by many of his subordinates, especially Tony Stark. He can fully imagine how Tony Stark's poisonous tongue will complain about him, and he will definitely not let him go at that time. Then, as the diary spreads, more people may see him as Egghead. I'm so angry, I want to beat him up. Not only Fury, but also Coulson. What's the story behind your nickname, the village chief of Novice Village? Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but say. The village chief of Novice Village usually only appears in games. It refers to the characters in some games where the protagonist has just arrived, or the leader of the place that just appeared, said Black Widow Natasha. Everyone thought about it, but still didn't know what the allusion was. They really couldn't figure out what kind of relationship Coulson would have with the head of the Novice Village, so they just let it go. But he seems to know your style of doing things very well, Coulson, and knows that you often pretend to be FBI and CIA activities. Black Widow Natasha joked. Coulson could only grin and say, after all, our S.H.I.E.L.D. is a secret organization. Many times outsiders don't know it all, and it's far less useful than the FBI and CIA. In fact, it's not just Coulson. In fact, there are a lot of people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who have FBI and CIA certificates, all for the convenience of work. Not only FBI and CIA, but also certificates of intelligence organizations of the other 5 major countries. Except for the Eastern powers under the management of the S.H.I.E.L.D., which is managed to be impervious to water, other places can basically pass through unimpeded. Now it's good, and he has also exposed my going undercover. Black Widow Natasha couldn't help but complain. You haven't sent me yet, but now it's known. Tony Stark might know it too. Nick Fury was also very troubled. He did plan to send Black Widow Natasha to be an undercover agent beside Tony Stark, on the one hand to protect him, on the other hand to observe him and see if he is suitable to be a member of the Avengers. He also knew that Tony Stark was not a bad person, but he was really lustful. He couldn't count the number of models he had slept with. This was also the reason why he sent Black Widow Natasha. But there is one thing that is very strange. How could Luo Chen be noticed by Tony Stark? Nick Fury said. He said in his diary that he just went to bask in the sun. Even if Tony Stark approached him deliberately, how could he know that he was being targeted by Tony Stark? This basking in the sun, could it have some other meaning? Maybe this sunbathing is some kind of code word, a secret that he can't tell, and this secret was discovered by Tony Stark, so she was sure that she would be targeted by Tony Stark, said Black Widow Natasha. Forget it, I'll go find Tony Stark and have a face-to-face exchange, and then ask him about this matter. Nick Fury thought about it and gave up the discussion. Damn, this boiled egghead. Tony Stark saw the end, and naturally saw that Nick Fury was going to send an undercover to his side, and he hated it immediately. How could he bear this grievance, although from Luo Chen's diary, they might become colleagues in the future, or even comrades fighting side by side. But he still couldn't stand Nick Fury's behavior. You said I was lustful, but you yourself think about Spider-Woman and that Ao May in your diary every day. Tony Stark was not convinced. Although he was indeed lustful, lingering in nightclubs every day, smoking and drinking, he was still a good boy. He returned to his mansion and saw that Luo Chen had updated his diary again. He couldn't help but take a look, and saw that Luo Chen complained that he was lustful. Although he was furious now, he immediately asked Jarvis to write down the names of these people. Coulson, the head of the novice village, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, and Black Widow, the former Russian agent, Beautiful Snake. It's obviously very dangerous, but Tony Stark has never been in contact with such a woman, and now he is a little excited. A former Russian agent, if he can get her, it will be much more exciting than sleeping with a cover girl. Now that he has not really experienced the kidnapping in Afghanistan, he has been greatly shocked. Tony Stark, whose mind has been sublimated, has not yet gotten rid of vulgar tastes and his mind has not yet fully opened up. Today's 5 updates are all here. Please support me with flowers, votes, and rewards. Chapter 40 S.H.I.E.L.D. exposed. Tony Stark, who has not yet gotten rid of his vulgar tastes, is still very interested in Black Widow. After all, Luo Chen described her as so popular in the world outside the fourth wall in his diary. It is normal for Tony Stark to have a little interest. After all, he is still a normal man. Although this may be a beautiful snake, according to what Luo Chen said in his diary, a bite is very fatal, but Tony Stark is also a hero. What is there for him to be afraid of? The more he thinks about it, the more extreme he becomes. It's okay if it's just S.H.I.E.L.D. If it attracts the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D, then everything will be troublesome. If you are entangled by S.H.I.E.L.D, it will inevitably be a life and death struggle unless they are completely eradicated. S.H.I.E.L.D. This new term popped up, and everyone was confused. What is S.H.I.E.L.D? What is S.H.I.E.L.D? Tony Stark had a headache. Why are these two words so unfamiliar? He had never heard of them at all. Jarvis, what country's intelligence agencies are S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D? Or is this some new intelligence agency established by our lighthouse country? Tony Stark asked. Sir, from my current database and the information that can be searched on the internet, there is no S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D. Jarvis said. But the diary says that Coulson and others will use the identities of the FBI and CIA, which means that S.H.I.E.L.D may have the ability to use the intelligence network of the FBI and CIA, and the level may be between these two. In the lighthouse country? No, in the whole world, there is actually an intelligence organization higher than the FBI and CIA. Tony Stark's first reaction was disbelief. How could this be possible? Could it be that there really is an other world? Tony Stark suddenly remembered something. With his status and level, even if he couldn't get a glimpse of the deeper inner world, or the world of the extraordinary side, he knew a little bit. This is a popular saying on the internet, that is, the surface world and the inner world. The surface world is the kind that everyone knows, floating on the surface, the world that everyone knows. The highest level is the politicians of various countries, and the top rich people of various countries, and then they are arranged in order. And Tony Stark is one of the top figures in the surface world. In addition to this, there is another saying on the internet, or this saying has a long history, that is, outside the surface world, there is an inner world, such as the famous dark web, some underground dignitaries, killer organizations, mercenaries, etc., are all products of the inner world. But that's all. Tony Stark has a vague understanding of these, but he is dismissive. What the inner world and the outer world are both vulnerable in front of capital. So he never knew much about the inner world. At most, he bought some things on the dark web that were not easy to buy openly, such as special metals like vibranium. But now Luo Chen's statement completely overturned Tony Stark's daily cognition. The outer world is not superior to the inner world. There may be some deep-level forces in the inner world that even Tony Stark cannot understand. There are actually some organizations with higher levels than the FBI and CIA, and they can even easily impersonate agents of these two organizations. Does the president of the lighthouse country know about it? Do the politicians of various countries know about it? Even this organization wants to send the so-called beauty snake like Black Widow to the company undercover. What exactly do they want to do? Tony Stark's sense of crisis was suddenly aroused. From the information we have seen so far, there may really be an inner world that we don't know about. Jarvis answered directly. Jarvis, create a new file called the Inner World. Pay more attention to searching for information about the so-called inner world that may exist on the internet, and put it in it. Tony Stark said. Then create 2 files, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Snake S.H.I.E.L.D., and search for information about these 2 organizations, especially S.H.I.E.L.D. From Luo Chen's diary, we are likely to be targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay sir, the file has been created. Jarvis said. Sir, from Luo Chen's diary, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not seem to have much ill will towards you, and you can be classified as a neutral camp for the time being, but this snake S.H.I.E.L.D., from the name, is very similar to S.H.I.E.L.D., but seems to be more dangerous, and may even cause violent conflicts, and never stop until death. It is not clear why S.H.I.E.L.D. is targeting me, but judging from Luo Chen's words, S.H.I.E.L.D. may be paying attention to me now. This S.H.I.E.L.D., what egghead, may contact Luo Chen through me and also pay attention to him. Tony Stark said. Since Luo Chen is so sure, it is very likely that this is the case. We are being monitored. Chapter 41. Could S.H.I.E.L.D. be Hydra? Tony Stark was such a smart man that he could tell from just a few words that he had been being followed by the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. They even sent agents to lurk, but it seemed that they were just following him. The real trouble was the S.H.I.E.L.D. mentioned by Luo Chen later. This S.H.I.E.L.D. had not yet crossed paths with Luo Chen, but Luo Chen judged that if they were targeted, it would be a fight to the death, unless they were completely eradicated. Luo Chen himself is just an orphan, nothing special, his race is also very ordinary, his assets can be regarded as a handful on the street, and he is nothing special except that he is a little handsome. Yes, he is only a little handsome, and there is obviously a huge gap compared to him, Tony Stark. The only thing that may attract attention and may cause S.H.I.E.L.D. to get entangled with him may be his superpowers. In other words, let's change our thinking. Is it possible that everyone with extraordinary powers may be targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony Stark said. If you look at it from this perspective, I have a battle armor, so I might also become the target of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, sir, logically speaking, this makes sense. Jarvis agreed with Tony Stark's attention. But now we already know that there is a salted egghead named Nick Fury in S.H.I.E.L.D., a new village chief named Coulson, and a so-called beautiful snake named Black Widow, and what about S.H.I.E.L.D.? We have too little information. Tony Stark couldn't help but say. It just so happens that the most dangerous S.H.I.E.L.D. is the least mentioned in Luo Chen's diary. But if we continue to read, we may know what S.H.I.E.L.D. is. Tony Stark said, now he can only continue to wait for more news, and more of the true face of this world will be revealed. This world has gradually revealed a look that he can't understand. At the same time, on the other side, several people in S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at each other. S.H.I.E.L.D., of course, they knew that they were from S.H.I.E.L.D. But this snake S.H.I.E.L.D. did poke them's knowledge blind spot. What is the S.H.I.E.L.D.? I have heard of the S.H.I.E.L.D., but this S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye Barton paused and said. The S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization under the mysterious Eastern Power. Its role is similar to that of the S.H.I.E.L.D., but it is more mysterious. Hawkeye Barton has cooperated with them several times in the execution of missions, but that's all. Most of the time, in fact, I just know some names. This S.H.I.E.L.D. looks like some kind of ridicule to me, said Black Widow Natasha. In Luo Chen's diary, there are often aliases. For example, your alias is Egghead, and he calls me Black Widow, which may be related to my nickname Black Widow, so this S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be an organization we have never known, but may also be the nickname and alias of an organization we know. Nick Fury's eyes lit up. Yes, this is the idea. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is also a well-known figure in the inner world. Although he cannot appear in front of the public, he is also a big boss. How could there be any organization that he has never heard of? What Black Widow Natasha said provides a new idea. Yes, this may not be an unknown organization, but just a nickname. But what organization has a snake as its symbol? Snake, S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson thought about it, and it seems that there is no such organization. There are tribes, organizations, and even myths with snakes as their symbols, but the organization that Luo Chen said was dangerous and might even be targeted after S.H.I.E.L.D. must not be a small organization. It's strange that they haven't heard of it yet. The most famous one with a snake as its symbol is Hydra. Hawkeye Barton said with a smile. Several people laughed as they talked. At their level, they naturally knew about Hydra. However, Hydra was finished during World War II. Even the leader was finished with Captain America Rogers. It has disappeared for about 70 years and has not been seen to come out to wreak havoc on the world. It shouldn't be. But if it's not Hydra, who else could it be? But from what Luo Chen said in his diary, he is very afraid of and hates this organization. Judging from his identity as a spectator outside the fourth wall, this should be a mysterious and evil organization that may cause chaos in the future, and even cause great harm and impact, so Luo Chen is so afraid. After Coulson finished laughing, he continued to analyze. It makes sense. Remember the name of this shield and check it quietly in the future to see if there is any organization whose name and characteristics match this name. Nick Fury said. Maintaining world peace is also one of the tasks of S.H.I.E.L.D., but the truth is something they never expected. Chapter 42 Tony, Uncle Obadiah is the mastermind behind this? Impossible. Tony Stark wearing the Mark armor, the turbulent times that Mr. Luo talked about have begun. Gwen took the time to look at this diary during the break. She found a very magical point, that is, this diary can be stored in the body and taken out when needed. She is more certain that this notebook is not simple. Gwen is very busy just to complete her homework every day, and she has no extra time to analyze the various information in acting. For her, this is an important source for her to understand Mr. Luo, but it is only an important source. Mr. Luo hasn't come to tutor homework for several days. Did he go to bask in the sun? Gwen blinked her beautiful eyes and pursed her thin lips. I don't understand why basking in the sun is worth writing in the diary. She suddenly remembered that the first few days of Luo Chen's diary seemed to be X month X day, and today was spent in the sun, X month X day, and today was another day of sunbathing. X month X day, it's raining today, I have to go to another place to bask in the sun, it's another day to wait for Tony Stark to be kidnapped. He mentioned basking in the sun quite a few times in his diary. She was a little curious, is the sun really that good? Although tanning is a trend in the lighthouse country, the bronze and wheat-colored skin is considered a symbol of charm in the lighthouse country, but Luo Chen still looks like a pretty boy, and his skin is rare among Asians. She was a little suspicious. Luo Chen said he went to the sun every day, where did he bask? However, he won't get tanned. Does Mr. Luo like women with bronze skin? Gwen thought of this, her face flushed. From the women that Luo Chen missed in the diary, it seems that he prefers those with curvy figures, but she is not bad either. What the hell timeline is this? I don't understand it. I almost thought it was Tom Cruise's version of Tony Stark, or the timeline has changed somewhere. Could it be that in this timeline, Obadiah is not going to kill Tony Stark? Is he going to be a human being? Otherwise, why is there no movement? This doesn't make sense. As the villain of the first film, there is no reason for Obadiah to suddenly be whitewashed. Otherwise, who should the villain of the first film be? Still in Vank in Russia? I don't understand. This doesn't make sense. Reasonable. Obadiah's sudden whitewashing really caught me off guard. I must remember in the future that I cannot be superstitious about the plot and must pay attention. A paragraph emerged, as the end of Luo Chen's diary today, shocking everyone who could see the diary. How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible? Tony Stark said. 3. How is it possible in succession? He almost jumped up from his seat. He did vaguely suspect Obadiah, or just for a moment, such a thought flashed through his mind. But that was just a flash of thought. In fact, he would not have such an idea. Because his parents died when he was young, how old he was at that time, it was Obadiah who helped him and helped him to sit firmly in the position of chairman of the company. Let the turbulent Stark Industries stabilize. In these years, he was responsible for the development and research of new equipment, while Obadiah was responsible for the specific operation of the company. The two sides can be said to cooperate very well. I am a hands-off boss, and it is thanks to Obadiah's support, otherwise Stark Industries would have been in turmoil long ago. It can be said that Stark Industries can have such a scale and market value, and he is naturally a core figure and indispensable, but Obadiah has indeed made a lot of efforts over the years. And Obadiah has also received the due rewards, with Tony Stark's respect and various business dividends, which have made his wealth firmly occupy one of the top people in the lighthouse country. It can be said that it is a mutually beneficial relationship. Even the flash of suspicion actually came from knowing that he would be kidnapped in Afghanistan. After deducing it, he found that Obadiah kept encouraging him to go to Afghanistan, and there was a little hesitation. But it was only that little bit, and there was no more. He really regarded Obadiah as his own uncle. And even after his father passed away, he almost appeared in his life as a substitute for his father. Unless there is ironclad evidence, he would never believe that Obadiah would do this. But now, the diary reveals ironclad evidence. Because he knows very well that it is not the inexplicable change of the timeline that caused Obadiah to become a good person and whitewash. It is simply that he saw the diary in advance, and after being prepared, he refused to go to Afghanistan, so Obadiah has never found an opportunity to let the colluding warlord take action against him, which made Luo Chen very puzzled. Chapter 43. Tony, let my good uncle spend his life in prison. Because of the appearance of the diary, Tony Stark became Iron Man in advance, and in contrast, Obadiah did not even have the opportunity to start. So far, Obadiah still plays the role of a good uncle in front of Tony Stark. Now it is suddenly revealed that he is the mastermind behind the scenes. This makes Tony Stark's 3 views almost explode, and he can't accept such a thing at all. It's like facing the backstab of his parents, which is extremely uncomfortable. Especially before, Tony Stark had people check for traitors, to check if anyone in the army had given his weapons to the warlords. Now the answer has surfaced, it was none other than Obadiah. No wonder those warlords were able to get so many arms from him, even arms that were not on the record. It turned out that Obadiah was backing them up. It is completely conceivable how much money Obadiah has made through the channels of the Stark Group over the years. How much money is not what Tony Stark cares about at all, what he really cares about is his uncle. From today on, he has no elders. It turned out to be him. Tony Stark let out a long breath, slowly learning to accept this matter. No wonder I couldn't find anything no matter how I checked. It turned out that this matter was sold by the director of our Stark Group himself, haha. Tony Stark sneered. He was also a decisive capitalist, but he just couldn't fully accept it for a while, but now, he can accept it. Since Obadiah betrayed their relationship and even wanted to kill him, Tony Stark would naturally have the determination to kill him. Jarvis, mobilize all resources to investigate Obadiah's affairs. I want my good uncle to spend the rest of his life in prison. Tony Stark said with a sneer. He wanted to use Jarvis to thoroughly find out Obadiah's bad deeds and then send him to prison. As for the sudden death in prison after entering it, it was also reasonable. In the prison of the Lighthouse Country, a lot of people died every year. It's normal for an old man to die. Okay, sir. Jarvis said lightly. As Tony Stark's AI smart butler, he wouldn't ask any more questions. Whitewash. He didn't whitewash. Tony Stark looked at the diary, and Luo Chen used whitewashing to describe Obadiah's affairs, but he just sneered. Now he hated it more and more. Then he started to read other information, Tom Cruise's version of Tony Stark. Although he had known for a long time that there were many versions of Tony Stark, and there might even be more than one version in movies and TV shows, it was the first time he clearly knew the name of Tom Cruise. The actor who played him in Outside the Fourth Wall was Robert Downey Jr., and this one was obviously another version of a TV series. Although he didn't know what he looked like, he firmly believed that he was the most handsome. Also, this Vank. If Obadiah is the villain of the first part of the story series, then this Vank should be the villain of the second or third part, but I don't know how many movies my story will be made into. Tony Stark said. But I think it should be very popular, at least dozens of movies. Sir, according to the current time interval of Hollywood filming, if you want to make dozens of movies, your actors outside the fourth wall must at least live to 200 years old. Jarvis said without losing the opportunity to complain. Tony Stark was a little speechless for a while. Of course, he knew that Jarvis was right. He was right, and he couldn't refute it. If a normal human lives to 200 years old, it's not a monster. Jarvis, create a file immediately, named Vank, search for information about this Vank, find all possible candidates, slowly screen and tentatively set the scope to Russia. Tony Stark said. From what Luo Chen said, this Vank may come to the lighthouse country and become my nemesis, so we need to monitor all the people named Vank from Russia. Tony Stark narrowed the search scope. There are too many people named Vank in Russia, but if they come from Russia and come to the lighthouse country, and have the potential to become his opponent, the scope will be much smaller. Okay, sir. Jarvis said. I didn't expect that it was really that Obadiah. I can see that he is not a good person at first glance. Hawkeye Barton couldn't help saying. It seems that after Tony Stark got the news, it is imperative to clean up the house. Coulson said. I think Tony Stark should be very uncomfortable now. I guess he never thought that the biggest traitor would be his closest person. It's just another case of capitalists turning against each other. Black Widow Natasha sneered. I just don't know what choice Tony Stark will make in the end. Chapter 44, completely tearing up and confronting. This Obadiah matter is nothing, just let Tony Stark deal with it. Nick Fury shook his head and said. He didn't believe that Tony Stark couldn't even handle such a small matter. Pay attention to this Russian named Vank. Nick Fury said. Coulson, when the time comes, you will find a way to determine who this Vank is, so as not to be caught off guard. This person looks like Tony Stark's nemesis as Iron Man, and he may be a super criminal with superpowers. Thinking of this, Nick Fury felt a headache. Before he finished dealing with one, Vank appeared again, another supervillain. Luo Chen's diary record for today has ended now, and there is no follow-up update, so everyone dispersed. For Luo Chen, every day is still the usual sunbathing and work. Since Tony Stark can no longer rely on his kidnapping, Luo Chen naturally doesn't rely on it. However, what surprised him was that Tony Stark did not come to him. He was a little surprised because this was not in line with Tony Stark's usual style of doing things, because he saw his true appearance that day. With Tony Stark's style of doing things, he would definitely not ignore it. But the reality is like this. Although Luo Chen was surprised, he did not care much. Until a few days later, Luo Chen saw the relevant news on TV. That is, there was a drastic shift in the equity within the Stark Group. The original second largest shareholder, Obadiah, was suddenly exposed to a lot of corruption and was even summoned by the New York prosecutor. Everyone was taken away. And the person who came out to take charge of the situation again was none other than Tony Stark. Immediately afterwards, more news was revealed by tabloids. It turned out that Tony Stark suddenly attacked at the shareholders' meeting and took down Obadiah directly. The raid was completed when no one expected it. Everyone knew that Obadiah and Tony Stark had a good relationship, and no one expected that the two sides would turn against each other one day. If ordinary people were just shocked and didn't expect that Obadiah and Tony Stark could turn against each other, then Luo Chen was completely dumbfounded. He knew that the two sides would definitely turn against each other, but he didn't expect it to be in this form, which was completely different from what he imagined. Shouldn't the two sides have a big fight? He couldn't understand the timeline of this world more and more. It felt more and more outrageous. So he decided to be more timid, otherwise he would be swept away at any time. At this time, in Tony Stark's mansion in New York, Tony Stark sat down exhausted. He was just dealing with Obadiah. Obadiah was arrested. This matter was too big. There were too many things involved. In addition to bringing Obadiah to justice, he also had to deal with various inquiries and pressures from the government, Congress, and even the business community, as well as the turmoil within the company. He had to deal with it. It can be said that one move affected the whole body. But these things cannot be ignored. Now Obadiah has become the cancer of the company. If he is not dealt with, the whole company will be dragged into hell by him. It can be said that he is exhausted both physically and mentally. Suddenly, at this moment, a phone call came. It was a video call. He picked up the phone and saw, a big face was revealed. It turned out to be Obadiah. Obadiah was wearing a huge battle armor at this time, and holding a person in his hand. It was none other than Pepper. "Tony, you didn't expect it was me?" Obadiah grinned, and then said. "Haha, thanks to you, I've been having a hard time recently." "Obadiah?" Tony Stark stood up from his seat. "What do you want?" Tony Stark looked at Obadiah with an extremely gloomy face. "It's very simple, I want to get back everything I lost." Obadiah said coldly. "Tony, I really didn't expect that you would betray me and send me in with your own hands." "Haha, Obadiah, you colluded with the Afghan warlord to kill me, do you think I don't know?" Tony Stark said with a sneer. "You want to kill me, I just let you spend the rest of your life in prison. I've been good enough to you, I've treated you like my uncle since I was a child, I thought we were a family, I didn't expect you to want to kill me." "Family? Why family? Stark Group was founded by your father and I, not just your Stark family. After your father died, I was the one who supported Stark Group. And you, what did you do? Spending money every day, picking up girls everywhere, sleeping with young models everywhere, studying for a doctorate, playing adventure games. Have you ever managed a company?" Obadiah said coldly. "The sole figure that this company cannot do without is me, not you, Tony Stark." Chapter 45 Obadiah, "Tony, you are too naive." Obadiah was very annoyed, looking at Tony Stark. He thought he could quietly kill Tony Stark, but Tony Stark got the news from somewhere and killed him. In a short time, he was directly locked up. However, as the top capitalist of the lighthouse country, he was not completely helpless, and finally let him escape. He was a capitalist with capital all over the world. Now he could enjoy a good life abroad if he escaped, but he was unwilling to give up. He had worked hard all his life and his contribution was far greater than that of Howard Stark and Tony Stark. Why did he have to flee in embarrassment? He wanted to regain his wealth, his own wealth. "Obadiah, this company is mine. Without you, Stark Industries is still Stark Industries. Without me, it is just a mediocre company." Tony Stark said proudly. "Tony, you are still so self-centered." Obadiah said coldly. "But I won't say any more nonsense to you. Your little secretary, do you still want it? You don't have to lie to me. I have known you for so long, and I know who you care about." Obadiah didn't give Tony Stark a chance to speak at all, and said directly. He knew very well who Tony Stark cared about, or in other words, everyone around him who knew and was familiar with Tony Stark knew very well, but Tony Stark and Pepper had not yet reacted. One thought he was a playboy, how could he really like someone? The other thought the other was a playboy, how could he like him? or be able to stay by his side at ease, and rise from desire to love. But others actually saw very clearly that for Tony Stark, the most important thing was Pepper, and many people even thought that this was just an ambiguous game between the two. So at this time, he knew who would be the most useful to catch. "What do you want?" Tony Stark knew that Obadiah could do anything, so he didn't waste his words. Because he knew that he could never accept the fate of losing Pepper. Just before, he asked Jarvis to remind him to strengthen Pepper's security, but the problem was that it was useless, because the huge armor Obadiah wore was not something that ordinary people could resist. Although this armor has been slightly modified, it is undoubtedly nothing but the prototype design of his Mark I. Although it is only the design of the prototype, it is not something that ordinary people can compare with. And the manufacture of the armor is obviously not something that can be completed in a short time. In other words, without his knowledge, Obadiah actually got his design drawings a long time ago and even secretly made the armor. "I just reacted in the past few days and took down Obadiah in one fell swoop, but the problem is that Obadiah has been malicious towards me for a long time, and even secretly made a killer weapon like armor. It is obvious that he has been planning this for a long time. It's very simple. I want your nuclear fusion design drawings and information," Obadiah said viciously. "Tony, I have to say that you are still very smart. If possible, I don't want to kill you, the golden hen that lays eggs, but your existence has affected our ability to make money, do you understand?" Tony Stark only then understood why his uncle Obadiah had suddenly changed from a kind uncle to the mastermind who wanted to kill him. It was still because of interests. In the eyes of capitalists, interests are the only thing. It is stupid to talk about family and friendship with capitalists. Tony Stark is also a capitalist. But capitalist is not his only identity. Just like he has always been proud of it, capitalist is just his most insignificant identity, and he doesn't even think it has much glory. What he is really proud of is super genius, scientist, philanthropist, playboy. Well, playboy is also one of his proud identities. After all, being able to sleep with so many goddesses in the United States is not something that ordinary people can do. So although Tony Stark is a capitalist, the attribute of capitalist is not so heavy, unlike Obadiah. If he takes off the coat of capitalist, he may have nothing. But I haven't stopped you from making money. I can even help you make more money. Why? Tony Stark asked. Not enough, far from enough. You are too principled. You don't sell this, you don't sell that, and you insist on that ridiculous thing. What weapons are used to protect ordinary people? Obadiah almost wanted to laugh. Tony Stark's naivety in some aspects made him speechless. Tony, you are too arrogant. Do you think you are really indispensable? We have enough researchers without you and can develop it. Chapter 46 Iron Man's First Frustration. This is the fundamental reason why Obadiah is willing to kill Tony Stark. In his opinion, Tony Stark is indeed very powerful, but so what? Which scientist is not a genius? Which researcher is not intelligent? You are not the only genius in the world. Even if you are a genius, I can't compare with 1. 10 can be better. If not, there will be 100, 1,000, or 10,000. As long as I have money, I can recruit enough researchers to compare with you, Tony Stark. You, Tony Stark, are nothing great. This is the consistent thinking of capitalists. Although Tony Stark is a hen that lays golden eggs, and although in the long run, Tony Stark's existence is very beneficial to the entire company. But his existence has already caused a huge conflict with the interests of some shareholders, especially Obadiah's personal interests. Too naive, a weapons dealer, a death merchant, actually has such a ridiculous thing as conscience, isn't it too ironic? However, this idea has been shaken recently, because he got something new. Tony Stark is actually developing a battle armor. This battle armor, even though he got the basic design drawings, gathered the most elite researchers to study, but he could only develop a stupid, big, black, and rough one. It has been proved that the existence of some people is indispensable. But at this time, Tony Stark attacked him, and caught him off guard, but he was unwilling to accept it, and directly captured Pepper Potts as a hostage. Tony, you still don't understand how important this nuclear fusion technology is. Obadiah laughed and said. Once I have fully developed this technology, it will completely change the entire energy industry. I will become the richest man in the world. And you actually used such a great invention for something as boring as powering the armor. You don't understand the greatness of this technology at all. Although he is being hunted by the official of the Lighthouse Country, as long as he has this technology and leaves the Lighthouse Country, there are many countries willing to take him in, such as the Eastern powers, such as Russia, and they are not afraid of the Lighthouse Country. With this technology in hand, being the richest man in the world is a piece of cake. That is a huge amount of money. Anyway, we are all capitalists. So there is no problem with anything. Come to me with the information, otherwise, I can't guarantee her life or death. Obadiah said viciously, and then he hung up the phone. Only Tony Stark, who looked extremely ugly, was left. Tony Stark said, Jarvis, how did he get the design drawings of Mark I? He didn't make Mark I at all. He just designed something on the drawing, and then ran it with virtual AI to test the feasibility. The real finished product will have to wait for Mark II. Sir, he copied the data from your office without your knowledge, and also took away one of your earlier arc reactors. Jarvis said straightforwardly. According to your set permissions, he can freely enter and exit your office and residential area, so I did not stop him. Tony Stark immediately knew where the problem was. Because he trusted Obadiah too much, he did not set up defenses at all. Obadiah had the authority to bypass the alarm system and enter directly. The only person who had this authority, besides Pepper, was Obadiah. Tony Stark, who had never doubted before, lost something crucial. It was too late to regret now. No matter how much Jarvis thought like a human, and how much he had the ability to think like a human, his core was still code, still the underlying code, which could not be violated. After all, he could not react autonomously like a human. If Jarvis was a human, he would have given an alarm long ago. Jarvis, prepare to wear the armor, I'm going to save people. Tony Stark said. Oh, Jarvis, create a file and remind me to build a platform for wearing the armor, otherwise it will be too inconvenient to wear it. Okay, sir. Jarvis said. After a while, Tony Stark finally put on the armor and immediately started the flight engine to fly high in the sky. He flew towards the address left by Obadiah, and a moment later, he saw Obadiah was standing there in a huge battle armor. But before Tony Stark could react, several missiles flew over from the Iron Overlord worn by Obadiah. The speed was fast and urgent. Tony Stark had no time to react and was blasted away. He fell directly to the ground and was smashed to pieces. Tony Stark inside felt that his bones were almost broken. Jarvis, remind me next time to increase the shock-proof device. Tony Stark couldn't help but say. I didn't expect that Obadiah would be so shameless and sneak attack him right away. Sneak attack on a young man in his 30s. Chapter 47. Tony was abused. Luo Chen appeared. Tony Stark's Mark II was naturally made with shock-proof measures, but because of the pursuit of a slim figure, there was not enough space left. This time he fell heavily from the air, and he was really flattened, and all the bones in his body were about to break. But the next second, a big foot stomped down fiercely. It was none other than Obadiah's Iron Overlord. Tony, you still like to make such flashy toys. Obadiah proudly stepped on the Mark II armor. You are indeed talented, but you always waste your talent in such places. I am also very embarrassed. Did you bring the information I want? Obadiah did not say much nonsense. He knew it was very dangerous here because he was still a wanted criminal. Although many people said that in the lighthouse country, rich people can do whatever they want, but in fact, they can't really do whatever they want. There are still some taboos. Even capital can't really do whatever it wants. It can only be said that in most cases, it can do whatever it wants, but when it comes to individuals, it is not so lucky. It is basically another matter. Force Tony Stark to hand over the information as soon as possible, and then kill him, then only he will master the technology of nuclear fusion in the world. Once this nuclear fusion technology is developed, it will immediately change the world. The money and reputation he lost from Stark Industries can be recovered in an instant. There is nothing to regret. Don't even think about it. Tony Stark roared and directly knocked Obadiah out. The two sides fought directly, and Pepper Potts, who was originally caught nearby, had already started to run to the side. She was not a naive person, so she naturally couldn't stay there at this time and leave herself to Obadiah as a threat. For Obadiah, he didn't care about Pepper Potts at all. Anyway, she was just a tool to attract Tony Stark. Now that Tony Stark was here, it was enough. You are really overestimating yourself, Obadiah said with a sneer. You are as stubborn as your dead father, but it's useless. People like you are just a little smarter than ordinary people. Do you really think you are some big shot? Ha! Obadiah kept launching attacks. Compared with the complete version of Tony Stark's Mark II, his Iron Overlord was a little stupid and rough. In comparison, Mark II was much more handsome. But when the fight really started, handsomeness couldn't be eaten. He almost crushed Tony Stark. Tony Stark was about to start the engine and fly into the sky, but Obadiah would never give him this opportunity. He came to him with a brisk step, then pulled him down fiercely, threw him to the ground, and directly knocked Tony Stark unconscious. Tony Stark almost vomited blood. Although he knew long ago that a small body was at a disadvantage against a large body, it was like a person who was 1.6 meters tall. No matter how fancy the training was, a 2-meter person could easily crush the opponent. This is the essential difference, which cannot be reversed by fancy moves. He has thought about building a large mecha to fight against the giant Hulk and Abomination. But he only has such cognition. In fact, he has not really experienced the terrifying suppression of facing a big guy. Now he feels it, and for the first time he really feels how outrageous it is. Although stupid, big, black, and thick is not good looking, it is really strong. Tony, I will catch you out of that turtle shell. Obadiah laughed and said. He felt that he had never been so happy in his life. The anger of the past few days was finally vented completely. He stepped on Tony Stark hard on the ground. It was so cool. Bang! Bang! Every step he took almost made Tony Stark feel like vomiting blood. Mark II began to be covered with cracks. When Tony Stark was about to be beaten to death by Obadiah, suddenly, a clear voice with a hint of teasing came. Ah, isn't this our Iron Man, Tony Stark? When Tony Stark heard this, he was immediately refreshed, because he recognized that this was Luo Chen. How come he appeared here at this time? He didn't hear wrongly, nor was it an illusion. It was Luo Chen who came here after hearing the news. He was not monitoring Tony Stark, but he had super hearing. Sometimes, he would hear some things, but he usually controlled it deliberately. Otherwise, there would be too much information and his brain would explode. Do you need help? Luo Chen, who was wearing casual clothes, asked in mid-air. Of course. Tony Stark said quickly. At this time, he didn't care about the pride of a super genius. If he continued like this, he would be dead. 10 million, as long as you help me this time, I will give you 10 million. Chapter 48 One Punch Man, Luo Chen. At the critical moment, Tony Stark remembered that Luo Chen had repeatedly expressed in his diary that he wanted to make money, and even wanted to make money by taking advantage of his kidnapping. It shows that Luo Chen really wants to make money. It can't be said that he is greedy for money. After all, Luo Chen has the current strength, but he has not used this strength to do evil and obtain excessive benefits. It is very rare that he has not become the super criminal he said. But he must still love money, and he loves money very much. $10 million. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Before, he wanted to make a fortune by taking advantage of Tony Stark's kidnapping, which was about 10 million. Now he has directly obtained tens of millions. Sure enough, the best money in the world is still the money taken advantage of by taking advantage of the fire. He didn't doubt that Tony Stark would lie to him, because there was no need. Yes, it's $10 million. Tony Stark said while enduring the severe pain in his body. That's good, leave this to me. Luo Chen said with a grin. Where did you come from, you bug? You're looking for death. Obadiah looked at Luo Chen coldly, and in a flash, he launched an attack and punched Luo Chen. With this punch, even an elephant would be smashed to the ground. But the next second, he opened his eyes wide, because he saw that when the punch he controlled Iron Overlord hit Luo Chen actually stretched out a finger and directly blocked this terrifying blow. Dang! A sound like the collision of metal and iron. This terrifying blow did not have any fluctuations. Iron Overlord is still as ugly as ever. Luo Chen said with a smile. Have you ever heard a saying that strength is only temporary and will change with the iteration of the version, but handsomeness is lifelong? Forget it, I have no common language with an ugly bastard like you. Instantly, Luo Chen made a move, and he came to Obadiah in a flash. You are looking for death. Obadiah was furious. Although he was confused by Luo Chen's words for a while, he knew very well that Luo Chen meant to mock him. He even dared to say that he was ugly, which was simply intolerable. He punched Luo Chen's head again. But Luo Chen just clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched it. Bang! With a huge roar and Obadiah's scream, Iron Overlord's entire arm exploded directly. The arm made of high-energy alloy could not stop Luo Chen's punch now. Then Luo Chen didn't waste any time, and hit Ironmonger's stomach with another lightning-fast punch, which actually went through Ironmonger's stomach. The entire huge body of Ironmonger began to break into pieces, and Obadiah was killed by a punch. Ironmonger, who had tortured Tony Stark to death just now, was killed by Luo Chen with a punch, as if he had met his nemesis. This. Tony Stark was dumbfounded, although he had already estimated Luo Chen's strength and tried to build a file about Luo Chen's strength. From all aspects of information, Luo Chen was very strong, but none of them was more shocking than the scene he saw in front of him. To be precise, he was completely dumbfounded. He knew how terrible and difficult Ironmonger was. Just now, he was basically beaten by Ironmonger without any ability to fight back. He used the armor to magnify his own strength, but in terms of strength, Ironmonger is only stronger than him, and in terms of speed, Ironmonger is not slow at all. It can be said that he seemed to have met his nemesis. His light armor could not be compared with the heavy armor of Ironmonger in a head-on duel. But he did not change the idea of changing the style of the armor. After all, he agreed with Luo Chen's words that strength is only temporary. He can continue to upgrade the armor in the future to continuously improve the strength of his own armor. But being handsome is a matter of life. At worst, he can make a large armor to fight against these big guys. For the first time, Tony Stark had the idea of making a special and targeted anti-series armor. But no matter what, this punch can smash Ironmonger and disintegrate Ironmonger, which exceeds the highest level of power he estimated for Luo Chen. And looking at Luo Chen's appearance, it is clear that he has not used his full strength yet. The combat power shown so far is already scary. He has started to have a headache. If he becomes Luo Chen's enemy in the future, how can he fight against such a monster-level existence? Is there any alloy in this world that can withstand his punch? I'm afraid there is none. This Luo Chen it has only been a short time since he came to this world through the so-called crossing, and he has evolved to such an inhuman level, but he still has to live and worry about the crisis in the future. What happened in the future that could make this inhuman pervert so worried? Chapter 40 Chapter 9 I Am Iron Man. Tony Stark saw the tip of the iceberg of the many crises he would face in the future from Luo Chen's strong strength. Just this tip of the iceberg made Tony Stark, who had a strong sense of crisis and even a bit of paranoia, feel very anxious. It's over. Luo Chen smiled slightly. This punch really showed his strength. And just as Tony Stark thought, Luo Chen did have enough strength, but this punch could not fully show his strength. Of course, Luo Chen himself was still very satisfied. After all, he was really handsome and killed Obadiah with one punch. Obadiah's ironmonger was only at the level of Mark I, which was still at the level of the first generation. In fact, Tony Stark's Mark II at this stage was not much different, and it couldn't withstand Luo Chen's punch. He was completely a one-punch man. Thank you for today, Tony Stark said. Last time we parted, you didn't tell me your name. Can you tell me now? Otherwise, I won't be able to transfer my $10 million to your card. Tony Stark barely managed to stand up. His armor was deformed, and he was very uncomfortable. Luo Chen thought about it. Since he was involved in this trivial matter and Obadiah was killed by him, he might have no way to avoid dealing with Tony Stark. Whether he was willing or not, it was inevitable to be involved in the plot. Since that was the case, it would be better to get to know each other openly. My name is Luo Chen. I think you should be able to find my information, including my bank card. You can just transfer the money directly to it. It's getting late today. I'm leaving. Luo Chen said directly. He finally understood why Tony Stark, who was so suspicious, didn't check him or come to him after seeing that he could fly. It turned out that he was dealing with Obadiah. Although he didn't know why the timeline was twisted and changed like this. However, judging from what happened today, it seems that the timeline still has amazing restorability. Although it has undergone great changes in the middle, Tony Stark still became Iron Man and broke up with Obadiah. You can handle the rest of the matter. Don't expose my information. I don't want to be harassed by others. After saying that, Luo Chen no longer hesitated, and directly rose from the ground and disappeared into the sky. At this time, seeing the end of the battle, Pepper hurried over and looked at Tony Stark in panic and said, "Tony, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Tony Stark said with a grin. He almost flipped over today and was beaten to death by Obadiah. If it weren't for Luo Chen, he would have been finished today. This also made Tony Stark realize for the first time that the so-called protagonist of the story is not so easy to be. Even if he was originally one of the protagonists in a series of stories, he might still encounter various risks and still flip over. For example, this situation today. This greatly eased his arrogance. He was not invincible or omnipotent. He still had to figure out his own strength. He might be just the protagonist in a story, but he was not a god and could not be omnipotent. "Don't do this next time," Pepper said angrily. "But you have been tinkering with this thing in secret for some time." Pepper remembered that Tony Stark had been doing nothing all day, not caring about the group's affairs, and even disappeared all day. Even Tony Stark's favorite sex session was omitted. During this period, he didn't find those supermodels and female stars, nor did he let her deal with these aftermath. This is too uncharacteristic, it is not Tony Stark's style at all. Now the truth is out. If there is something that attracts men more than women, it is naturally Gundam. Although this is not Gundam, it is essentially the same thing. Yes. Tony Stark nodded and said. "Call Happy to come and clean up the things here. All the broken parts must be taken away and cannot be left behind." Even the ironmonger was modified according to his Mark I design drawings. That was Tony Stark's technology. If it was leaked out, it would be equivalent to his technology leaking out, which would definitely be disadvantageous. Got it. Pepper also calmed down immediately and started calling Happy and the professional security team under Stark Industries to deal with this matter. But how do you plan to deal with the next matter? I think it will be difficult to hide it this time. Pepper said. After all, Obadiah is dead. Pepper never thought that Obadiah actually had this ability. Now his death will undoubtedly be a big deal. Then don't hide it. After all, I am Iron Man. Tony Stark said with a firm face. Chapter 50 The Opening of a New Era. The truth is, I am Iron Man. Watching the scene on TV where Tony Stark openly declared that he was Iron Man at a press conference, Luo Chen was filled with emotion. Of course, this was not the first time he had seen this scene. He had seen it more than once in movies. But this time was different. He actually saw Tony Stark's speech on TV in real life. Although the experience was different from that of his previous life, it's not exactly the same. But Tony Stark still made the same choice. What does this mean? Character determines destiny. Tony Stark's character is like this. He has his own pride. He can't accept the style of doing things that hides the head and shows the tail. That's why he admitted that he is Iron Man. This is the biggest difference between Tony Stark and others. Others are also rich people who become superheroes. Batman has never publicly admitted that he is Bruce Wayne. Superman has to wear metaphysical glasses to hide his identity. Tony Stark's pride can be imagined. But Luo Chen can't care so much. Anyway, Tony Stark is willing. There are advantages to publicizing the identity, and there are advantages to hiding the identity. This is also a legendary scene. Luo Chen was a little surprised. He felt that he came to this world, maybe to witness some great moments. Now he has witnessed it, but he doesn't have the kind of surging emotions at the beginning. Maybe because during this period, his strength has been amazingly improved, and his mentality is also undergoing a change that he doesn't know. Anyway, there is nothing to do, so it's better to write a diary. The fact is, I am Iron Man. No one could have imagined that this sentence would open up such a glorious era. It started with this sentence and ended with this sentence. Since then, whether it is the retirement of the older generation or the inability of the new generation, that era has finally passed. In the New York mansion, Tony Stark just got rid of those annoying reporters and breathed a sigh of relief. The matter of Obadiah has been completely concluded so far. The internal liquidation of such a behemoth as Stark Industries would have attracted the attention of all parties. Congress, the government, and the military are almost blowing up all kinds of phones. What's more, Obadiah is dead, which is even more not a simple matter. A top capitalist died, and there must be no explanation. The various exchanges of interests also made him feel a little tired. In this turbulent time of Stark Industries, he must try his best to protect his territory to avoid being devoured alive by other capitalists who are eyeing him. This is the world of capital, there is no human feelings, it is all about interests. At the previous press conference, he rejected the draft written by the military and announced in public that he was Iron Man. For a time, a huge wave was set off. The public opinion of the entire lighthouse country and even the whole world was in an uproar. In fact, there was such a press conference because some clips of the battle between Tony Stark and Obadiah were filmed. Two robots were fighting, and it was not a special effects blockbuster. This incident naturally aroused the attention of countless people. It was impossible to hide it. There were even more than 1 or 2 people who filmed it. Although they were far away at the time, some fragments of the battle were vaguely filmed. At the same time, Pepper was also filmed. From this breakthrough point, she was caught on Tony Stark. Not to mention, there was also a security team under Stark Industries afterwards, which was directly confirmed. In addition to Pepper Potts, Luo Chen was also photographed at the time. But what was strange was that no matter who took the picture, Luo Chen looked like a mosaic, as if the picture was distorted by something. Tony Stark naturally knew that Luo Chen was not willing to appear in the public eye yet, and used that unique force field to distort the surrounding air to a certain extent, forming a mosaic effect. People who saw it with their own eyes may not be affected much, but if you want to take a picture of something, you will find that a mosaic is automatically formed. So in the end, Tony Stark had to deal with these things. Everyone around him advised him not to disclose his identity and just say that he was a bodyguard of his company. Anyway, no one really took a picture of who the person in the armor was. Although the reporters were not fools, they could still fool them without real evidence. However, Tony Stark still chose to disclose his identity. He is Tony Stark, the Iron Man, and he is also a playboy, a super genius, a super inventor, a super rich man, and a super philanthropist. Every identity is him. He has nothing to hide, and he doesn't bother to hide it. You can imagine how proud Tony Stark is. Now the most troublesome thing is over, and the rest is to deal with the subsequent trivial matters. I am Iron Man, a good opening, but do you think you are the only superhero in the world?